Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Today is our championship day. We start off in the European region. We have 3 teams remaining. Our loser bracket final will commence shortly, and then we'll find out who's joining our team in the grand final. And of course, that's not all. If you are enjoying the European COD, you can stay around and jump over to the North American side after. But I'm not alone for this one, of course. Joining me today, Chris Tunn. Tunn, how are you?
Very good, Brycey. Honestly, after last night's games on the North American side, a little bit sleepy, but I think that's probably for everybody who did stay up for that one. What a gargantuan day of Call of Duty yesterday was it? It felt like the old days, Brycey. We were all the way at like 5 a.m. casting Call of Duty. I actually don't think I've ever cast Call of Duty that late. I think that might be the latest. But because of how many best out of fives we had and how many close series we had, it forced us all the way to that twilight kind of time. But either way, this is the European side of things today for us. We got the finals coming up and 3 teams left. This is hard to predict in Europe for me, Bryce. Of course, we're going to be kicking off with Rocker Academy taking on Ultra Academy, and then they're going to be facing up for a spot in that grand finals.
Yeah, they certainly will. This is how all the action went down yesterday, though, of course. AIM Esports took down Rocker Academy 3-2, and they did the same to Ultra Academy. That put them into our grand final slot. In the other games, of course, we saw Ultra Academy take down Team War. They lost, falling later to Ultra Academy versus Rocker Academy, and that's a game we've got coming up. Unfortunately, Team War unable to make an impact in this one. They lost both of their games, one with no maps and one with 2. But essentially, it comes down to the Wars of the Academy first, and they'll be meeting AIM Esports in the grand final, Ton.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think a lot of people will probably have the same opinion of me, is that the expectancy is that Ultra Academy find themselves in that grand final for a second chance at AIM Esports. And to be honest with you, in their game up against AIM Esports, they were cruising. We were sitting there watching it. They were 2-0 up. The first 2 maps were pretty convincing. Close control, things started slipping away, and all of a sudden you're being reverse swept. So they'll be looking for a second chance to have a look at AIM Esports. And I think, just casting my mind back to some of the Challengers finals with Vortex and his squad, plenty of reverse sweeps happened in terms of the double best out of 5. So I'm not putting any predictions, etc., on today of a grand final, but I would like to say I do believe that Ultra Academy will have another stab at it. But here is the map set for this series. They'll be building Hardpoint, Tuscan, Search and Destroy, Gavutu, Control, Tuscan, Hardpoint, and then Desert Siege to finish things off. I'm curious about this one, honestly, Bryce. I do believe Ultra Academy should be the one setting us alight here, I would imagine, and thanks to our observers, of course. Was it the ARDs we called them? I can't quite remember, but the brothers Patrick and Shane have got
double
us
odds
down. But the double odds, that was it. Was that yours? Did you come up with that one?
No idea. What I do know is that the last time these teams actually ended up playing in the league, it was a 3-0 to Ultra Academy. So maybe a little bit of revenge here if Rocker can make something happen from it. But right now we're on board with Stevo, looking for that entrance into P1. But Beans already opens up with 2 ton.
Yeah, that always helps your team if you can find those 2 kills over towards the side. And it's the perfect start for Ultra Academy EU. And I think for this team, a lot of people sort of looked at it and expected it to be better than it was initially. Of course, Harry was in there. The squad were playing well, but the introduction of this man and Gizmo, of course, coming home, issues in terms of his placement on London, etc., etc. But he's been given a chance on a very, very good Challengers team. And so far, so good. 30 points to the good. At this moment in time, are just 20. But look at the kills coming in here from Beans. It's 5 in a row from him. A convincing start for Ultra Academy.
Yeah, I mean, this has also been a player that a lot of people are now looking at as well. It hasn't maybe been kind of caught as light as much, because when you talk about Ultra Academy and players to watch out for, you kind of go over to the North American side. But realistically, Beans has been doing some serious work here in Europe, and people are keeping an eye on his progress. And speaking of progress, Ultra have already broken into P2. They're here in numbers, but Medals is trying to deflect all that pressure.
Rocker Academy going to have to start waking up, and there you go, 2 kills coming in from Metals. That's going to help things out. Just waiting to find Stevo if they can. He's going to find 2. Where was the communication? Stevo, all 4! My goodness! Phenomenal from Stevo. I'm not quite sure how on earth he managed to, I think it was actually all 3, sorry, that were left inside the hard point. It was just a bit of a lag on our side, but either way, Stevo cleans them out, and you can't let that happen if you're Rocket.
It certainly can, and Stevo now soaking this time as much as possible, staying alive with his teammates, and the slaying keeps going the way of Ultra Academy EU. At the moment, Rocker Academy have struggled to get any sort of control over this map. The Rotation as well, Ton. Keep an eye. They've been there for quite a while. Gizmo's been sitting, waiting patiently. But unfortunately, if he doesn't catch this player, which he does, it might all be for nothing. He's the last player alive.
Last one here. If he can even find something away for the rest of his team to get there, then fantastic. Where the spawn's going to lie. Sukri will light up beans down the outside, and that will be a spawn out over towards Trent, on the side of Ultra Academy EU. Thankfully for them, they do have themselves the lead. And now it's up to the side of Rocker Academy to try and find this defensive work. Stevo and Gizmo combining well, though. Here comes the push from Stevo. Gizmo will be shut down, but the trades are going to start coming on through. It's only Stevo momentarily left on his own. Furious is the last one there. The trades keep coming through. It's not too bad for Ultra Academy EU, to be honest with you. Rocker Academy did have control. Ultra Academy have prevented a lot of that time going over. It's now a foot race over towards P4.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I thought it was a really good job from Rocker Academy, just taking as much time as they could there, especially with Gizmo, who basically gave up on P2 about an hour ago. This rotation could be crucial. Lucky in a fantastic position. And this is causing issues now for Ultra Academy. Rocker are looking to try and get a little bit of time back here, but Lucky needs to stay alive, and Furious finds him, and Furious finds the third as well. It's a shutdown, and we keep seeing sprees out of the side of Ultra. And that is just difficult to deal with Rocker Academy. We spoke about it yesterday. Positioning is great. I think gunfights is better.
Those gunfights are plenty going in the favour of Ultra Academy EU. Another 2 for Furious, 1 for Gizmo. I'm going to start lighting things up here, and this has been quite comfortable so far on the side of Ultra Academy EU. Even when those rotations are being won by Rocker, they prevented them from finding many points. Stevo now playing his position as he often does. Down next to the railroad has Gizmo, watching over down towards the tracks there as Real already dealt with as well. And that's 10 seconds remaining on P4, the majority of that going over towards Ultra Academy EU. And the breakout's going to be there because you can already see Furious pushing around behind fire. It's a long route, but it's a safe one.
And that's exactly what they need to do, realistically. Flip this all the way back. Try and just deflect the pressure on the P5, but the kills again go to Ultra. And I feel like every time we look at Rocker, they have an opportunity to do something. They end up just losing all of the kills from the kill feed. They're going to try and get back in this one. Medals again up top. Not going to be able to find anything from P2. Real desperately trying to find Gizmo. Both players throwing entire magazines at each other.
Lucky trying to get inside the point. Need some points here if they possibly can. Good shots coming in from Lucky. Rocker Academy really have fallen by the wayside, and they can't actually afford to give up these spawns over towards P1. And right now that's looking like what's going to come through for the side of Ultra Academy EU.
And now, here comes the biggest push possible. Sukri is in a dynamite position. If he wins this gunfight, which he does, it causes issues for Ultra. You can see them now rapidly trying to retreat, desperately making sure they've locked this one down. It's thrown them into a little bit of chaos, but Beans continues the slaying. There's a flank coming in at the same time. It's Lucky. And this is not what Ultra wanted. They thought they had this entire side of the map locked down, but just a little bit of a gap has been opened.
It has been, but they've managed to keep control for the most part. Rocker Academy still making the push, but the kills are on offer here for the side of Ultra Academy EU because of their positioning on the window. It's hard for the side of Rocker to push on through themselves. And in that situation, for Rocker, yes, they may have flipped it, but because the numbers are still there for Ultra Academy, because they can stay alive, it works out for them. It's a commanding 100-plus point lead for the side of Ultra Academy EU. And now this rotation over towards P2 going to be coming through in around 15 seconds or so. Good shots from Metals, and that will disrupt what Ultra Academy did have a hold of, which was looking like the scrap. Now it's a foot race over towards P2. Real is in here with the SMG. Can they find something this time around? They got shut down by Stevo on his own last time. Can they lock it in for some good points and get themselves back into this game?
Well, that's what they need. And right now, a little bit of soaking going on. They have control. Stevo's going to find one in the hill already. Medals up top, just waiting to see if any more pushing coming in, but it's not going to. And right now, Rocker are doing a much better job in the kill feed. They're holding Ultra at bay a little bit, Ton.
This is much better. They've got the side of the spawns that they want, as well as Metals and Lucky now combining. You can shut down the hole on the min-map here, as well as Gizmo will fall. That's an 8 streak and a glide bomb locked in for Lucky. Could this be the catalyst now for the Rocker Academy to get back into this one? Good shot's going to come through. Stevo will fall. Trades coming in. Eventually, Ultra Academy seemingly getting inside, but is it going to be for very much? It doesn't look that way as Lucky will add a 10. Can he surely not add an 11? scrapping still ongoing, but for the side of Ultra Academy EU, at least those spawns are flipped. At least you have control over towards P4 because you bled a lot of points there.
That's what they want. This is the crucial part, though. This rotation. If they can crack this quickly, incoming glide, though. Lucky's going to try and drop this, and this is what they want. Already opening up the street here for them. Rocker looking to try and turn this entire game around. The big break here towards P3 could be the catalyst they need. And now they've got the spawn, and now they've got the pressure, and Ultra Academy are buckling.
They're not too far away, though. That's the thing. The spawns start coming in. Ultra Academy EU already there. Lucky, though, trying his best to do it all on his own. Will momentarily only be Steve-O left inside. The grenade going in, just disrupting the shot. Well, Ultra Academy are in a good enough position to try and prevent time going over towards Rocker Academy. And for all that Rocker Academy, it feels like they're in the ascendancy. It feels like they're catching up. Bryce, that score at the top still does not look pretty. This rotation over towards P4 is going to be important. We see how many times teams seemingly trade points on this one. But last time, Ultra Academy locked down a good solid amount of points. Can they do it here once more? Metals, the one player who had managed to find a gap, is being dealt with. And now it's everybody from the front. Look at this spawn from Steve-O over towards Fire.
Going to try and cut them off here towards Ticket. I think they've already caught it out. Like, he's going to go down very, very quickly. And the pressure from Rocker is mounting. They have so many bodies here to try and get this one away. Desperate trying to clear out. Steve-O still alive towards train tracks, though. Make sure they can't really do anything. And it's the kill feed again that goes to Ultra Academy. But soaking the time, Rocker. Getting as much as they can here onto this train. They've brought this game right back.
Wow.
But is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough? They all get wiped on.
And that was very much looking like a break that was going to come to Rocker Academy. But Steve-O finds one on the outside and just stays alive. Waits for the rest of his team and then pops his head up. It was an easy break and 15 seconds remaining here on P1 that they're able to fight for after finding 3 men down. And still they manage to stay alive. They just play it so well in the sense of staying alive when you get put in those bad situations. There's always one player lingering, and all of a sudden they're lingering on the edge of winning this game. 14 seconds to go as we go over towards P5. Rocker Academy still have so much to do.
They do. It's going to be difficult because you now have to keep this pressure up continuously. Just over and over again, you have to keep bodies piling into P5, even if it means giving up the spawn. You have to do it the hard way, and unfortunately, they're just falling like dominoes. And Ultra say, all right, we have the bodies, we have the manpower. 10 seconds left. Lucky has to launch himself at it. Finds Steve-O. And it's just going to be a fingernail game, Ton. Every single second they have to push. They have to keep running at it. Metals knows he has to jump on as well. And I don't know if it's going to be enough as Metals finds it. And players from both sides just launching themselves. But as time will tell, they cannot hold off Ultra. And that'll be their first win on the board, Ton.
Impressive performance coming out from Ultra Academy, to be honest with you. Rocker kind of threatened, but threatened just a little bit too late, Brycey. That comeback, it felt like it was sort of getting there to a certain stage for Rocker, but on multiple occasions, even when Rocker won that rotation, I think P2 was the only time we've seen them lock down that rotation to get some good amount of time. The other hills, for the most part, Ultra Academy were able to break back, or at least split even. At least on that P4 hill, we'll see it in the highlights. Ultra were not the first ones there, but because of the spawn, they can get up close, and they're just preventing Rocker from getting inside. If you lose a rotation towards a money hill and you split it, that's a win for me. You take those all day long, and Ultra Academy not just split it. On occasion, Bryce, they managed to still do the better. I mean, a really, really good start obviously helps you kick things off, and I don't think that deficit got any smaller than what it was after P1 and P2.
I'll be honest with you, I think a lot of that Rocker Academy, after the initial flurry of kills went down, they did an awful lot right, Ton. I genuinely think they did. Like, they started getting their rotations in very, very locked down. They had some fantastic breaks against them. They didn't have a bad start. We'll be talking about a very different game. Slaying was not going their way for the majority of it. The fact they brought it back as close as they did says maybe just a little bit of cold feet at the beginning, and I look forward to seeing what they do for the rest of the series. Yeah,
it's a solid 14 out slay from the side of Ultra Academy, plus 14 for them. Non-traded kills coming in from Furious, that's a big one. But again, another player I liked, and you may say I'm biased towards him because I think we've commentated over him since what feels like about the dawn of time now. But Steve-O did really well over towards P4. When you seen he was over towards trains, he finds a kill and lays in one of the carts just to stay alive, so that when the rest of his team do get back in that position, he can find the kills. He's never going to be the guy who puts up the biggest of damage, but constantly he knows the right players to make. A good game out of him, and it was still probably the worst game out of everybody on Ultra Academy EU if we're talking from a sheer slaying standpoint. But the 11 objective kills, that's what makes the difference and what makes Steve-O such a good player.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, there's been a lot said about Steve-O, obviously, over the last couple of years, to be fair. Like, we've spoken about him at times. He is in a very talented team, and here's the difference. He keeps finding himself in these teams. It's no mistake, right? There's no, I've accidentally gone and dominated the top of challenges for the third year in a row, right? That's just not how it works. Steve-O knows what he's doing, and while, let's be perfectly honest, we don't know if he will ever kind of get into the CDL, even with the dominance he's shown here. He keeps winning. There is definitely something in his wheelhouse that allows him to be a champion of this over and over again.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's just, this isn't, we're not trying to have a Steve-O love in here, but if you want, then we'll continue. But it's just a case of he is constantly up there, and a lot of people don't necessarily talk about him being one of these players who make the step up because people see he's had his opportunity before. But so far, so good for them. The past 3-4 years, Challengers has really been his playground over in Europe. Of course, a couple of them have been very, very close, but he's always there. And it's not necessarily the same to be said for some other players who have been around for that amount of time. But either way, Ultra Academy with a good win in map number 1. Heading into Tuscan in just a second, though. They'll be looking to try and get this one done nice and quick because they know they've got 2 potential best out of 5s coming up against AME Sports. So they need to make sure that those energy levels are keeping on going, because to run through and have 3 best out of 5 series, you want to try and keep them as short as you possibly can. It's hard for us to cast 3 best out of 5 series, and we'll never mind playing them, Brycey.
Yeah, it can be a little bit of a grind. I will agree with you there, and it's all about the energy levels for these players. You've got to bear in mind, this is the climax of 3 weeks of getting, and even more than that, realistically, because you've got to qualify to be in the elite. You've got to get all your training done. You've got to go through all the roster changes, and we know challenges is a nightmare. Then you play your qualifier games, then you get into playoffs, and then you make championship Sunday. So an awful lot of, Wednesday, I should say. You've done an awful lot of work to get this far, and these teams, they don't think second is acceptable at any point. Don't get me wrong. Money on the line, prestige for being the second best team in Europe for this season doesn't matter. It never matters to any of these players. If you've ever spoken to any single competitive player, second might as well be last.
And I think for the side of Ultra Academy, things have been looking a little bit slow, haven't they? In general across the season, they did finish top 4 in Minnesota, got themselves that spot in the Pro-Am, and then from there, of course, their disappointment for them over at the Pro-Am because of Harry being poached by London, but then they get a decent little trade-off in getting a hold of Gizmo, and this is going to be the time for them to now crack on, and they'd be wanting to make sure that they go on to win this one. They haven't necessarily looked at the best of what we see in the previous seasons for a team of this ilk, so to speak, but things on the up here now. But for Ultra Academy, you're going to have to turn things around pretty quickly. Themselves look pretty good, obviously, towards the beginning of the season. The Spanish scene in general has looked fantastic, so it's interesting to see where they are going to lie. Of course, AME Sports sitting in there in that grand final right now. A very close game for both these two teams up against that squad. So whoever gets through, we are expecting fireworks in that grand final, and we should be ready to go in the search and destroy very, very shortly. I'm thinking about Tuscan and who I would prefer for this one, if you like, and it is hard to say, but I think I said it at the top of the show. I just favor Ultra Academy in this series, full stop. With the way that they played through absolutely everybody apart from AM yesterday, they'll be feeling confident heading into any series today. They'll be wanting to reset, go back in, and I think they'll want to make this quick, and I think they'll try to.
Yeah, obviously. And I don't want to undersell Rocker. I think Rocker are a very good team. I just feel like the smart money is on Ultra Academy coming through here, and the rematch against AIM, right? That's where the smart money is. Rocker Academy, we saw how well they were playing, and they did show an awful lot in that Hardpoint. But if you had to be perfectly honest, Hun, you would also say that Ultra Academy, you think, would give AIM a better game as well.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think so. It's just one of those scenarios where for Ultra Academy, I think it's very much the revenge tour, isn't it? When it comes into the scenario of how things worked as well. They lost that in a reverse sweep. They would not want that to happen again. They'll want to be going in there with a quick 3-0, 3-1 in that grand final. If they can make it to force that second best out of 5, they want to get it done quickly. It's always that scenario. You never really want to have to go to go into losers bracket final. It goes all the way to a map number 5. Then the first series goes all the way to a map number 5, and then all the way to a map number 5 in the second series. That's 10 maps of Call of Duty just in the grand finals, 15 maps of Call of Duty potentially in a few hours. It's a long old night for whoever does make it through, and they will want to get this one done as quickly as possible and want to reset that bracket as quickly as possible. But into the search and destroy, looking like a B hit, going to come out here from the side of Rocker Academy.
They're just watching and waiting. Furious will be the first player. He knows they're going to be here. He's going to call for reinforcements as he tries to slow them down just a bit. Tactical's been burnt. Gizmo going to be holding this angle as well. They're trying to just keep the pressure away. There's 2 players there against him. They're going to be... Well, I'm going to say they've already lost a couple of players. There's one sneaking around the side. Furious going to try and hold it as well. The player going across Real is going to go down. Metal's last player alive. Potential 1v4, but it's not going to even get started, Ton.
Yep, not going to work out this time around for Metals. Ultra Academy will lock that one in. Just the initial picks always helping you out there, and Metals always going to be in danger up against Gizmo. A little bit weaker there as well, never going to help you.
Well, let's see what happens on the other side of it. Rocker just got a little bit pinned in there. Wasn't an awful lot they could do. It was either commit or try and find the pick. Unfortunately, they got neither done in the end, and now it's going to be Ultra Academy for the attack. Gizmo looking straight down middle, and it will be Furious to instantly open up the attack. And that is a huge start for them. Steve-O going to be looking. I don't know if you saw that player did. He's obviously lucky and just picked him off at the same time. Rocker already in a 2 versus 4 ton.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive down the middle of the map, and Ultra Academy are answering the call every single time. Gizmo has to turn around and find anything. So the push is going to come through. Sukri will find Gizmo. That bomb is down though. 35 seconds. Sukri getting aggressive all the way towards Backchurch. Will he be expecting anybody inside of there? And I don't think Ultra Academy will be expecting anything here themselves. Sukri has pretty much a free run through here, but I don't think he knows it.
Finds the first. Unfortunately, will get picked off as well. Big gunfight at the front, but Steve-O's going to walk away the winner on that one. And Ultra Academy, it could have been disastrous. The player managed to get slipped, could have found 2 as well, but not going to in the end. And if the pinch had come in, we would be talking about it being 1-1, but at the moment, it's all Ultra Academy.
It's just those first bloods coming through so often. Rocker Academy getting aggressive towards the middle of the map, but they're being beaten to it every single time. Let's try and stay with somebody in the middle of the map. I'm just curious to see if the aggression is just coming on through from a first hand standpoint. You can see already down the field side. You've got Beans down there ready and waiting. You've already got Steve-O in a good position in the corner. Real looking to try and fight something from stairs. He may well run into Steve-O in just a moment. He's playing this very, very patiently. We've seen a couple of good plays from this point recently, Brycey. Will we see another?
Well, no hit marker there for Real, so he has no idea Steve-O is here. Playing patient. He is going to test this. That's been called out. They know he's here, and it should be to pick up the kill. Goes for the challenge as well, and Ultra Academy get 2 as Beans has found a 1 at the same time. Lucky will get back 1. But Gizmo jumps out and just cuts down the rest of the team. Ultra 3-0 done.
Absolutely dominant so far. They're just setting up shop and just waiting for the side of Rocker Academy to push through. They just don't seem to have a clue where the side of Ultra are. Fantastic game so far from the side of Ultra Academy, and just dominant. I mean, I don't know what to say. Rocker Academy have had nothing to show for it so far. Nothing at all.
Let's see how this continues, because Ultra Academy probably feeling very confident about now. Rocker just haven't been able to put any sort of a lid on them. Beans going for a chow, finds Metal straight away. That's again Beans with the first blood.
I think it's been every round so far, Bryce.
Yeah, and
every
it's
single round.
Devastating.
You can't play it to a deficit on Tuscan. It feels like they just get converted every single time. I mean, they obviously have done so far, and Sukri and Cook gonna have to back on down. The artillery there once more. Inside of Ultra Academy EU, Sukri trying to find a pick. Gizmo will be slightly weak, but Furious Claws. Overwatch is lucky now in a 1 versus 3, and he should be dead. He is dead. This is just so one-sided.
It really is. If anything, it almost looked like Rocket were just running for their life. They were desperately trying to get out of there to get cut down. Beans, 5 and 1. The majority of those first bloods. I'll tell you something, Tun. I'll tell you something. At the moment, we need to see a little bit more from Rocket. Have to find something on this attack.
Yeah, you need to stop the bleeding very, very quickly, don't you? Seen a couple of threats of, well, full sales last night, didn't we? On occasion. Could this be the start of one? There you go. First blood comes its way, but it will already be traded. 3 versus 3 in the blink of an eye. What's the play for Rocker Academy? I'd argue on the defensive side of things, they're maybe being a little bit too aggressive, maybe a little bit too passive on the attacking side. Gizmo just trying his best to survive, putting the shots in. Needs the rest of the team to come over and help him. Furious is already there. Gizmo has already repositioned. No
Oh
way! Come on!
What is that? It's technically a 1 versus 3.
I think Furious is here.
Gizmo just decides just to kill them all. I said he had to hold the pressure down, and that's just not something that should have happened. Just kept backpedaling, kept getting in better positions, finishes it off with a pistol. One-sided is a way to put this. Devastating is another. There's no way to break this down.
If you're Rocker Academy, honestly, even just a couple of rounds just to fill the confidence up would not be a bad thing here.
Beans again.
Another first blood.
Look at this. Ultra Academy don't react to it. Neither do Rocker. They hold position. They are waiting. They have control over mid. That's what they're playing for. And the pressure comes through as well. Reality, huge kill. Almost gets Gizmo, but not quite. Advantage still here to Ultra.
I think so far, out of the 6 rounds that we've seen, of course, halfway through this one, 5 of the 6 first bloods have went over towards Ultra Academy EU. That's going to be a 2 versus 2, though, as Metals will find Steve-O. Pressure going to come in here immediately. Oh, Metals couldn't quite get the shots. Gizmo will find it, but Lucky will pick him across the map, and all of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 1. Lucky, is he going to guess right this time around? Absolutely not. It is the absolute domination from Ultra Academy EU in one of the more one-sided. It's 6-0, but it was a one-sided 6-0 as well. There was maybe a threat of 1 round for the side of Rocker Academy there. That was very, very... I want to say big props to Ultra, but Rocker, I'm sorry, you need to see more than that. You need to see more than that. That was...
They got 1 first blood, didn't convert it. Obviously, got traded away instantly. The rest of the time, Beans was beaming. Gizmo was winning gunfights. Steve-O was in awkward positions. It was just... It was incredible, you know? Even if you're... Like, look at the scoreboard, man. Just look at the scoreboard. Between them, 9 kills over 6 rounds for Rocker. And that's it.
It's not good. It's really not good. Whereas you look at it on the other side of things, I mean, Gizmo nearly has that many kills on his own. And then you're not talking about the rest of his teammates are already there as well. 6 spree, 4 spree, 5 spree, and a 4 spree from all of these players. The first bloods are there for Beans, though. He has to take the MVP for that one. Because with those first bloods, they just made it work every single time. They judged exactly what Rocker were going to do. They would set up, find that first kill, and then Rocker are going to try and do something every single time. They're trying to find a route to get back into the round. But ultimately, Ultra are there every single time to answer that call. One of the strongest search and destroy performances I've seen for quite some time. But bearing in mind, this Ultra Academy EU roster, before Gizmo came into it, they didn't lose the search and destroy at the Minnesota event. Case in point. Absolutely brilliant.
Maybe the reason why. Well, been a quick 2 maps. We're heading to map number 3. We'll have to find out how this series continues. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after a little bit of a consolidation, I will say. We just we made sure to Tom to do his job properly. We're jumping straight back into the control and on board straight away with Ultra. If you are just joining us so far, this series has all been Ultra Academy.
Damn, well, let's find out if it worked, Bricey. I wonder if I can do my job correctly today. It's always something I strive for, but something that Rocker Academy should strive for is getting into the series at some point. So far, so good for Ultra. They have been the dominant force so far. Comfortable in the hardpoint and just simply scintillating in the search and destroy. And well, the control hasn't started too badly for them either. Plenty of pressure over towards A. It looks like they are going to get control of this. And I mean, this was the map in particular that they floundered on a little bit yesterday, going up against AM Esports. So this is the one they have to secure, I would say. Make sure they get this one done so they can have another stab at it in our grand final. It's a good start to doing so. Complete A control. It's a slight lead on the kill front. It's going to have to be up to Rocker Academy to defend B.
Well, I was about to say, Beans hasn't really got on the scoreboard yet, and he's been instrumental so far in this series, but already a little bit of pressure coming through. A will be locked in. Beans is playing in a dangerous position, but does go down. Rocker Academy secure their own backline.
P1 control, something you're going to have to fight over quite a lot. Green control, P1 control. That's where you kind of want to be in an ideal passive situation when it comes down to the defensive side. Of course, you find the kills, you push up towards ship, get control there, you find the kills there, you push up towards cliffside. Right now it is working out quite... I mean, I'm not quite sure what Gizmo's doing there. He was absolutely flying towards them. But it feels like Rocker Academy have started steadying the ship just a little bit. That is disgraceful from Beans. Find the kill onto Lucky. Now maybe a little bit of map presence for them to push up, albeit Beans does fall.
Yeah, Beans actually, I think, hit that player with a grenade, but wasn't able to get him down. And Steelers now going to try and take ring control himself. And it's just not working for them. Rocker Academy doing a great job to keep that map pressure away from Ultra.
Still the threat is there. Gizmo just holding the preempt for a moment. Real has done fantastically over towards P1. Beans trying to survive. But Rocker Academy keeping the finger on the pulse here when it does come down to control of P1. This is the fight that we're going on through right now. I mean, how has Metals won that gunfight? The second one to Stevo is disgraceful. And now all of a sudden, Ultra Academy, 8 lives to 10, have it all to do. That's 7 to 9. If I'm Ultra, I maybe take my time here. You have time to do so, but only a little bit. That's big kills.
Furious making a big kill at the back. Beans makes another one. Lucky holding off the pressure, and so does Real. Oh my goodness. Furious will try and do something, but it's not going to be enough. And Ultra Academy are a mile away in their spawn with 25 seconds left to go in a 3 versus 6. And Rocker Academy have locked this one down.
Yep, not going to happen here for Ultra. And it was just that P1 control. They never managed to get control of it. That's all you want to fight for when you are pushing towards B. If you're on the defense or on the attack, it's the spot to be in. Furious. Absolute beams coming through. And imagine Sukri and Metals will go for the challenge. But either way, 3 ticks over towards Ultra Academy EU with getting hold of A. But B, not even threatened there, Bryce.
No, pretty comfortable actually in the end. It was a lot to do with that fighting around P1. Ultra just couldn't really get anywhere near it. Every time they thought they might have an opportunity, it was just taken away from them. And that's one of the issues they kind of came against. Like, the transition from A to B just did not work.
Now for them to try and defend here. Looking like a bit of a split between AA Gun and A. Coming through for the side of Rocker Academy. They are going to find the first 2 kills here, though. Metals and Real going to open things up over towards A. Ultra Academy not letting things go over towards B, but look where Real is already. Inside of green. And Ultra Academy a little bit stuck here, if I'm honest, Bryce. It's all seemingly inside of green, and they can't fight their way out right now. They're getting absolutely bodied. They need to start doing something shortly here, Ultra Academy, or they're going to be in trouble.
You can see they've already given this A up. They know they're down in lives quite significantly. And there's no real pressure coming in from them. They may try and do a little bit of map control. You can already see Stevo pushing up himself. But B is the priority. They know they must not let this go. Real in a great position. Who can he find?
Having a scoot around as A will eventually not fall. Not quite. Surely it is going to fall for Rocker Academy. They have a 4-point lead, and it does come down to those lives remaining. But can they force their way through? This is where things are always difficult, because Ultra Academy EU had about the same in terms of lives remaining. They had that advantage themselves heading over towards B, and then it fell apart. So Can Ultra do just as good a job here as Rocker did in their defensive round? Can Rocker continue this? Look at the kill feed. 12 and 7 from Real, 14 and 9 from Lucky. Sucre's along for the ride, but nonetheless, those boys are beaming.
They certainly are, but it could all turn in a second's notice. Sucre going to try and break a little bit of the deadlock here. Already, Rocker are looking for a way to get through. Try to find the first one. Lucky going for the trade here, and Furious retells it. Says, all right, I'll give it a go. And even with Steve-O way out towards the beach, they eventually find him. Rocker are playing this slow and steady. They know they have to get a little bit of map control first before they go aggressive.
They may well have that map control. Beans snaps onto Sucre. He's going to find the second. Stop shooting over towards Lucky. A little bit more precarious here for Ultra Academy. They are finding the kills. It isn't looking too threatening from the side of Rocket. But there's not that extra line of defense that Rocker set up. They were all over P1. It means that Ultra Academy, you have to go through them a couple of times, and now Ultra have that control. Both teams at this moment in time looking just very defensively heavy. Real will find that gunfight against Gizmo and maybe a route through, but with 40 seconds to go here, not a lot to shout about for Rocker Academy so far on the attack.
They're still just trading across the map, trying to find their way forward. This will be their last hurrah as well. 26 seconds on the clock. Manos has managed to slip the net and get through boat. He's now at green. There is a potential here. Is a potential. He finds one, but that will give his position away. Going to try and make it happen regardless, as Gizmo just shuts them down, unfortunately.
Not going to happen here for the side of Rocker unless Lucky can get himself in a position to do something. And shots into Furious are good. Can't quite clean it up though. 4 seconds, 3, 2, and 1. It's going to tick down. So all even when it does come down to ticks, heading into round number 3. So interesting, of course, the kills will come into it in this moment in time. I believe that is going to be Rocker Academy, the ones in the lead on that front. So let's see how the next 2 rounds do play out, of course.
Well, with defense being so powerful, who can break the deadlock will walk away the winner, but neither team really above in ticks, and anything could happen. This is the crazy thing. This is a map where Ultra Academy have not been dominant. If anything, I would give it at the moment a slight edge to Rocker.
100%. 100%. It has felt like that has been a little bit more, I would say, solid, a little bit more assertive from the Rocker Academy boys. Something I just want to keep an eye on here right now. Gizmo on a 5 spree. Could be influential because if they can get a hold of a glide bomb onto Gizmo, it does make the difference. Steve-O behind. Causing an issue now as Real is going to try and find him inside of green. We'll deal with him, but Sucre finds the kill. He's the only one that's really lingering behind here. 6 and 15. Gizmo very, very weak. They're trying to protect him. Still a 5 spree for him. That's going to be ended. And in those situations, when those 5 sprees are on the cards and you're potentially nearly there, 6 and 7 is all you need for the glide bomb, things can just slow down in terms of actually making the game work. And Ultra Academy, not a very fast tick over towards A here, and it's allowed Rocket to get themselves in a position to do something potentially.
Well, they're just going for a little bit of a farm here. Suzu's going to try and push up, looking for the player, and actually shoots him straight under the tank. I'll be taking that one straight to rank play, but Sucre just keeping them on the back foot. And you are right, Ultra Academy have done this very, very slowly. They just cannot be pushed away. It looks like A will eventually go to them. They have the life difference, but as we've seen many, many times before, that's easily overcomable as we make the transition into B.
Well, Steve-O even staying alive here would be a bonus for Ultra. Push is going to start coming through. He will be dealt with. The rest of the team are there. Need to get rid of Metals pretty quickly. Need to get rid of Rocker pretty quickly. Down this left-hand side, there's not much to talk about, but you've got to be careful of the flank. Real is constantly on it. 5 spree for him as well. He's going to be shut down. Beans reads it at the best time. This is the best it's look for Ultra Academy EU heading over towards B. All of Rocket back towards their spawn. Can they find the fights?
Well, they're having a good time, and Sucre is one of these players. He's not had a good S&D so far, but the plays we've been seeing him make on this defense alone may be the difference.
That's
However,
bad.
There's a wipe. Lucky has to get in a position to try and get the cut. Unfortunately, he hasn't managed to get it. He does get one, though. The pressure is now on. They have to get this player out. Nades raining in from Ultra. Furious is pushed up. Reinforcements in the form of Beans.
Look at the lives.
Rocker have been rocked. They've been put back, and they have just stopped the bleeding. They've managed to get them off the tick, but it is a 12 versus 6. Ultra can smell blood in the water.
They can do. And with those lives at that disadvantage, you can already see Rocker Academy. They don't want to offer anything for free. Lucky, taking his time though, is going to find 1, 2, 3 from Lucky. The patience pays off. And there's nothing lucky about that. Phenomenal plays from him, and all of a sudden it's a 9 versus 3. That is doable for Rocker Academy.
Oh, Sugri Rangers won the hugest gunfight well against Steve-O. Steve-O was in a position to break this. And Ultra have to win the trades. They have to find something. As Lucky stays alive again, and he gets another kill. They've held this against all odds as Furious gets one towards the back.
6v2.
Pushing Steve-O gets one more. It's only Real. It's only Real. He just has to get the kills. They die for this one as well. Furious gets in, stops the clock. Fights going on. Real won't die. Oh,
Real. Oh.
One more kill there. May have been enough, but it won't be. Ultra Academy win their tier. But that was not comfortable. That was not clean. That was a panic.
That was stressful. My goodness. The call-outs would have been flying around left, right, and centre. Spanish and UK. I mean, it's all over the place. What on earth was that? Lucky played that superbly. But unfortunately, the deficit is just far too much for Rocker Academy to get back to. He makes that play, and still there's only 3 of them left alive. If they can have a 4th there, then maybe that is doable. But just a 1 step too late, and now Rocker Academy have to win an attack to stay in the playoffs and to stay in Challengers Elite Season 3.
Yeah, they must not let this one go. Don't play a different game, play the same game. At the moment, Ultra Academy are looking to just put a bolt on this door. Going for the spawn traps. Trying to get them all down here, and Beans eventually comes around for the flank. They are pushing him towards Beach, which can be dangerous if they lose his gunfights.
Can be interesting. But they managed to win them. They managed to get out towards Beach. Ultra Academy, plenty of purchase over towards A. Rocker have not really had anything to write home about so far. We'll start to find some kills and maybe a little bit of room to move through. Some good timing for Beans as you push around the corner to Real, staring the wrong way. And now automatically, if you have a solid AR player, you push him up that beach. Beans has already found 1, and now that's going to force Rocker to have to push over towards A. Metals has found 2, though, and that might be the break they need.
Oh, they've got one towards the back. It's going to be Gizmo. Up top, he's actually just going to find his way trying a boat. Not going to get there, though. Real locks it down. They finally find the time here. Real has to try and stay alive, though, and he might have to jump on this point himself, but he's looking for the kills first. He knows the players are up top boat. Massively outnumbered, trying to stay alive.
Oh, no!
Has to gun Gizmo, has to gun him, and Gizmo wins the pistol battle with 6 seconds left to go. Sukri is running Beach. I don't even know if he can make it in time. I don't think he can. That's gutting. It is gutting. Ultra Academy walk away with their defense ton, and it's 3-0. That's the end of the game.
And honestly, that was just very, very strong from Ultra to find that attacking round. And then automatically, I think when you win one in your very first attack in one of the first 2 rounds, I don't think there's any like permutations that I don't think anyone sort of says, right, okay, we've got it locked in. But when you do it at the second time of asking, your second attacking round, so that then the defensive team who are just on the defense have to win their attack to stay in the map, that's when the pressure really does drop in. So a perfect timing there from Ultra Academy. Of course, that round was super entertaining, but then that defense was very, very solid. This time they didn't allow anything over towards A. It felt like last time that they were maybe playing around Gizmo Streak just a touch too much. In this situation, though, they lock it down. They do not let anybody pass that cliffside, really. And as soon as they find the kills over towards Beach and over towards P1, Beans is just pushing up consistently. Just an overall very, very good performance out of Ultra Academy to get themselves into a grand final once more. They may well be fighting from the losers bracket, but if they play like that, AM are going to have a solid, solid game to have to deal with.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary for them. Rocker Academy, flashes, hints, some brilliance in some areas, but Ultra Academy were just the better team. That is the unfortunate truth of it. I do kind of want to watch. I tell you what I would watch again. I would watch the attacking round that Ultra Academy won because it was close. It was incredibly close between those 2 teams. They almost held them off at a deficit, but just wasn't to be. You cannot fight that many players who are pushing you, even with the magic on your side. And I think what was it? Furious left on the hill in that one as well. Like if he made one more kill up top, he might have been able to try and do something with the slow tick up of B.
Yeah, possibly. But other than that, look, I mean, you have to maybe talk back towards the Search and Destroy as well. Rocker Academy needed to be so much better there. You need to see a close game. You've had, that's one of those ones that that'll sting them, because we know Ultra have a really good Search and Destroy team, but a 6-0, I think that that's the kind of difference that you have, that Rocker Academy just not able to get the Search and Destroy run, but still a third place for them, which I would say is decent going, considering throughout the season it wasn't looking certain that they were going to get into the playoffs. They find their way there. They find themselves into that losers bracket final, but close but no cigar over two of the maps, at least, anyway.
It certainly was. Well, that's game one done. It's time for our grand finals. AIM Esports versus Toronto Ultra Academy EU. All that and more coming up. We'll see you right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challenges Elite. We are here and live, ready for our grand finals. 2 teams will enter, but only one walk away. The champions, AIM Esports, already made their way here through the winners bracket against Ultra Academy EU, a team that has already lost to this team in a devastating 3-2 loss earlier yesterday. Ton, should be a good game between them, though.
It should be. Honestly, we've already seen a very good series between these two yesterday. It was the reverse sweep for AIM Esports. After Ultra Academy came in and looked just the more solid side, AIM Esports turned around in 3 close games. But the thing is now Ultra Academy have to beat them twice. They couldn't do it once yesterday. Can they do it over 10 possible maps? I'm not too sure. It's going to be very, very difficult. AIM Esports really have been one of the teams who have been at the top all season long. But that introduction of Gizmo eventually starting to pay off there for Ultra Academy. We all kind of knew it would. The team has got better as time has went on, and they'll be wanting to take the win here today, but have to do it in 2 best out of 5s, Bryce. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it really will be, and AIM Esports are not going to make it any easier for them. Obviously, they've had a great run all the way through this. Admittedly, we keep seeing them go the distance, 3-2, so when you say there are 10 maps ahead, that could very well be the case, Ton.
It could be. Going to kick it off with these 5, though. Gavutu, Hardpoint, Berlin, Search and Destroy, then Gavutu, Control, Tuscan, and then Desert Siege if we want them. But honestly, I'm looking at this one, and even if Ultra Academy can come in and have a good series here, they want to make it quick if possible. Now, also something I'm not surprised to see is the fact that we don't see a Tuscan Search and Destroy in there, which is not a complete shock based on what Ultra Academy did to Rocket beforehand. So we're going to have Berlin and Desert Siege, so have quite different maps in that sense. The Gavutu Control was kind of mixy as well. So yeah, I'm not looking at this map set and it's not screaming to me Ultra Academy walkthrough. I think they need a 3-0 or 3-1 if they want a good chance to win a second best out of 5 here. That's typically the fashion they have to get it done in. But are they going to be able to even take one off them after yesterday? Is the mental block going to be there? It's going to be such a close game.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, when you're talking about this team, they are coming in a little bit hot. That was a very dominating game we saw from Ultra Academy, though. And obviously, AIM Esports probably watched that and like, well, we're up against them again, and it wasn't the easiest of wins. I mean, realistically, seeing Gavutu Control on there again, you know how that went yesterday for them, the overcommitment and eventual loss, and it was devastating to their morale.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the Control. And as you said, it was the situation that Ultra were in. They had 2 glide bombs. They were looking good, and they invested them to try and finish the game. And all of a sudden, AIM Esports come back and beat them. So those kind of situations, those are ones that I think Ultra Academy should be able to learn from. But it's those overzealous, in-the-moment kind of players where you think to yourself, yeah, okay, let's get this done and dusted. You cannot make those mistakes against a team like AIM Esports, who, after a disappointing Minnesota, will be looking to head into the Toronto event feeling good. Shout out to the observers, Patrick and Shane. We're going to see how this grand final is going to break down. Honestly, as said, if we don't see a quick one from Ultra Academy to kick things off, I think AIM Esports can close it out either within the first 5 or in the second best out of 5.
Well, that's the truth. Let's see if this game does go the difference. I know both of us are feeling like it will. But only time will tell. That's the crucial here as we jump straight on board with AIM Esports, a team we haven't seen today, but they are the favourites technically coming into this one as they haven't lost yet.
Absolutely the favourites. The fact that they have that buffer of the only one series that they have to win, that makes things just so much easier. But Gizmo and Co, Ultra Academy EU, kicking this one off just that little bit nicer. If you're AIM Esports, you've been forced away. Now Gizmo controlling the beach. Now P1 Control coming in for the side of Ultra Academy, if only momentarily. Beans will fall. It's going to be about this rotation over towards P2 very, very shortly. 20 seconds to go. Here, left over towards the AA gun.
Well, it's a little bit mixed between both teams at the moment. It will be AIM Esports to get that first bit of time on to P1 and the advantage, but as we rock over to Boat, Beans is going to have to try and send the tidy. You can see at the moment they are outnumbered.
Looking that way. Forced over towards the green side, though, so can they fight their way out here? Ultra Academy. AIM Esports with a decent little lead. And I'd imagine that Ultra Academy already know this is going to be a very different series to the previous one. It was comfortable for them. AIM Esports making this very uncomfortable so far. Super inside the point. Can they continue to lock this down? Yes, they can. Beans can only find one, and honestly, not much to write home about for Ultra Academy here. Still 40 seconds left to go. And you need to find a different route here. Steve was trying to make the push over towards P1, but so far, complete uncontested time for the side of EME Sports. Maybe the break will come here.
Well, maybe they'll just light the kill feed up. All four eventually going down, and Steve-O looking to put the boot in. As you can see, he's pushing all the way up here to try to lock them into spawn. Unfortunately, he gets absolutely nothing. Gizmo will trade him out, though, and get to himself. This is all about the rotation now. Gizmo wants P1 control.
It's a good thing to try and lock down here. Looking over towards P3, and of course, making you move over towards P4 that little bit easier. I think Ultra Academy would have panicked, and well, clearly not. But yeah, Furious actually was 1 and 5. Now, sitting at 5 and 5. Gizmo's spree has ended prematurely as well. Can Furious maybe get something going for his team? He has the defense so far has been good over towards P3. It's going to be Furious. That's going to be the one that locks this down for them, because other than that, it's just going to be all the way towards the back his journey. So Furious needs to rotate and help Steve out here.
I'll tell you something at the moment. Furious has gone on a 5 spree, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The pressure is just not there from Ultra. In the last few seconds, Gizmo's going to try and find something here at the same time, but they don't want to push too aggressively, Ultra. They will be looking for that rotation as well.
Shots coming in here from Furious. They're looking to try and get a hold of this extra time. The scrap time is going to go over towards EME Spots, but I think Ultra Academy kind of knew there. They were in the position to find that rotation over towards P4, which can, of course, be a bit of a money hill, as Gizmo will find one. It's kind of a risk-free push. Now for the side of Ultra Academy, can you lock down some time here after losing maybe a little bit more than you would have wanted over towards P3?
This is a big hill for them. Well, they haven't looked spectacular, Ultra, not compared to the last game. EME Sports, very different animal. Eric Boom looking for the bag, looking for Steve-O. Steve-O gives them a little bit more to shoot at. Well, eventually he has to duck out of that one, but the pressure here from AIM, they're getting into the hill, but they just can't win enough gunfights to make it happen. Beam will shut that last bit of door. Already you can see they are looking for map control.
Yeah, plenty of map control potentially coming in here. They want to try and force the spawns over towards the back side. Still going to be there for their squad, though. And this is just domination in the middle of the map. Very well played by the side of Ultra Academy. They had locked it down, but now looking as if this rotation is going to come in. It's going to blow into AME Spots, but the lead now with Ultra, that is a perfect 60 over towards P4. And that's really what you want when you get that early rotation in. Couldn't have asked for more if you're the side of Ultra.
Well, they are currently a mile away from contesting this one. And one, it's a good hold ton. And esports may be able to find a better one. However, a little bit of a net slip here. They don't realise. They have no idea this is flipped around. They've got so many kills gone down that they have been pushed out of their own spawn.
Not ideal. Maybe just went a little bit too far, but still, bolt control's not a bad place to actually start to lock this one from. And Yakko from behind may be able to do something here. Finds Gizmo, but will be tagged up. The rest of the squad not able to do too much on boats, but try and keep Ultra off as best as they can. Furious just soaking bullets up inside the point, and the rest of the team helping him out, finding 2 kills along the way. And for all that, this control is here for the side of AIM Esports. They haven't been able to find a route in, and that spawn works out for Ultra. Maybe a slight overstep from AIM Esports, and it's about this rotation over towards P1, which does belong to AIM Esports.
By the moment, you can see they're just trying to hold this one down as they go for this P1 rotation. If you're AIM Esports, the disappointment of that last hill, this means this one has to be a must capture. He's going to try and hit the flank, finds Journey. And that will split some of the attention here as Gizmo starts making kills in the hill, but this is all about this push, and Super's locking it. Right now, it's still AIM Esports with the control and the better position.
Eric Boom inside the point. Can he continue to do work? He just gives Steve-O the shuffle to the side. And all of a sudden, Ultra Academy staring down the barrel of another 30 seconds. That's went all the way over towards AIM Esports. Pretty much uncontested. Shots are going to be there. They've locked it down. Big grenade from Gizmo, though, will get them out of the point. Yakko on the flank to maybe cause some issue. It's still going to be about a 50-50 inside of the point. Which way is he going to go? Furious with the shots in the back. He's going to go down. So this has been nearly a perfect hold by AIM Esports. Not quite able to take the lead based on Gizmo being inside. 3 in a row from him, just trying to wind this time down. He's done so well. You know what? Even though he finds that kill there, just preventing that time go over towards AIM Esports is a win.
Can they find anything, though, as they go towards boat at the moment?
That's 5.
Ultra Academy are heating up a little bit in the hands of Gizmo. He might be trying to play here for streaks. He's got to be very, very careful. Obviously, his teammates are struggling to hold down the bolt control. Finds one more. Jumps straight out for the wide peak, and he's going to go down. And that means AIM Esports will take control of this hill now.
Complete control. Gizmo. A little bit overzealous with that push out there. I'd love to have seen him take his time, but he goes for the short button. Nonetheless, the rotation over towards P3 is going to have to come in around 25 seconds. Those kills, though, going the way of Ultra. The only thing that's going to be able to answer back is Super, and of course the teammate that does come on through, but it's a nice break by Ultra nonetheless. Fight for P1, control Gizmo's here again. Has no help from the rest of his teammates, though. Going to be about this fight now. They start to win at Ultra Academy. Keep an eye on Yaka, though. He has slipped the net.
Tense moments for this rotation. Well, we currently have it. The pressure from AIM is mounting,
That's
but
huge.
all the kills go down, and look at the way they're going to try and spread this map now. Furious actually pushes all the way out of P1. Guess we're going to try and hold them off now as he knows what's coming. And he just doesn't have anybody to help him out. Bean's going to try and make sure that nobody hits the flank, and will at least allow them to concentrate.
Push is going to start coming on through. That grenade up top, probably not going to find anything. Furious has to slow things down here. Momentarily, he's the only one left alive around that point. The push comes through. Ultra Academy still spawning towards the back as well. This is bad for them here. They did break the 200-point mark, but with 20 seconds left to go, they're being forced away from P3. They are nowhere near P4. Looks like they are going to find the break for maybe the final 15 seconds, so at least some sort of respite from the pressure that was coming in from AIM Esports. But this rotation has to be big. AIM Esports need to do what Ultra did last time around, which was a perfect hold.
And they're looking for it. Eric Boom already out towards the mid-tank and the stairs. Could be looking for it, but Beans guns him. And here comes the pressure. Ultra Academy looking to squeeze this. You can see Beans going on the side as well, but it is going to be AIM Esports holding on with the gunfights. They're winning them. Steve-O's alive in the hill, but it's not going to be enough. There's too many players against him. And this is a big hold for AIM.
There's from Ultra. It's a 4-man stack over towards the cliff. Eric Boom inside of Dark, though, is just going to clean this up, and that's just not the coordinated push that you want to see out of Ultra. Beans should surely be dealt with. He's going to find two. Surely or not, he doesn't find another. But that is a lot of time over towards AIM Esports for absolutely free. You have to be careful not to give away some streaks away. Yako on a 4 spree. This rotation needs to be good from the side of Ultra, because by the looks of things, they're not going to quite be behind. As the rotation starts to come through a little bit early from AIM Esports, they're going to sacrifice some time to try and find a break over towards green. Furious has to go huge.
Just has to slow them down a little bit, and he's already going to get cut. Gizmo holding off another kill here. They've just got to hold on for 15 seconds. They have to find something, but AIM Esports need to push now. They can't afford to be stalling this one out of Torton. They have to go. They have to go. Journey, just sprint towards it at the same time. Kills going down on both sides. Journey, you have to just go for this. You're not near enough, and eventually they will grab it off of them. They managed to sweep them completely out of this one, Ton.
And they had to be so fast about it, and they get away with it. It was a very, very slow, methodical way to find your way into the point, but they managed to get it. Ultra Academy, I mean, just not too sure which way it was coming from, but the thing is for AIM, you cannot win it here with 13 seconds left to go. You'll be close, but Ultra need 4, but Yako finding the kill. Steve-O's able to answer back, needs some help from the rest of his teammates. Steve-O finds a second as well. All of a sudden it's Super, and Steve-O will fall. Furious will trade. The rotation is there for Ultra. They need 4 points.
Well, I think that's done and dusted. There's no way they can get there in time, and Steve-O with the 2-piece. It's only 2, but an important 2 to stay alive. Ultra Academy walk away with the win, but it was not comfortable. There's a lot of sweat pouring off players in that lobby.
It's going to be pouring off me shortly in this room. It's heating up in the northeast of England tonight, I tell you that.
I can tell your face
what a fantastic game. Don't you start again. Don't you start with this. I'm sure Clayton's turned up the red on me again. Anyway, honestly, in that game, it was all about those rotations. Every single time that a team seemed to win it, they were getting a lot of time. It just seemed to be that break that Ultra had over towards P4 when they locked that in, and then got a wonderful rotation over towards P5 on the second rotation of Hill. Oh, sorry, it would have been the first rotation of Hills. That's what did the job for me, because they had such a decent lead. don't get me wrong, Amy Sports did a really good job with a 3-4 and then, of course, 5. But because Ultra are so close, it makes it so much more difficult for Amy Sports to get things going over towards that P1 side. You cannot make a mistake. Stevo finds 2, and all of a sudden, that is all she wrote. A really good game, though, between these two, and I'd imagine every single map will be something similar to that. Very, very well matched.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. It's been close between these two teams over and over again, but I thought, realistically, AIM had it after that, managing just to get into the last hill, and then they were at P1 as well. I thought they just managed to get enough ton. I was so convinced that was going to be locked down, but Stevo stayed alive, found 2, and then Furious was able to trade him out before the third one come through, and yeah, big kills from them. I mean, funny enough, Stevo had a really bad game. I didn't realise Stevo had a shockingly bad game.
Yeah, 12 and 28, sub on Gavutu, sometimes not the easiest thing to do, but it's about finding those routes, you know. On the other side, the boys over there all did fine, but the AR's locking it down. Beans, Gizmo, having a hell of a game. 23 non-traded kills from Gizmo. Journey had a good series himself, a good map himself, putting up the biggest damage in the lobby. But yeah, Steve not having the best of games, but finds 2 towards the end. It would have been 10 and 28 if he didn't find anything there.
That's I didn't realize he only had 10 kills on that one, and then the 2 kills he made, like, I don't know how to really kind of break that down, but like, he did not have a good game, but he makes 2 kills which change how that hill works, right? If he hadn't have made the 2 there at that point, basically he had to get 20% of what he'd done for the entirety of the rest of the map right at the end, and he did, and that allowed them to get back into P1. It's not the reason they won everything, because obviously there was a lot of map play before it, but it was 2 big kills.
Yeah, huge. And honestly, this is why sometimes we don't like to talk about KD too much. When it does come down to it, it's very much influential in the sense of those big kills are what make more of a difference, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
It's just, yeah, it is a difficult one. It is a difficult one when players are going that low down, but you find 2 huge kills towards the end to get your team to win it. That's massive, but obviously at the same time, you would like to see Steve-O maybe not be 10 and 28 heading into the last hill, and then you would maybe be further ahead, but he finds the important ones towards the end. Very well done.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy one to look at realistically when you think about it, but hey, all's well that ends well, but a tight hard point between these two teams, and we expect the rest of the series to go this exact same way. We're going to keep saying it because that is all we've ever seen from these kind of incredible teams who know how each other play. Moving on to the Berlin S&D though, Ton. How do you feel like that one's going to go down?
Honestly, with the S&D game, Ultra looked phenomenal before. Obviously, a different map to what we've seen. We did see Tuscan, but those first bloods, 5 out of the 6 rounds, they went over towards Ultra Academy. If they can do that again here, they're going to be looking good. But it's a bit of a different map, of course, to Tuscan. Tuscan's maybe a little bit slower at times, more about that pick process to find something on both sides of things, to then ascertain which way you should go. Whereas Berlin, it can be fast, it can be a slow round, it can be those pick rounds, it can be snipers. There's a lot of different variables when it comes to Berlin in comparison to Tuscan. So let's see. It's very much not the same map, but Ultra Academy nonetheless played that Search and Destroy in that previous series wonderfully. So if they can do that again and find themselves a 2-0 lead, we go into a Gav, which was close yesterday. You never know which way this one's going to go. Honestly, whichever way this Search and Destroy goes, whichever way the series goes, it could literally go either way for me. Honestly, I couldn't write which way this one's going to go. That was a very close map, number 1. We know what the series was like yesterday between them. I'm just excited to get into Berlin, Braxy, to be honest with you.
Me too. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how the series goes out. And I'm still probably with you here right on this. Distance. Has to go the distance, regardless. I think this either ends in 5 or it ends in 10. Right? Either we go all the way to Desert Siege and AIM somehow pull the win off, or we go to the second best of 5, it goes all the way to map 5 again, and then either team can win it. But I just don't see us having any sort of clean run now. Even with that first hill down, even if Ultra Academy took this 3-0, we obviously still have our second best of 5. We reset, we go again, and all bets are off.
Absolutely the case. Really, I am struggling, but something just tells me, maybe it's recency bias, but what we've seen from Ultra Academy already, and that's maybe something we haven't talked about in the sense of recency bias coming into our casting, but for me, you look at it as well, and you haven't seen a game out of AIM Esports yet. Ultra Academy already coming in, a competitive series, gets things nice and warm. We talk about it so much. Momentum in Call of Duty is a huge thing, being warmed up. I mean, how many times have we seen, pros when they haven't played all day, sort of have a little bit of a whinge on the timeline that they're having to go in against a team who's ran all the way through the losers bracket? It's kind of that, well, it's exactly that scenario, just not on as big of a scale.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Obviously, I think, if anything, the game yesterday still kind of echoes in my mind, Tan, right? We spoke about it at length. We've looked at Ultra Academy EU and the fact that they kind of lost in the way that they did, right? The overcommitting of the glide bombs that came through from them, and they just weren't able to get the things going on control after that. The reverse sweep came in. Devastating loss. And it was almost a game of two halves. Ultra Academy looked great to begin with, and then not so great in the second half of the series.
Yeah, it's... You have to try and not let that happen if you're Ultra Academy here. I think it was probably because the nature of how they lost to Gavutu as well, that maybe played on their minds. They're going to have that issue again, potentially, of course. I'm sure they would love to go into that 1-2-0 up this time, but not make the mistakes that they did in the previous series. When, of course, we get into Berlin, which hopefully will be shortly. Very close map number 1 between these two teams. I feel up waiting for this one, Bricey. I'm chilling.
Yeah, obviously we got to get these players in the lobby, and sometimes they just love a little bit of a gossip between each one of those. But hopefully it should be underway in a few seconds. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I can assure you the admins are working tirelessly to make this one work as fast as possible.
Well, hopefully we'll be loading into Berlin shortly. Let's see which way it's going to go. Snipers both have ability to use them. Of course, I mean, it's inevitable, of course, but it's up to the teams whether or not they are going to use them, because it's one of those, you can be aggressive with them. You can take your time, and we are finally loading into Search and Destroy Berlin, so you can stop listening to me and Bryce waffle on about nothing aimlessly. But I'm feeling Ultra Academy here. I really am. The Search and Destroy before just looked sensational.
Well, let's jump in. Let's find out. Search and Destroy Academy Berlin is ready. Ultra Academy EU leads 1-0 in the series. AIM Esports looking to try to bring this back to a tied game early on. A break for Super, going straight away.
Going to be met with a little bit of presence here, though. Steve alongside Beans to lock this one down. Steve-O, the bait inside the point. Beans just going to try and stay alive towards back patio. We'll get those long-range shots in. And imagine Steve-O is just going to sit here and wait for any sort of information he can get a hold of. He puts bullets into Super as well as Yako. Plenty of players in and around him, just trying to survive as best he can. Gets aggressive on the journey as well. Steve-O finds 2 and may well have won the round for his team there.
Oh, Super goes for a peek. Eric Boom will get the trade. This will be a 1v3 if Eric Boom can find the kills. I don't know if he saw a foot of Gizmo there, but that pre-aim's locked in for a reason. Bomb so far away. Eric Boom desperately looking in every corner, every crevice he can find to see where these players are. Finds Gizmo and loses the gunfight.
And that just comes down to Steve-O finding 2 inside the point. Beans is the one to fall, but I love the tactic that comes through from Ultra Academy in that one. Steve-O just sort of sits inside, lying in wait. Beans giving him the information, putting the shots down, then he can pop his head up. Nelly finds 2 immediately, and then finds Journey around the outside of the alleyway. Well played from Steve-O, 2-0. Already about a sixth of the way there of what he did in the Hardpoint. It's alright, I can jibe at him. I'm allowed.
Well, let's see if they can continue this reign at the moment. Heading towards B. Very big hit coming in from them. Only going to be Journey here to stop them. He's been great so far in this series. And he jumps straight into it as well, but a little bit slow on the uptake. And down he goes. That bomb should be planted by Steve-O any second now. He's actually waiting. He's worried because the nade's running in through that open window.
Yeah, the util on its way in. That nade not going to find anything. Neither does the stun. Yako now is going to be the first one through the door, but Super looking for an angle. Steve-O Living life dangerously inside the point, and Yako just chooses wrong. Steve-O, force spray. Sniper staring at him as well. Going to go for the challenge into Eric Boom. Are his teammates there for the cleanup? Yes, they are. And all of a sudden, it's a 1 versus 3 for the Sniper of Super. It's a tough one.
Very, very tough. Just not enough time. These players are going to play around him, even if he won this very first gunfight. Unless they all line up for him, there you go, wins it. And the rest of the players aren't going to chow. That's the issue. They'll wait now for 7 seconds and chow it anyway. Here we go. Basically perfect timing. Furious tries it out, gets shut down, and always a possibility to make it there, but it relies on the other teams making some serious mistakes.
Just huge work from Steve-O inside the bomb site. Wonderfully well done. Bomb goes down, finds 2 inside. Journey a little bit slow for me. I don't know if it's just the animation of the climbing over, but again, isn't able to find the kill. And for all that, as we said, we tortured Steve-O a little bit for that map number 1. Having a good game here in map number 2. 2 big rounds for himself, influential for Ultra.
Well, looks like AIM Esports playing this one a little bit slow. Looking for it. Furious. Being aggressive here. He might be able to find somebody. He does. And he catches Yako on the slide. The timing does not go the way for AIM Esports. Eric Boom on the chow outside. I think Furious has seen him. It's a gunfight going down. I don't even think Furious got him in the end. His teammate did. And Journey's the last one alive. He's looking for the second. Trying to find Gizmo, but there's too many players around. And Ultra Academy got up 3-0.
Dominating from the side of Ultra once again. Bear in mind, Furious was the guy who shot bodies in and around that B point when he was playing Optic. This man knows how to lock it down. He'll let you know about it as well. That was maybe my favourite moment of the program. Liam Furious shooting Scump and Shotzi whilst they were dead on the floor. What a time to be alive that was.
It's certainly...
That's a fat nid. Oh, I tell you what, that's caught Journey. He's going to be weak there, so Steve-O can push.
We're playing around for it as well, and does get it, but the trade comes back in. Has anybody got his back here? He's going to find him as well. Super decides to capitalize. And this is now advantage AIM Esports. Very bold play call, going straight forward as well. Does he see Beans? He does, but he misses the fight, and Beans gets away.
Beans is away, and keep an eye on Furious. Beans just trying to survive, and at what point do AIM Esports start saying to themselves, right, not much going on here. Is flank covered at all? Is it on the cards there? For the side of Ultra Academy, Furious is loud. Is he going to get away? Eric Boom shows himself, gets beamed by the MP40. Super, just about. Will find one himself, but Beans now in a 1 versus 2 with 25 seconds to go. He slipped the net here, Bryce.
Has, but he's already been seen, and he is going to get taken down. AIM finally get one on the board. Just a big playoff Super. He had to make the commitment. If Steve-O got that bomb down, it may have been a very different story.
Very well played. Can they continue this, though? AIM Esports 3 in a row there for Super. Good round out of him. And it's finding that push onto Steve-O as that bomb's going down. Play call comes through from Ultra Academy, but doesn't pay off. Gets more falls, and all of a sudden they didn't have anybody to watch over. But look at this aggression.
Journey, huge first blood. Eventually will be traded away, but Furious gets another one. What could have been great for AIM Esports has turned into another deficit.
Oh, Eric Boom is just about going to find the shots into Gizmo. Super watching around, so it's 2 versus 2, but bear in mind that Super has the sniper. I was about to say Snooper has the sniper there. A little bit of a tongue twister for you. Anyway, 2v2.
Eric Boom wants to get into P2 and retrieve this bomb. Super's trying to just make sure nothing happens on the flank. Eventually actually going to change positions. I think both members of Ultra Academy are just guarding this bomb they nose down.
Yeah, he's got to help. He's got to help. Furious going to get caught with his pants down, though. MP40 now in his hand. Steve-O, 1 versus 2. We'll know where that bomb's gone. But how quickly does he hit this? What angle does he hit it from? Is he going to get the time? And as he goes across onto Super here, that bomb is going to go down, but should he win the gunfight? Yes, he should. Trade doesn't come through immediately. Yeah, he's in trouble. I don't think you'll know that Eric Boom's that side, but he's just being patient.
Oh, and Steve-O's found him as well. Did he shut the window on him?
He shut the window on him, and then Steve-O just jumps out and shoots his body as well. Steve-O 7-2.
Don't think Steve-O would have gone for that shot if he hadn't shut the window. Decides to just launch himself out and go for it. I suppose that's one way to make sure that round ends. And yeah, Steve-O aggressive and working it this time. 4-1 to Ultra Academy.
It is not looking good here for AM Esports. Yako can't get himself on the board. It's Steve-O sitting at 7-2. He's been opening things up for Ultra time and time again. Can they keep this up now? I said Ultra Academy being lights out at Search and Destroy.
Looking for this nade opening. Just watching the corner. And the MP40, not always the ideal at that range. It will kill, but Johnny will get the first blood. AM Esports holding back Ultra. They don't really have anywhere to go now. And Steve-O trying to go for a little bit of a peek, and he does get one on the Journey, but Journey gets more onto him.
1 HP in the dream for Steve-O there. And now this from Ultra Academy. The slow passive push over towards B. Not worked out. You can already see that Furious is on his bike running forward. Finds Eric Boom inside a fire. Now they will panic in the ranks of AM Esports as the transition over towards A is going to start coming on through. And they've got this bomb site completely to themselves. Steve-O will surely get this one down, but that's now just a case of which way our AM Esports are going to come in.
Oh, he's going to plant for the other side. They're expecting another flank coming round. No, AM Esports have to retake. They're looking for this one as well. Steve-O's been seen. Yako's going to try. I think Furious knows where it's coming as well, but Beans managed to get the first blood. A flank coming through fire as well. Huge gunfight, this. Someone's trying to figure out where he's got in the corner.
That's huge.
19 seconds in a dream, Ton. 19 seconds in a dream, but he's being reflanked.
Just so well played by Ultra Academy. So well played by them again. They're in a bad spot. They're taking their time over towards that B site. And as soon as they make their move and find a kill, already they're in motion making their movement over towards A. They plant for the correct side. They know they have control of fire. So they say to themselves, well, let's set up for it. 5-1 Ultra Academy. AM Esports. They need to wake up in this series very, very shortly. As they're going to be staring down the barrel of a second best out of 5. And it's going to be coming at them very, very quickly.
Oh, Yako looks like he might go straight for the push here onto B, but Nade's already raining down on them. The good thing he didn't push. Trying to get across now. I don't think they saw him. He's going to be able to get into this.
Doors are open though, so that's just made him that little bit more scared. But look at this from Steve-O. Yako will fall, can't get out. Does that allow the rest of the team now to reposition? Super gonna take some bullets after Eric Beam is being dropped. Beans will find another. And Super, well, 5-1 down. This has been a dominating performance from the side of Ultra Academy. Needs to find a 1 versus 3. We've seen them time and time again, but not this time. Ultra Academy take a 2-0 lead here in the first set of best out of 5s. And at this rate, Brycey, we may well be seeing a second one very, very shortly. That was so convincing in the Search and Destroy again. It's a shame you can't veto modes, I would say, for the side of AM Esports, because Ultra Academy just look ridiculous on Search and Destroy right now.
Yeah, in the last 2 Search and Destroys, they've only dropped 1 round. So it's pretty dominant from them, to be honest with you. And I think moving forward, all they don't want now is another reverse sweep ton.
Yeah, I mean, they need to kind of close it out on the map where things started going wrongly for them. So, yeah, they need to change things pretty quickly. Let's see if they can do so. They had it in their back pocket, though, for that map number 3 against AM Esports yesterday. I think it would have been plausible. A 3-0 could have happened. So they'd be saying to themselves, right, okay, let's just lock in, do the same thing again. They weren't necessarily the most convincing when they went up against Rocker in that losers bracket final. However, here, up against AM, if they can keep playing like this, we should be seeing the bracket reset very, very quickly. That was a better game out of Steve.
Yeah, it definitely would. And I was going to make a joke about the Hardpoint and the S&D kills being quite similar, but I'll tell you something, he redeemed himself a lot in that one. Unfortunately, Yakko had a really bad game there, 0 and 6, just not able to get anything going. But it is scary. Ultra Academy EU, obviously, they have lost a search versus AIM Esports, but so far today, they're looking pretty flawless.
Yeah, looking really solid from them. And if they can keep this up, even if it does go to map number 5, these S&Ds in your back pocket help you out so much in a series when you have that much confidence. Just not a lot the opposition can really do. Fantastic work out of Ultra Academy EU. And now, as said, heading into a control, they'll want to close this fast. They will not want to give AIM Esports any sort of hope. They don't want to give them anything in the series, so it won't give them anything in the second best out of 5. Ultra will want to close it out here.
Yeah, they certainly will. Let's find out, though, if that is what is going to happen. The control is up next here in our grand final. Don't go anywhere, though. We're going for a quick break, and we're right back with all of the action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are currently in our grand final. It is the first best of 5. We'll find out if there's a second best of 5 very shortly. Essentially, right now, AIM Esports versus Toronto Ultra Academy EU. Toronto Ultra Academy are leading 2-0 after a dominating S&D win ton.
Yeah, that was very, very clean from them, wasn't it? It was a dominating performance. They'll be wanting to carry that into that control after a very close map number 1 as well, but they have pipped them to the post so far over this series, have Ultra against AIM Esports. And I mean, now it's up to trying to do what they couldn't do yesterday, and that was beat them on the control. If they can do that here, though, and force the second best out of 5, they're going to be in the prime position, it has to be said. I know you always say that those teams who come from the winners bracket have that advantage of being able to lose once, but you do not want that momentum to be so heavy for Ultra Academy. If they 3-0 this, they will be on fire heading into the second best out of 5.
Yeah, it's still a safety net, though. AIM Sports, realistically, won't have lost this yet. And I will say, watching this yesterday, it did seem like Ultra Academy started off in furious fashion. They even earned 2 glide bombs, committed them on the attack, didn't win, and just didn't win another round, and kind of started the, I say downfall is probably the best word, as the reverse sweep swiftly came in. But let's find out if it's the same old story. At the moment, we're seeing a heavy push towards B for Ultra Academy, whereas AIM, they're already into A.
Knocking down boat control to Ultra. Happy to do what they did in the previous control, which was pretty much give up A. I mean, they might have a little stab at it, a couple of kills here and there, and I think they'll probably have a little look. Plenty of kills coming on through for them, so they will go and have a look. Control coming in. Steve is going to find a kill over towards the cliff side, so you have to be careful here. If you're AIM Esports, you cannot lose your gunfights inside a boat.
So it's just being a nuisance. Eventually will go down. Furious. Looking for this push. He's going to find the first one. Looks for the second.
Oh,
easy gunning for him, but that third one will catch him in the back. And while they have cleaned it out for just a few seconds, AIM Sports gets straight back on the way.
It's been decent control for Ultra Academy, though, but they just haven't had the bodies inside the point. AIM Sports just been chipping away at it whilst they can. But again, they have to be so careful not to get locked in here. A couple of kills go their way, though. Super will relieve some of that tension that would have built up for AIM Sports. Gizmo still surviving. Gizmo still frying as well. Can't find the second shots into Super. Beans has done well to find one. But the trades are going to go in AIM's favour, and as is A. And the problem is for them here, they've actually given too much over towards that A point. And they get spawned out. I mean, that could be
done. I think that might be done.
Grenades coming in.
Already that first hit's gone through. Steve has managed to find one, but they're going to try and hold this one down. And somehow Steve has found a second one in the middle of the map here. And what should have been locked and loaded for them has been completely wiped out. They don't even get the second tick done.
Honestly, just fumbles from both teams there. Ultra Academy had perfect map control. They then sent a couple of bodies into A as it started going over towards the side of AIM Esports. Lost those gunfights, came back in, kind of had no idea where AIM were. Then AIM, we know those grenades are going to come in. We know it's a hard lockdown. You know, falling down here isn't done and dusted. Grenades come in. Steve does a good job. I mean, Beans is doing phenomenally in the middle of the map, and that is momentarily forward dead. Now, if you have AIM Esports, you're in a tough spot now. It's really on, yeah, Stevo, if he can get across in time. He might be able to slow them down, but he should be dead to rights now. The push over towards Green's going to start coming in. Beans has to be ready for this.
Already Beans looking to try and deflect that pressure. Reinforcements coming in as well. Still gets another kill, though. AIM Esports are just running through them. They have managed to just punch their way through this map completely as they 4-stack. They haven't lost a gunfight. Gizmo's in a bit of trouble here. Journey's looking for him as well. More and more pressure piling on. Beans eventually finds 2. Journey at the back will be taken down. It's only Yakko who can do something. And it does not end with a bang, but with a whimper. AIM Esports did so much work, but eventually the trades go against them.
And again, they're going for the same route. Pushing over towards Green, but here's the adaptation from Beans. It's been all the way through Boat and all the way through Green. They've been caught out too many times. It's going to happen for maybe a third time for Ultra Academy. It might. Yakko will find the kill over towards it. For all that P1 control that you've got if you're Ultra, you need to be ready. You need to make sure you know where they're coming from. Furious is going to get gunned by Super, who now finds his way inside the P1. Gizmo and Stevo just trying their best to survive. Beans is the only one who can answer. Defense has to be strong here. 3v5.
Beans guns the first one, and he guns the second as well. Over and over again. Beans.
And that spot can be very scary. I think it was only one extra tick over towards B, so that's going to be the 4 ticks coming in for the side of AIM Esports. Can Ultra Academy answer back with something similar? 3 spree for Beans. They are in his hands as being quite dangerous so far for Ultra Academy. AIM Esports need to answer back here.
Oh, ready. You can see Ultra just trying to get that first one into the A here. I will say one of the things that AIM Esports do very, very well is lock teams back in their spawn if you give them any map control at all. Gizmo in a lot of trouble here. He's going to be seen by a few players, and Eric Boom will eventually clear him up with a little bit of help for his teammate. And Eric Boom,
Oh, well played.
staying alive and killing the opposition. And this is exactly what they want. Look how aggressive they're being.
And try and force this in if they can. Journey finding that kill over towards Cliff as well. A little bit of respite because Gizmo will take down Journey. Now the pressure can be eased just a little bit. But advantage to aim here. They haven't really allowed a lot of purchase from Ultra over towards A at all. So what's the plan for Ultra now? Because, yeah, okay, you lose your attack, it's not a big deal, but you've got to bear in mind how well AM Esports did. It was 4 ticks over towards them, the full one at A and 1 over towards B. That could be influential if you do get to around number 5. Steve needs to get inside the point, needs to help his teammates out, get inside this point. Eric Boom and Yako answering back though, and I don't think Ultra are going to get anything here, Brycey. This has been dominant from AIM in this defensive round, unless Furious can get inside.
Well, he's trying to. He knows there's one more player to go against him. It's Eric Boom. If Furious eventually gets them, they might even stack this. I know the players will be around. The nades already run through the roof. There's 3 players jumping on it now. They've lost a little bit of top bolt control. I think there's 1 player up there. And Stevo gets taken down, and it has now been contested. Yako going to come around the back as well, and Eric Boom flies at the same time, and it's them again! They've just managed to clear this completely out, and the devastating part of it is for Ultra Academy, only 1 tick to their record. And we saw last time around on this map between these 2 teams, defense was key.
That's a 3-tick advantage after 2 defensive rounds. Over towards AM Esports. That's huge. That could be really big heading into round number 5. Of course, for the side of Ultra Academy, they've got another chance to end this here if they can hold their defense, which was shaky at best in the first round. And then move on, of course, and to win their attack. They won't have to worry about that round number 5, but right now they do.
There they go, for the big A push. Both teams actually really struggling with this one. If anything, Ultra could do with completely wiping them out of this and locking them in the spawn, but I doubt it's going to happen. Eric Boom looking for the player who knows he's dancing about, and he finds Steve-O eventually.
Kills are there, but once again, Ultra Academy always overextending towards that beach side. And honestly, their defense when A was in play, Ultra, it looked solid. But it was when they lost A, they always seemed to be under pressure. Journey now trying to put that pressure in once again. Good shots coming through just about. Looking like A may well go over towards AM Esports, so putting on the pressure once again here. Ultra, I mean, it's going to come down to it. They're probably going to have to win an attack somewhere along the line here. Because so far, their defense has been leaky. But can they hold it down to force potentially around number 5? If, of course, they can't win their attack themselves.
Well, what you can see now is pressure from AM Esports. They've managed to get A. They're going to be looking for this straight away. If they take an attack aim, this will be very, very dangerous. I don't think Ultra Academy have shown an awful lot of kind of promise on the attack so far.
I have to sit very deep here. Immediately, that green control comes in once more from the side of AM Esports. Gizmo and Stevo, they're combining well inside the point, and it's only really Eric Boom. A little bit of presence over towards the boat side. If Beans can clear him, then they can maybe move up, but Eric Boom will find the kill. Pressure still here from AM Esports.
They're waiting, patient. They have the time. Super makes a big kill already onto Furious. You can see Stevo desperately trying to stay alive. He's going to hit a flank here as well. Finds the first, looks for the second. Massive play, that one. Comes out of absolutely nowhere. And you'd think with the kind of the play slowing down in tempo-wise, he'd be worrying about running into a pre-aim, but just decides not to. He's on a 5 streak as well. He'll be looking for this glide now.
You've got to try and play around that. Defense is looking solid. You've got 30 seconds to hold on. But a Stevo glide bomb would be massive. Eric Boom will find a kill towards the back, though. Is this going to open things up for the side of AM Esports? Furious, Gizmo combining well. Eric Boom towards the back. Does have support from Journey here. Do they know there's this many players behind? Furious will fall. Beans will find another on the Journey, though, coming off the respawn. Eric's still alive, and Eric with the glide bomb. Stevo may have one to answer back of his own, though. Doesn't look like a round's going to come in here for the side of AM Esports. But a glide bomb after an attack that resulted in something over towards A and pretty much secures them at defense on round number 5. If that's where we go, you take that one. You take that one all day long.
It's a little bit stressful. Like we kind of alluded to earlier in that round, as it stands right now, unless Ultra win this attack, they will have defense in the final round. They are too far behind on the ticks, I believe. So,
Steve-O looking for this next kill. This is big.
Can he find it though? That is the question. It's so easy to trade here as well, and his teammates keep stealing the kills from him. Looking for the player down low, eventually finds it.
Go.
It's a huge glide, potentially. Both teams now have one.
Pressure at B. Oh my god, Beans has got loads of pressure over towards B.
You have 6 health, Beans. You get out of that chow.
Yeah. I would have loved to just see him just jump on the B point there. To be honest, just create a little bit of chaos, but now the rest of his team still getting work done over towards this side. Gizmo snapping. Is this maybe the moment Ultra Academy turning on the attack? Plenty of presence over towards A. 5 kills behind if you're AM Esports. They're flapping just a little bit and they've given up. They've completely given up. It's a glide bomb apiece as we continue over towards B in just a second, but A is gone.
Well, this is where Ultra have an opportunity, but they have to be in the right position for it. And bear in mind, there is a glide bomb on both sides. On defense, it can be a little better for you. Kind of instantly taking those players off A without having to worry about it. Steve-O just guns the player top ring. They're looking for them. The player coming behind him as well. A couple of kills going down as Journey finds a 2-piece. Gizmo has managed to wake his way through here towards radio. Gonna jump straight out towards it, but Eric Boom sat ready and waiting.
So the defense continues. If you're Ultra Academy here, you want to try and pick them apart as best you can. Even if Ultra, oh well, okay, I mean the glide bomb's going to start coming out. They are going to commit to it. And this is the mistake that they made yesterday. They committed, they didn't find anything but 2 kills on top of it. Make it 3!
Stack, it's a stack.
As Beans opens things up, and here comes the stack. But this is going to draw out the glide bomb that's going to come from AIM. How many can you find with it? It's going to be nothing, but Steve-O's just going to fall, so that's what it means. 20-11. Here for Ultra Academy now. I was going to say the kills need to go in their favor, but Ultra fall apart as all of a sudden Eric Boom finds 2. AIM Esports in a bit of a spree that can force them away, but still, those lives well and truly in the favor of Ultra. They've got a minute and 10 to play with them.
Problem is, that glide bomb, it was committed for a very good reason. The defensive side having one kind of threw them through the loop a little bit, and they'd also reined in off the respawn. Steve-O going to try and take P1 control again, and he does.
Yeah,
Bean finds another one.
kills.
Player behind as well. Gizmo needed to make that kill. Hasn't been able to. Looking for the player. He does eventually find him, but in a little bit of trouble. Somehow still alive. Pressure coming through. The wall bangs. Steve-O dives onto the hill with no health. Bean finds a massive grenade towards the back, but Eric Boone lands one on the Steve-O. We have a game on our hands.
Look at the kills. But look at the kills. Look at the kills. It's 13-5. Make that 13-4. AIM Esports, you cannot falter now over the next 30 seconds.
Eric Boom has been instrumental, and down he goes to Furious. They have to hold the push. They know he's just on the cusp of arriving. AIM Esports backs against the wall, just trying to gun them down. As a huge kill by Journey, but Beans gets it. It's now Super. A 1 versus 9, but with 19 seconds left to go, Beans wins the gunfight. If he had won that, it was possible, but he didn't win it, so it's not. And that's the first best of 5 wrapped up in a pretty little bow. We're going to a second. Ultra Academy EU. They win the attack on the control. And they haven't lost a map today, Tom.
They haven't. That's 6-0 across the day already. And that was a more convincing control than what we've seen last time around. I think, the investment of that glide bomb comes through from Steve-O. In the end, I think from them, if they can get it out of the side of AIM, I don't know if they knew that AIM had one either, but it's because of the kills. It's because of the start they had. It's because of how they blew them off A. They could then take that advantage and try and run with it, and that's exactly what they did. What a game out of Beans at 3,800 damage.
Yeah. He made some crucial kills. I think some of the...
Oh, yeah.
Just unbelievable crucial kills. The only thing that really stopped Ultra there was Eric Boom. By the way, just over and over again, we'd see
26.
Eric Boom make the crucial kills for AIM Esports. But I think Steve-O made a lot of good plays around P1. That would be the difference for it. Obviously Steve-O went neutral there, but the P1 control was absolutely critical for them. and the rest of the time they were just winning in the kill feed.
Yeah, I think, well, based on what we've seen from Ultra, though, their attacks that we've seen initially were pretty average. The first one, they barely got anything going, but as soon as they got that air control, AIM Esports really struggled to deal with them. The gunfights just fall their way. You need a little bit more if you're an AIM Esports fan out of some of those players, but nonetheless, that was nearly a speed run of a best out of 5 in the grand finals, the first one at least anyway. Close map and map number 1. Ultimately, map number 3 is relatively close. Map number 2 was not. So we'll have to go through the pick and ban phase, the vetoes, etc. once again. And we'll have a second best out of 5. But, I mean, if you're AIM Esports, it's kind of pick your poison with the search and destroys, right? You already seen what happened on Tuscan. You already seen what happened to yourselves on Berlin. What do you go for? It's a tough one. Very, very tough position now for AIM Esports. Very tough.
Yeah, it is. And I think realistically, Ultra, they'll be feeling pretty confident whatever maps they go for. They can go for the same ones. They can try to get a pocket pick out of it, but they're looking forward to it. We'll find out, though, as we reset the bracket. The grand final truly just begins now. One more best of 5 to find our Call of Duty Challenge Elite champion. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. We are in our grand finals here in our European region. AIM Esports versus Toronto Ultra Academy EU. So far, Toronto Ultra Academy EU, and that's the last time I'm going to use their entire name, have been running through teams. It's not been easy to kind of watch them just decimate all over the place. Rocker Academy basically destroyed in 3. AIM Esports destroyed in 3 as well in our first best of 5 time.
Honestly, Bryce, I think they knew about our 5 AM finish. They've done us a favour here. We've absolutely flown through. And all of a sudden, we have one best out of 5 to this side at Ultra Academy yet to drop a map. And only over, the 4 games that they've already played, they've only dropped 2 of them. And that was to AIM Esports, who they now have to beat in one final best out of 5. And if we're going to talk about it, that first one, relatively quick. Map number 1 was pretty close. Map number 3 had its close moments. Map number 2 was not close at all. The search and destroy has to be an issue here for AIM Esports. And let's have a look at the maps. We're doing Berlin again. We're doing Berlin again.
It's an interesting choice.
We don't see Gav Hardpoint this time. And I'm curious who would have banned that. I'm sure we'll be able to get that information, but I am curious who got rid of it. Tuscan coming up instead. We would have seen Tuscan map number 4. The only addition is Berlin Hardpoint for that map number 4. That is the only change. Tuscan was already in the map set. Of course, we didn't get to see it. It comes out here first. So I presume... Actually, I'm not even going to presume because you know what it does, Brycey.
Well, assumptions can be something like a mess up on our mind. But as we move forward into this series, you got to feel pretty confident for Ultra EU. 2 of the same maps, 2 and 3, and good maps from them as well. That Berlin S&D was not easy to watch if you're a fan of AIM Esports. The difference might be here in the hardpoint, though.
Yeah, it could be. Shout out to our observers. I've got a new name for them. R2 Obs 2. Like odd. Anyway. It's like Star Wars, mate.
P1. I am aware, but we jump straight into it as well. Eric Boom and Super. They grab the control here first. Furious going to go for the challenge and does manage to get 2 himself, but eventually taken down by Yakko. And this may be the start that AIM Esports needs.
It feels that way. Honestly, just steady the ship with a good start on the hard point, then play your game. Still, it is only just P1. It is only 1 wipe. Well, it may well be 2 here. Good start from them. Beans, though, finds 2 in the middle. Jenny's the last one alive, momentarily trying to survive. Beans isn't going to be able to find that last one. So Jenny's done a great job, and that is a good amount of time that will go over towards AIM Esports. And by the time we head over towards P2, they're going to have about a 40-point lead. Brycey, good start from him.
It certainly is. That's exactly what they needed. Journey going to make his way through the radio here with Yakko. And they're going to try and stop it here. Steve-O gets away for a second, but they know exactly where he is. Is he going to be ready for this aggressive push coming through as well? He is. Steve-O's actually completely ready. And they're shutting them down at the moment. They just can't get through. Super dodging a diving. Steve-O come for the chow. Super says, all right, I'll have the first one. Finds Gizmo. Not going to get to take the gunfight, but Eric doing Eric Boom things.
And Jenny just bashed Gizmo in the face. And all of a sudden, the spawns have went out there for Ultra Academy. AIM Esports were doing a really good job of just managing to find a route through. I think it came from Church in the end. And Steve and Gizmo were doing a good job over towards maps, but they couldn't hold them off at every single front. AIM Esports are the ones who got rid of the Gav Hardpoint. So they're more than happy to go here onto Tuscan, and we're getting the evidence of that already. It is going to be scrap time over towards Ultra Academy, and maybe the rotation here as well. Jenny can't find anything, so perfect for the side of Ultra. Albeit you have lost 30-point deficit so far. Can they lock in this rotation? Where's the spawns going to be for them? Tiles.
Oh, Eric Boom. Eric Boom, huge kill at top 5.
Oh my
Second
God.
one into the hill. Yakko now coming from behind, looking for the players he knows are going to be in this area. And they just cannot keep anything from AIM Esports down at the moment. They are really running roughshod over them.
They are, but this might just be the calming moment that Ultra Academy need. It's a good hold. They don't have to worry too much about the tiles push. And now are they ready for a 3-man through fire? Pushing in through Broken. Super gets behind the point as well. It's going to get taken down. Steve-O will find 2 before he is felled. But Beans for 1. Him and Journey for the final 20 seconds. They always choke the stun just a little bit, but the time is just going over towards Ultra here. So Beans, it's alright for him. Furious is there to help out. That should be scrapped, but it looks like AIM have sent 2 players back towards it. Beans will deal with one, will not find the last. So 5 seconds of that scrap time is going to go over towards AIM. Ultra Academy, though, here in numbers over towards P4.
Furious Klaus is about to get another kill down at the same time, and was a great start for AIM. Has not been a great last couple of minutes. Can they find their way into church? They've spread out enough. They're looking for the pinches as well. That spawn coming in. Stevo finds another 2. Stevo having a lightning game here for Ultra Academy.
And a good start. The SMGs on Tuscan are usually where things work out for teams. Furious, though. This will be 6. That's a big kill from Yako. You do not want those streaks to be going, but Jay Giz gets it going here towards the back. Eric Boom and co trying to find a way through, but every single time the trade just about seems to be in the favor of Ultra Academy. Eventually is going to be broken. I say that. Beans, Furious, clearing them out. And this has been phenomenal time for the side of Ultra. They lock down every single last second. Rotation over towards P5. This needs to be good from AIM, but I tell you what, Ultra not far away.
I will say this, it has seemed like a little bit of a difference. The switch has been flipped, but with a P5 hold, AIM Esports can do an awful lot. There's your Chalet as well, and Fury just managed to take him down somehow, even with the pre-fire coming in, but we have seen Ultra struggle before on this hardpoint.
Let's see what they can do here, because now they have actually been forced away. It's really nice from AIM. And will they know where the spawns are coming in? It seems that way. Kill cams are held. Does not help. So AIM Esports now trying to lock this one in. 32 seconds remaining. Gizmo trying to make this push. Will find a kill. It's not going to be a little bit of respite for the side of Ultra. Even a contestation at this point would not be too bad. Super finds Gizmo, though. And this has been some really, really good time for the side of AIM. And they got the rotation there as well. You can already see it's actually Yako who's found himself over there. And this has been perfect since that P4 hold over towards Ultra. AIM Esports, it's been all them since.
Can they get an even bigger deficit going here as well as Yako tries to find Furious, who's the only player of Ultra anywhere near this hardpoint at the moment. And it just keeps flip-flopping between these two teams. Who's doing the better slaying and who's getting the rotations in? Right now, it's all about AIM Esports. They are locking P1 up in a nice little package. And just no kills going towards Ultra.
Yako's on a 6 spree. Eventually he is going to fall, crucially. 1 away from that glide bomb. AIM Esports have been absolutely dominant over the last minute or so. Steve and co trying to get something going, and eventually it's only Yako who is left. Over towards P1 is going to challenge Gizmo for that final 30 seconds. Ultra are going to be able to flip things here, though. It just seems, though, that someone's lit a fire underneath AIM Esports.
More than a fire, that is a raging inferno. They just can't win a gunfight. Super, he's just gunning people and running to slow down in the end, and look at them continue to just move forward. Nothing Ultra Academy is doing is working. Eventually they find one, but Super is here. Looking for this player as well, finds the first one. Looking for the Chow, might even find Steve-O if he continues to push forward.
Honestly, it just feels like not a single point is being lost by AIM Esports in about 3 hills. What is this movement from Journey? Am I watching Shotzi right now? What is that? Staying alive inside the point. Gizmo pushing from Church Alley. Where is the coordination from Ultra Academy? They've just been cut up in every single moment. Journey twisting and turning his way through. And it feels like only Steve-O is the one that's shooting back right now. Ultra Academy are getting bodied.
Well, they finally make their way through.
Oh
Furious finds 3. Calling out from his teammates, saving his life in the last few seconds, and they desperately needed that. Might even have to fight for the scrap here at the same time. Right now, AIM Esports are winning these gunfights. They are winning basically every trade they need to. Huge deficit. And Ultra Academy will be relying on that P3 hold to have a chance of coming back.
Oh, Furious giving away his position here as well. Going to be pushed out. Can he find one? Yes, he can. It's not too bad of a trade. They need a good hold here. It is literally paramount for Ultra Academy. Has he got bad timing there? He's going to see Eric Boom. Finds the second. Steve actually gets good timing. So they lock this one down. More time on the board. But as said, even with this 45 seconds or so, Brycey, if they can lock down what is not an easy P3 to hold anymore, they are still not in the lead.
I see the pressure now coming through fire, and that is the dangerous pressure for a lot of it. It's so difficult to hold these players who hit this corner at speed. And it's Eric Boom just punching his way into that point. And somehow they've done it again. AIM Esports, they were being cut down in numbers, but they got in a fire. and they have made it work. Scrap time going towards them. It's going to put them in a great position, Ton.
In a phenomenal position. This is exactly the start they would have wanted. They've just come through, and honestly, they've blown Ultra Academy out of the water in the second half. It was pretty close up until the end of this hill on the last rotation. But since then, it has not been close. Brycey, I think Ultra managed to get 30 points or so. AIM Esports have got over 120.
Gonna have to see if there is even a way back here for Ultra. Super's on a 5 streak as well, and the pressure mounts. AIM Esports now looking to execute into Church, and they're finding the kills again. And it is a very one-sided affair so far. Steven's going to try and make an entrance, but cut down by Super, who's waiting in the wings. Journey says one, says, hey, where's the second? Can I find one more? And almost gets it, but finds Gizmo then. Oh, Furious goes down as well. They can win it here onto this one. AIM Esports locking Ultra in the cupboard and throwing away the key.
They just could do no wrong throughout this hard point. I'm calling it already. It's 5 seconds to go. Ultra nowhere near. That is a hell of a streak coming through from AIM Esports to kill that one off. And that's going to feel good after a 3-0. Over towards Ultra in the first best out of 5. That second one is kicked off with a phenomenal victory in map number 1. And that is exactly what they needed. And now the series could go either way. AIM Esports absolutely needed that. I think if they lose map number 1, that would have been 4 in a row. You're staring down the barrel of another 3-0 in that sense. But steady the ship with a hard point. It was so strange because it felt like Ultra were definitely there. It was a good start by AIM. Ultra answered back with a good hold over towards P2 and P3. And then P4, we're in the lead by about 20 points or so. And then when that P5 rotation happened, it was quite mixy at the beginning. But as soon as AIM locked that in, Ultra started panicking just a little bit. Maybe a little bit too much one by one. Things fall apart. AIM extend their lead. And all of a sudden, if you're Ultra, you are grasping for points at that stage. Absolutely grasping.
Yeah, truth being told, essentially as soon as we got to like P5 on that first rotation, it was over for Ultra. They just didn't look like the same team. It was a complete shutdown, and Ultra Academy, they had something to begin with. There was a little bit of life, as you can see as we go through the highlights here. Church was great for them. They were really winning the gun battles, and then as soon as we got into P5, it was over.
Well, look, that was 97 points for the side of Ultra Academy. Next time we move over towards a highlight, they were 20 points in the lead when they were on 97. Look at this, 107, 80 points behind. It was just domination. I mean, that was crazy from Furious, but in the end, it does not matter. AIM Esports, I mean, I know, like, it's kind of, if my grandma had wheels, she'd be a bike kind of scenario, but like, it literally had Ultra, had that map started over towards that fifth hill at the end of the first rotation. That was a blowout, a complete blowout. That would have been like what, 200 to like 40 points. Like, that was kind of the difference, maybe 50 or 60, but that was a hell of a streak of hills for AIM Esports. And well, now they're going to be heading over to a Berlin Search and Destroy that they just got mollywopped on as well. So Brycey, I don't know if it was confidence in map number 2. Is it going to be the same story? I'm not too sure.
Well, I would say that Ultra Academy, you at the very least will feel confident about their Search and Destroys. It's something that's their bread and butter going forward. We knew that AIM Esports loved a bit of Hardpoint, and the first Hardpoint they played in this first best of 5, it could have gone either way. Some big kills that eventually went down meant it didn't. But moving on to the S&D, I still have to feel Ultra EU. We'll have to see, though, because there's going to be a lot learnt here, and they'll probably try and figure out to play it completely different on Berlin this time around, AIM.
It feels that way. You would have to, wouldn't you? Really? I mean, look, map number 1 in the first series was the closest one. It had to be said. I don't think you would have discredited AIM Esports had they won that map, so they'd be happy to get one underneath their belts. But I think if you are Ultra Academy here to reset, you have to just think about the Search and Destroy coming up.
Yeah, I think so. I think for me, game, the problem is that we've seen these teams already. It's not like we've just got into a best of 5 blind. We have the last series coming through, but we even have a series before that. Over the last 2 days, these teams have already gone through 9 maps. And AIM Esports won the first best of 5. It was tied. It was 3-2. Ultra won the second best of 5, 3-0. AIM now up on the third best of 5. And the truth is, when you come into it in a game this tight, it may be the exception rather than the rule that Ultra, you look like the better team today. Because AIM Esports, great dominant performance on the first hardpoint. Going into this S&D, I'd expect Ultra to answer back. Going onto that Berlin, it's not the Berlin, the Gavutu control, it's anyone's game from that point on.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've seen how close the Gavutu control was last time around. You need to take this map if you're Ultra Academy. You really do. Because that Gav could have went either way. It was great play from them, but those rounds were not one-sided by any stretch of the imagination. Very close rounds of control ultimately resulted in a win for themselves. But they need the search and destroy here, it feels like. They need the search and destroy. They can then hopefully try and find another map for themselves in one of these next 3. And then force a map 5 search and destroy. I don't know, Brycey. I don't know.
There's a lot that could happen here in this search and destroy. And we will find out. Eric Boom, Journey, making a move towards outside. Stevo. Danger on the other side of this door. Stevo breaks through, looks for the player. Easy pick up at the end, but there are players around him. Stevo makes 2. Journey going for the chow, and Eric Boom will eventually take him down. There is another kind of flank coming in. Eric Boom looking for Furious, and that's a huge 2-piece for Stevo.
And I wonder if AIM are just going to try and pick up the pace. It felt like a little bit laboured in that previous search and destroy. And they just try a bit of shock and awe. I mean, what can you really do in terms of, like, you know, that classic search and destroy good play of Ultra when it's a 4v4 on the A-bomb side. But that A-bomb is going to go down, and there's potential for Eric Boom here, but you can see Ultra Academy, they're stacked together. Eric Boom will need to find 2 of them pretty cleanly here.
Oh, there is the opportunity for him to do this.
They got him.
Unfortunately, he gets found. Well, it's an anticlimax. Had to look a direction, pick the wrong one in the end. Gizmo will get the defuse in.
It's a good start for Ultra Academy. It's kind of the same sense, you know, this momentum swing back and forth and back and forth. And we quite often talk about steadying the ship with a good round. And that's one of them, isn't it? They get Stevo firing again. He's been good in this series. He's really good at map number 1. Just couldn't... I mean, the rest of his team just weren't there. The ARs couldn't win their gunfights. It's more than that. Let's not maybe just try and... I mean, I've just slaughtered them outright there. But nonetheless, Stevo is having a good series so far. He keeps it up in the search and destroy. He was really good in the previous one, what we played in that first best out of 5. Can he do this again here? Aggressive from Ultra Academy by the looks of things. And if you are AIM Esports, you have to be careful over towards A. Eric Boom gets out, but the information is there for him. Stays alive. That was important.
Oh, there's a sniper. There's a sniper. Stop channeling the sniper, you lunatic, Furious. Eventually goes down. They don't hold ticket properly for him.
Stevo was holding the push that was coming through from Eric Boom as well. And the flank's being watched there as well by Beans. Journey will have to back down momentarily. Gizmo behind the bomb. Not much you can do there for your super. You're going to have Journey in support, though. Journey's just going to go inside the bomb site there, and he's just getting away with it. Stevo just staying alive down the outside. Is he going to get some bad timing? Just about turns around in time. But Journey, 1 versus 1 versus Stevo, goes for the challenge here. Journey, is he going to win the gunfight? Stevo's at it again.
I don't think Stevo's looked at any players actually in this S&D when he's made his kills. He just waits for them to challenge him and then turns around.
Impressive from Stevo. Again, he was so good in the search and destroy. As mentioned, that first best out of 5. He started off things even hotter. 5-1.
Well, big plays from Stevo. He was good in the hard point. Yeah, I think the only bad map he's really had was probably that very first hard point in the first best of 5. Yep. Since then, he's been playing pretty superb. But AIM Esports looking to strike back here onto this, and he might find Furious, and he is going to. Journey finds him as well, bringing it back to a 3 versus 3.
Oh, Beans watching the cross. Beans is going to get pushed. Journey trying to be aggressive. Beans should be dead to rights. That bomb is down over towards B, though. They would not have expected Journey over there. Are they going to just try and isolate Yakko as quick as they possibly can? That's got to be the play, but Gizmo. Journey could be anywhere. Just staying alive for Journey there is just as influential as finding the kill.
Yakko, 9 health.
Yeah. No, Steve-O's going to find one. Not again.
And that was close, but Steve-O just didn't really have any room to move. And AIM get a desperate round back on the board. They need this. Stopping the Ultra Academy. Reign of terror on S&D so far.
Stop the bleeding. They really did need to. Steve-O nearly finding another one there, but Journey. Is that the ace for him in that round? Looking that way. Got Beans, got Gizmo. Must have cleaned up the final kill as well. Couldn't remember the first one, but either way, it's an ace for Journey. Get things rolling for AIM. Stun check's going to come in. That will slow Steve-O down. Look at this presence over towards B. Steve-O's going to make the push here, but he's going to be very, very weak. Journey's going to deal with him, and nobody there to back it up. A lot of presence over towards B from AIM.
This may have sunk Ultra's push now. No bomb, no Steve-O. Furious trying to see if he can make a pick, and he finally sees Yakko, but the MP40 not playing as effective as possible. Super shows them the shoulder, but nothing else.
What's the route in here? Furious. It's going to get around from behind, but Eric Boom underneath them will surely be hearing this. Look at Gizmo. On his own as well. Gets dealt with by Journey. That's 6 in a row. You cannot let him get a glide.
Furious will be looking for a player to take down to potentially find, well, anything here. Yakko's also looking for a player. He's going to find Furious, and Furious wins a gunfight. It's a 2 versus 2, but no time. Ultra do not have time as Eric Boom takes down Furious, and it's a fight in the bomb site. Beans goes down. AIM take it in the end.
And that is a glide bomb for Journey there towards the end. Not a glide bomb, but a glide bomb. More bodies on the floor as you enter towards B. That's 2 in a row for AIM. Much better from them. I said, I feel like this search and destroy is very crucial for Ultra. They're letting it slip through their hands just a little bit here, just due to Journey. 9 and 2, 7 spree. Glide bomb is available.
And now AIM Esports feeling a little bit more confident, a little bit of looseness in the shoulders. They've won the hard point. They're equal on the S&D. They have lost a player this time around, though, and well, they have P5 control. They don't have anyone towards that.
Slow from both two teams. Gizmo is going to see Yakko, but just forces him away. But look at Journey. Very, very aggressive. But he has the bomb. He can't get caught there. And this can be nothing but an Ultra Academy round.
Yakko. Slow, steady. So many places to check as he desperately, slowly peeks this corner. Will he see Furious in time? He turns. I think Furious must have seen him. Doesn't matter. Gonna find him in the end. Ultra Academy get that one up 3-2.
Well played from Ultra. That first pick just forcing AIM to have to try and do something, and when the bomb carrier runs down the middle of the map and gets taken down, that's pretty much a stamped loss on the side for AIM. So Ultra back into the lead here. It's just not been as convincing as the first time around, has it? So it feels a bit like it's going towards AIM because they're not getting beaten quite as badly. It's a strange feeling.
Journey is their main player on AIM at the moment. He's gone off towards B. They've gone for a B hit here. Only one player left to go, and Yakko manages to hit him straight in the face with that stun, but Furious obviously still alive. Bean's up top, and I wonder if he's going to get flanked here. There is a player coming right behind him. He's going to go down. Back to a 3 versus 3. And at the moment, Ultra are not going to be happy with how their lines are.
No, absolutely not, because the thing is where Beans was. That's the setup for them, isn't it? As Journey now finds his way in. Has he seen Furious? No, that bomb doesn't go down. He just about gets him. 2v2.
Got to make a push, and he finds Super at the same time. Don't know if he saw Eric Boom there. Eric Boom almost caught him on the cross. They're going for a rotation. They're about to butt heads. They're going to go for this one straight away, and Steve-O wins it. Ultra Academy up 4-2 in the S&D ton.
Steve-O again. It's another 2 kills at minimum. Eric Boom always in a dangerous spot here. He's thinking he's flanking towards the site, but the play call has already been made by Ultra Academy. Another round goes their way.
Well,
I mean, Journey is putting
similar
squad
story
on his back here.
Yeah, he's kind of the only one really stopping Ultra at all. He's going to need more from his teammates. Speaking of more, at the moment, pretty heavy P2 control coming in.
Oh, there's the guy bomb used.
Big push up. Super! It's going to take a player down. Advantage to aim. They're going to break into this bomb site with numbers.
They've got to get in. They've got to get in! Oh! It's not going to happen. It's all of a sudden a 1 versus 2 for the side of Eric Boom. And the thing that worked beautifully for AIM, and also for Ultra, though, was that Ultra were close to that B-bomb site. When it gets called in, the glide comes in, it forces them in, so AIM know where they are, but they lose their gunfights. But Eric Boom is going to win one. Can he win a second? It's Furious in the 1v1.
Eric Boom.
Sees
huge. Furious as well and takes a few shots. Furious desperately running for his life and somehow gets away. Toes tickled by that one in the end, and that bomb will now go down. It's MP40 versus Automaton.
Furious closes the gap. Eric Boom anxiously around the site. Furious is trying to do this quickly, though. Did Eric Boom see him? Did he see him? Furious seeing him, though. You can see the preem still coming on through. He's waiting for something to happen. Eric has not moved. Eric inside the site with the MP40, surely. The benefit is to him, but Furious goes for the challenge. The bullets have been fired away. 15 seconds to go.
That's round and round they go. Eric Boom could just hide this one out. That's all he's got to do. Stay alive. Stay hidden.
That's so well.
Don't take a gunfight. You don't take a gunfight. You can't lose it. Does lose it in the end, but he burnt the time.
That's a 1v3.
That is how you play S&D.
That's a 1v3 from Eric. So well played. Not necessarily playing with his food, just avoiding it, if anything. Dancing around, staying alive. And Furious was just waiting for him to make a move, but he didn't. And then as soon as he knew that Furious made the push, he starts dancing around the bomb site. Very, very well played from Eric.
Well, off the back of that round, do AIM Esports recover this S&D? At the moment, Steve-O with another first blood, and Jenny tries to answer back, and that door is not going to stop very much, but Beans gets another one. Echo will eventually get one. He finds two! He finds two! He's still alive! Down to a 2 versus 2. Ultra Academy have thrown away the advantage in this round, and Beans can't find Super. Can't get out the doorway. Doesn't matter. He's looking for him somehow because he couldn't break the wall. He's gone the other way.
Furious has found his way over towards B as well. They're trying to concentrate on this together. Super finds the kill. And this is a throw of a round if I've ever seen one from Ultra Academy. Furious now finding the push. Gotta kill Super. Super, honestly, how is he still alive? 34 seconds to go.
It's down to a 1 versus 1. A chaotic round. The issue being for Yakko, he's trying to call this one correctly. Yeah.
Did he know the bomb's over there?
Furious has to go so far and pick this up, and obviously Yakko is going to test it. Hasn't seen him yet. Does he know he's here? He's going to check this corner. It's a win for them. They've managed to clutch up in a 2 versus 4. AIM Esports bring it back to a 4-4.
And that's 2 rounds in a row. 1v3 and a 2v4 for the side of AIM Esports. And where's the composure now for Ultra? How are they feeling after 2 rounds that they've, if anything, somewhat given away? They'd be saying to themselves, this should be 6-2.
Let's see. If AIM Esports can find something and they get Gizmo, the nade flies through.
It's going your way. It's going your way.
Furious, waiting to hold this one down. Look at the pre-fire coming through. Trying to find out if anybody's holding inside of those doors. Steve-O already here as well. He backs off. Hasn't been seen yet, but Yakko finds Furious, and now Steve-O will have to swing into action. A 2 versus 4 for Ultra. He's going out the back door. Looking for the player. Finds Journey.
Stays alive.
It'll be difficult to win versus Super. I think he saw him.
He's seen him. Yep. Steve-O's flying. Beans knows where he is as well. You can see the preempts coming through. It's a 3 versus 2. Is Super going to survive this? Doesn't have any help yet. Gotta find it. 2v2.
Steve-O's currently 12 and 5, but they have burnt a lot of time getting Super down and out there. Eric Boom on Overwatch.
Yeah. Just staying alive back here. It's going to be so difficult with 16 seconds to go.
Yeah,
Not
already finds the first one. Going to be simple. Can't go for the defuse. Can't win that gunfight. Yakko just says, all right, I'll clean it up. It's all good. AIM Esports in the lead, ton.
And I didn't see this coming. That's 3 rounds in a row. A capitulation from the side of Ultra. 2 rounds in a row needed now. Oh, they're down 2-0. Heading into a map that was very, very close the first time round in the series. You've got to bank on your search and destroys if you're Ultra. If you can't win those, you aren't going to win the map. Well, of course, you aren't going to win the series, I should say. Yakko on a 5 spree.
Ultra, aggressive push, and Yakko's going to be cut down before he can get out of there.
B hasn't been working. And they've transferred over towards A. Let's see if they can lock it down. Beans in the prime position yet. Beans is in such a good spot. They haven't been called out. They haven't seen them. No advanced position. Now they can move. Now Beans is kind of redundant, but can the business be done by Furious inside of Office? Not quite. Journey trades 3v2.
Steve-O staying alive. Knows the pressure's coming. Will win the gunfight. Journey in a 1 versus 3. It's not going to matter. It's down. It's done. It's round 11.
I would put as much stock in this next round as I think whoever wins this probably wins the series. I say that with a lot of confidence. There's a lot to go.
I was about to say it's the Chris Tunn special.
But for me now, if the search and destroy is something that Ultra Academy rely on, I believe they'll be able to take another one of the next 2 maps. And then, of course, map number 5 is imminent, you would say. And would they be able to do it in the S&D again? I'd like to think so. But the fact that this is went round 11 maybe puts a little bit of a dampener on this one. But Beans, he's in a bad spot. He doesn't have the auto here. He's about to be rushed. He needs to survive.
Tucked into the corner here, Beans. Waiting for pressure on the outside. You see them now. They managed to get 1, but it's traded. There may be a push coming down low. Steve-O for the hero play. It's a gunfight, but another trade. 2 versus 2.
They've both done very, very well to find gunfights there. To keep things even. And look how nervous both these 2 teams are playing.
They're not moving. They're waiting for the other team to blink.
Who's going to go first?
Well, it has to be AIM Esports. They have to move. And already Gizmo means that one, but Eric Boom goes for the chow and he runs straight into the pre-aim.
There's a fight going on mid-map.
Furious is actually just running for his life over and over again, and Super finds one, but Bomb is down, and it's miles away. I don't think he's got time to do this. Surely not. He challenged out for the chow. Gizmo sitting all the way down to docks. Can't find him. Checks all the corners. Looks everywhere. If he looked that direction for a second longer, he might have found him, and not going to. Ultra Academy win by maybe 2 seconds at maximum there.
Journey was going the right direction. Was getting warmer and warmer and warmer. But that is a Search and Destroy win for Ultra Academy once more. Not as confident as it was the first time, though. So I would say that was tense for them. And now, is that just because it's the second best out of 5? Is maybe the fatigue coming in for them just a little bit? They absolutely needed that, in my opinion. 14-7 out of Stewa, a huge game from him. Journey trying to match that at 11-9 as well. But the streak for AIM Esports was wasted. I believe that was a win in that round for Ultra Academy. I could be misquoting there, but nonetheless, the job is done for Ultra. Now they have to win one more of these respawns to force a map 5 search and destroy, where they will undoubtedly feel confident.
Well, who knows? Who knows how this goes from here? I'll be honest with you, I was expecting this in both series. Obviously, Ultra Academy doing the work in the first one with a hot 3-0. But coming to the second, the game has been tight. It has been close, but it will continue. Map 3 and the rest of this best of 5 will be on our screen shortly. But first, a short recess to get everything ready for our next one. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. My name is Bryce, joining me here, Chris Tan. This is the grand finals, the final best of 5. It all ends here. Currently, these two teams are 1-1 in the series, but it's been tense, it's been close. The Hardpoint this time going to AIM Esports in pretty dominating fashion. The S&D decided by seconds and meters, Tan.
Yeah, really, really close search and destroy. And honestly, I want to give a huge shout out to the two players over towards that A bomb site. If you are on the Ultra team, Stevo and both himself, and Beans managing to find a kill each with those trades. It's very, very different if they don't at least find something. Suddenly, what was a 2v2 it turns into a 4v2 for this side of AM Esports. But as it goes, the round plays out for Ultra. We head into a map number 3, all tied up this time, so we'll not have a winner coming out of it from Gavutu. Last time around, this was pretty close. It was a 3-1 win for the side of Ultra. However, it was not plain sailing, Wesley.
No, it certainly wasn't. It was a little bit difficult for them in the end, but fun to make an attack and get into it. The glove bombs rained down, and Ultra walked away with the win. I will say this, though. I do think AM Esports are very, very good at defense, and we'll have to see if they can do that one more time. Realistically, it was an all-or-nothing play for Ultra, and that was the difference. They knew they would have to go on the attack again if they didn't win it, but still tons to play for, and of course, you've got to say you're feeling a map 5 ton.
You would think so. You really would think so. Gavutu, hard to ascertain, but you would think that are they going to split these next two? Is one team going to accelerate away? The search and destroy, just based on the facts that we have, Ultra Academy are the stronger team. So if they force a map number 5, they will feel confident, but Desert Siege is very different to Berlin. It's about those long-range gunfights. Can the ARs get going? Can there be palace control? I mean, we might not even get there. We might not even get there. AM Esports probably want to close it out on these next 2 maps if they can. But Ultra Academy have shown they can take respawns off the Spanish side. So, can they do it here over the next 2? Either being Gavutu or Berlin, that they need to, if they want to force a map number 5 at least.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can do it. Lots of figuring this one out. I think Ultra Academy will probably be rethinking some of their plays, considering how different the two S&Ds were. And if they go back and watch that final few seconds on it, Gizmo was probably dead. Honestly, a couple more seconds, a little bit left or right, and he's gone.
Yep. Very much could have been the case. It really could have been. Scary, scary end to that one, and that would have been the nail in the coffin you would have felt. Had AM been able to take that search and destroy in that fashion, I don't know if there would have been any regaining from Ultra Academy, but as it goes, they wipe their brow with the sweat coming off it. But heading into Gavutu now, they'll be happy that they were able to take that one. But they will know that this Gavutu control was not easy last time. Both teams will know that. They had opportunities to win it. Of course, it was Ultra Academy who took that opportunity with both hands. But can AM Esports lock in their defenses this time? We should be jumping into Gavutu in just a second, but it's really hard to say. This is kind of the best out of 5 we expected between these two teams. Of course, the first one was so dominant from Ultra in the end. But this is much more of a game in the second one.
Yeah. The thing is, I've seen this map go both ways, and I honestly couldn't tell you who was better on it. If anything, the only thing I can kind of take away is that Ultra Academy have always looked like they are more likely to get an attacking round. But when they lose those attacking rounds, they seem to lose it much worse. AIM have the habit of just continuously locking players right towards the back of the map, denying ticks, which is probably the most important thing. Every time Ultra have come into it, they just haven't been able to get as many ticks down on the attack. But it's one apiece technically on this map. It's one apiece in the series. We're going to have to find out how this one does go down by letting it play out.
Let's see then. I said the control was very interesting last time around. Imagine we're going to have something fairly similar here in the second best out of 5. The series is tied at 1 apiece. This, of course, in Europe is going to go the distance. Are we ever surprised?
Nope.
Never.
The only benefit being, of course, is that the North American game's gone after this one. And I don't think we'll be delaying them today. So, with 3 maps left, who walks away the champion of Season 3 of Challengers Elite? First gunfight going down, and it's Eric Boom.
Tick starting to come in over towards A. Ultra Academy were, very guilty of being passive over towards A. They often concentrate on everything that's going on over towards the beach side, but that's being read by Yakko right now. Isn't able to win the one against Stevo, has pushed all the way through, but whilst that has been going on, whilst Ultra have been trying to get control of the spawns and control of B side, AIM Esports have been just freely capturing it.
Oh, at the moment, it's a good shot here for AIM Esports. Second tick going through. Stevo's been in their spawn for about 8 hours, but has only found 1 kill. Journey, however, was 4-0 before he got cut down there.
Push now going to come in over towards the B side once again for Ultra Academy. A is secured. The side of AIM Esports. Same sort of story as what we've seen last time. Gizmo, though, can't get things going here. I feel like he hasn't been as much of a presence in this series as he was in the first. And especially the one against Rucker as well. Needs to step it up for his team here. Only 3 kills between them right now. AIM Esports are having their way with Ultra Academy at the moment. Look at this push again. It's the same time it's the same thing every time, I should say. Through green, force the spawns towards the back. See what you can do from there. Gizmo looking for another kill here. Beans is going to clean it up. Looks like they are just about going to get away with this one.
It's tense every time AIM make a little bit of a push. Unfortunately, like I said before, I think AIM are the better team in the defense. Stevo trying to farm them off their spawn. They lose every single gunfight. And now they know where that last player is. You can already see Ultra Academy pushing up the map desperately.
Eric Boom had to find that gunfight. Beans on a 5 spree. Keep an eye on that. Stunned up. Gets away. Beans trying to survive. Needs some help from his teammate here. Jay Giz is going to go for the bait. Beans will find another. 6 in a row. 7 will be huge.
Perfect slow cancel snap. And there's that glide bomb that they've used to devastating effect before. But the pressure's still on. AIM Esports are still coming.
Oh,
and Beans has to find it, but they have taken P1 control. Beans may call this in if they don't get this cut.
He'd like to ideally save it for another round, you would think. But time has been ticking down very, very fast, it feels, if you're AIM Esports. Got a little bit of purchase now, but the kill's starting to come on through, and they might be at the right time. Furious can't find under Eric, but Beans can. Gizmo can fight the next. That should be the round. 20 seconds to go. If you're AIM Esports, you will do very well to get near B now.
And they're trying, and Beans says, all right, have a go then. If you're entertaining enough, just keep on coming.
He's frying.
It's all good for the Beans beams.
Oh, Journey's found a way in. He's found a way in. Hold on a second. Push is going to come through here. Is he going to get dealt with? Yes, he is. The rest of the team not there. Eventually, Ultra will close out the round, but damage done. Beans has a hold of that glide bomb already. And that's always a nice thing to have.
Little bit of stress there. Tiny bit of stress at the end done. Just a tiny bit. But Ultra Academy hold the defense. And probably the bigger news, Beams has a glide in the pocket. He can commit it at any point. Do they get through with this one, of course? Pretty standard break, going straight for A.
Cool. Not far off. Really not far off. Stevo pushing in over towards A here. He's going to find a couple of kills. Pushing forward as well. Green control is paramount. That would have been a hell of a gunfight, but Yakko will win it. Push now going to start coming on through. The rest of the team here to try and clean up with the ARs. Eric's found his way inside. Will find a kill. Surely he doesn't find this on the Gizmo as well. Beans another 2 kills. He is 13 and 5.
Yeah, he has found some form, and that is devastating to AIM. They are now going to be looking to lock down A, but they do this slow. They don't usually put a lot of bodies onto it. Gizmo now on a 4 streak himself. They can find a double glide ton. He would be laughing.
Had a slow start, but another glide bomb would be huge. Not sure about that gunfight. He's surely going to get challenged here as well. 47 HP, 4 spray, and a dream. Is he going to stay alive? He is. Furious with the cover. Now Gizmo just forcing his way to the spawn. He's going to get caught out, though. They didn't clean out green. Super will find 2, but Ultra will find A. They're on the cusp of an attacking round here. If you look at AIM Esports, they're not in a position to defend. They have to fight for that mid-map control.
Curious about this one. Gizmo finds a kill at the same time, and Stevo finds another one. They're going to go for this one at the same time. Beans is going to be pushed from the back. Furious gets one more back here, but Yakko is up top. They're looking for him. Clock has been stopped. Reinforcements flooding in from both sides. Beans obviously cannot use that glide bomb, and they will be cleared out. Just didn't get the kills in the right area. They wanted to hold P1 control.
Well played from him. Able to force this out now. If you're Ultra, you have to be careful. Beans inside a P1. Super. I mean, where has he gone? Are they going to find Beans? He's waiting for the rest of his team to get here. Beans is just playing this really slowly to allow the rest of his team to get out. It's 12v12 on the lives front. It's very, very close, this one. Plenty of time for those lives to be coming into fruition here, as well as kills starting to come through from P1. Ultra Academy going to have to find a way through this AIM Esports roster now, who are going to be digging those trenches towards their spawn. Is this maybe the time you invest the glide bomb?
Well, he's back up, but Gizmo finds one. They probably will invest it now. I think they're going to. They are. It's coming.
Good time.
Here it comes from the sky, looking for the player on the card. It's going to be Journey, but Journey finds two. Oh my goodness, they may have invested this glide bomb again. And while he's on it, it's devastating for the side of Ultra. Stevo coming under so much pressure now. Beans on Overwatch, and Journey takes him out there with a nade as Beans
3v7,
continues to
3v7.
rain terror. Make that a 2 versus 7. It might have been enough. 1 versus 7 they have. They're going to jump onto this one as well and get it. And that's an Ultra Academy attack again. 2-0 in the end, and I was fearing the worst. Maybe a little bit biased with how I saw it go last time. But when Journey made 2, I thought that glide bomb was going to be a problem.
And that is just something we talk about so often, isn't it? When the streak's being called in, do not die. Because you just negate everything that your team is trying to do. If you can keep it clean, and then the glide bomb is invested to find a kill, it's massive. But now Ultra Academy have all the advantage they could possibly want here. AIM Esports need to find an attack to stay in the control.
Something they've not been great at so far, but the potential always remains. AIM Esports. We're looking down A, super up top on 6 health. However, Ultra Academy are looking to maybe stick the boot in here for the final.
Oh, this is bad. It's just continuous. Every single kill being made here by Ultra Academy. And what's there to say for AIM Esports? You need to find a way out. You've got to take your time, but you really can't either. Beans just in prime position. Oh, I thought he found the third. That would have been absurd. But still, AIM in their spawn. Super will relieve some of that pressure, though. He's found 3.
Troubush was furious up top and finds the second one with a pistol. Stevo kills him. Just says, all right, I'll take my team out for you. Journey finally finding his way in the way. Sees Gizmo, the MP40 banging away, but not going to do any good. They're looking for this one as well. They know the pressure's still going to be on. Yakko trying to stay alive. Journey in the hill. Stevo, and the pressure still comes through, and he's looking for this one. Journey gets away with just a few health, but not enough. And time is ticking. 15 seconds before this map is over, Ton.
Gotta go. You've got to go if you're AIM. But maybe the wind is just being knocked out of their sails. One more final push over towards A, but keep an eye on the lives as well. That's got to be influential. You'd have to get a hold of A and be crystal clear in your push. Ultra Academy are going to get the win. That's a 3-0 in control. And Ultra Academy in control of this series now.
Well, we said, realistically, attack was everything for Ultra. We knew they might be able to do it, and they were better on the defense, but not that time. That time, it was all about Ultra. They committed. They got the kills down. Beams had a great game. So the rest of them, to be fair, massive outslays coming in from Toronto Ultra Academy EU. They just kept putting AIM on the back foot, and it was a one-sided game, realistically, when you think about it. The attack was in their favor. They had an awful lot of lives.
Yep.
Beans was probably the difference.
Oh, I mean, the fact that he gets to hold that glide bomb in round number 1, you could argue isn't necessarily the only reason they win round number 2, but it's a big helping hand, isn't it? To have that presence, and then they still had to do the hard work to get where they were in round number 2 in that attack. But once they found themselves in that position, it's the perfect time to use it. That was the kill that got him at the slide cancel, and yeah, Beans is like, you know, I think I remember him from Challengers Finals last year, coming in and actually just being an issue for Steve-O and his team at the time, who I believe were under war. And ever since then, it's been under Steve-O's wingers. So often a lot of these youngsters in Europe end up being, if you have some talent, you always end up in the team with Steve-O. Beans at 24-12. Not even the most damage though. He was the one finishing the kills, but Furious putting down 2,700 damage. Another big game out of him as well. Look at the defensive
kind of
kills
crazy
for Beans.
actually in the end, and as Beans was just finishing his dinner a little bit more effectively, but
I need him to be in the CDL so we can make Bean jokes.
I'll be honest with you, I'm saving them. I'm putting them all into the pocket.
Same.
Because the Americans won't have them. The Americans won't have good Beans jokes.
No, they won't.
Come on.
Yeah, you got Veli calling us the Beans on toast. What does he call us?
I think he said something about beans on toast versus some other sort of food. I don't really know. I don't think Veli's ever eaten beans on toast, which would probably bring some to Toronto. But
you know what? I think you know what? He's actually being facetious, because I think he has, and he told me he enjoyed them. He just likes to, you know.
I'm going to bring him anyway. I'm going to bring him a big old bucket of beans. Anyway, let's move on from this, because we're kind of getting sidetracked. The key thing to note here, Berlin Hardpoint is up next. AIM Esports, we spoke about their Hardpoint time and time again, and they are going to have to show us, can they recover?
Be a hell of a recovery, wouldn't it? This stage now, you're staring down the barrel of, you're going to have to play a Search and Destroy if you win this next map. Although the first one wasn't necessarily ideal, you pushed them all the way to a random 11, but still no cigar. So it's going to have to be a Search and Destroy win in there somewhere for AIM Esports if they want to take the crown here in Season 3 of the Challengers Elite. Into a Berlin Hardpoint we'll be going in just a moment. So precariously placed, this one, though. The momentum could swing back very, very quickly.
Yeah. It certainly could, and I'm looking forward to getting it started. I'm looking forward to seeing what is left to come from these teams, because it's been a show so far. And here's the thing, every time we're going into a map, no idea what's coming. No idea what's coming. It's been different every single time. Even when we've seen the same maps ton, it's been different. How are you feeling, though? Is this 3-1 or is this map 5?
I mean, I thought you were just personally asking how I was feeling.
Oh, no, I don't care about how you're actually feeling.
Oh. I mean, I'll tell you, tired. But other than that, I don't know. I didn't... I actually thought that AIM might have taken that. Based on what we've seen the first time around. Yes, okay, Ultra, it's okay. But it was just one big moment that got them there. However, now that Ultra have it, Hardpoint coming up. I feel like this is an Ultra pick as well, technically. I don't know. It's hard to say. Ultra looked good on it in map number 1 up against Rocker before. In the game that kicked off our broadcast today. And well, we're not going to get to see that right this time because we're going to have to reset the lobby. But nonetheless, hopefully, after I built all that up, we'll get to go into a good game of Berlin Hardpoint. That's the dream.
Well, obviously, you just get to look at us for longer because we have to reset the lobby, but it means we can talk more about this. And if you are curious about what's going on, this is the second best of 5 in the grand finals of Challengers Elite in Europe. So far, these two teams have played before. AIM Esports walked away with the 3-2 winners in the final S&D. But as we go into this one, it's already been one best of 5. And Ultra Academy EU took it in pretty dominating fashion. A 3-0 for them there. They are now leading in the second best of 5, 2-1. But don't worry, this isn't even all the Call of Duty we have today. After this game will be the North American region. 3 teams remain over there as well. And they'll be battling it out for their share of the Challengers Elite crown. Ton, that's a good recap, I think. And moving on, we're still waiting for this game to start.
We are still waiting. It's interesting to see what the challenger side of things is going to be like on NA as well. I mean, we seen the scrappy show last night, didn't we? I mean, if that continues, it could be an ultra sweep in terms of the challengers teams, couldn't it? At this stage,
I could. I didn't think of that.
And that's a nice feeling to have if you're ultra management as well, isn't it? You know, you've got these teams who are under your wing. You have a small pool of players that you can take up to squads if you need to. Get them all on contract, sell them off to other teams if they're doing well. It's genius. And honestly, I know that was kind of a little bit of a joke in a certain sense, but it is a good idea for teams to be picking up these solid challengers teams. How many times are we going to tell the world about these EU challenger squads? How many times do we have to keep doing it? I mean,
about a million yeah, until they get picked up.
It's every year, mate. It's every year. And honestly, for an organization like Ultra to invest, for an organization like Rocket to invest, it shows they're important. It really, really does. These squads would be issues for some of these teams. I know we had the Pro Am and they didn't necessarily make it out, and I think a lot of people would look at that as a failure for the side of some of the challengers teams. The dog maybe doesn't agree with me, as you can hear. But honestly, I think a couple of them were very unlucky. You talk about Ultra Challengers on the NA side of things. They were unfortunate not to get through. You talk about this Ultra AU team. Of course, it was a little bit different. They were unfortunate in their roster pick, how things worked out. A couple of these teams really could cause issue to some of the teams who are lower down in our standings. I think if they were given the time to, I think if you were to see a regular season with them involved, I think you would see some good results.
Well, this one is about to start. It's enough waffle from me and Tunt. It's enough figuring out the entirety of the CDO and challengers. It is time to find out who our champions could be. Hardpoint Berlin. For AIM Esports, a chance to take it to a map 5. For Ultra Academy, a chance to become champions.
Well, here we go into the Hardpoint. It is going to be AIM Esports on the better side of things when it comes to these initial spawns, but look at the fat wrap coming in from Furious. There's one who can't find the second, but the rest of the team going to be able to collapse on what would have been a very nice pinch. Looks that way. Kills still being traded. Yako last alive. Stevo last alive as team though, crucially, and he will start getting the points on the board here for Ultra Academy.
Eventually has a bit of reinforcement into this one as Stevo just holds the angle. Right outside the door and tries to get the old Stevo shuffle. Not going to work for him though. Furious putting shots down left, right and center and eventually holding this one against them. A flank does come in eventually and they have to turn around as Journey finds it and Super finds another one. Super eventually gets the trade coming through, but both teams still fighting for this.
Rotation. It's coming in late. It's coming in very late. AIM Esports are there, ready and waiting.
Oh, Furious gets a little bit stuck, but eventually finds the kill.
Rotation coming through. None of these rotational gunfights have been won by the side of AIM Esports. Gizmo in and on the stairs we go. Up and down. Stevo will win one of them. Gizmo wins the other. And it's a lovely rotation out of Ultra. Can they find the break here? Last player, Stevo, deals with them again. He's had a hell of a series, by the way. 6-2 to kick things off. Ultra Academy continuing where they left off on map number 3.
And this is it. This is everything for them. They know if they do the work here on this map, Ultra walk away the champions of Season 3. But AIM Esports will do everything in their power to stop them. Super breaks back into this point. Well done. Scrap time from them. Gizmo's going to go for the scrap time chow and will be cut down. They've got to be careful here. Journey's going to be up top. Fire! And he tries to get it, but Beans is out there already. Eric Boone trying to slip the net, and he wins a big gunfight for it at the same time, but Gizmo shuts him down. And as the trades come in, right now, Ultra Academy have the better position.
Just about. You can see Furious actually got a bit of a split spawn, helping his team out to get that cleanup. And now for AIM Esports, can you find a way through? Eric Boone will win a gunfight, but an important one outside of fire. Super will win another. So momentarily, it's actually only Gizmo left. He'll do well here. There's one. Cannot find any more. AIM Esports find a way through, but Ultra Academy are nearby.
Okay, managed to find Furious as well, but Beans keeps cleaning up these kills over and over again, but they do manage to take them down eventually. Gizmo towards the front finds 2 himself, and will get traded out, and it is just a trade fest at the moment, Ton.
It's just a stream of players, one by one, going inside the hardpoint. Nobody can get control. Eventually, it will go over towards AIM Esports. For Ultra there, they lose control, but they don't give over too much towards AIM. And we'll be happy, though. They didn't have those spawns. They didn't have the rotation. You'd argue that they did come out as the victors of that hill specifically. Beans now locking it down towards the back. Journey will be the first full super should trade. But we have seen Ultra Academy do good work on this hill. Can they lock in a decent amount of time on a hill that isn't necessarily known for it? Good shots.
Oh, Gizmo staying alive. Needs to stay alive. Does take down Journey as well, but they're not getting time here. They have the better position. They have where they should be, but at the moment, Aim Esports are making it difficult for them, Ton.
They are. Gunfight's just about going in the favor of Ultra Academy. But as you said, they just can't get inside the point. Pretty tough at the moment.
Just about slugfest.
Yeah, it is. It feels like every single hill is just everybody into it. Let's see who comes out on top. But just let's bear in mind, Gizmo, I mean, what I was about to say is on a force break. That could be influential as things do continue on, do roll on through this map. Does fall though. 12 and 7 out of him. Having a good map so far. And it's going to be that tiny amount of scrap time to go over towards Aim. Nobody necessarily set up wonderfully here as we head over towards P5, but that's going to be a nice breakthrough from Yakko. That will be fire control for him, and maybe a little bit of respite for the side of Aim Esports.
See this push, they're all concentrating on the rotation. Nobody worried about P5 right now, looking for it as well, and he can't get that second snap, Beans. But the rest of his team have been fighting for the position. Nobody willing to get on this point at all.
Steve and Gizmo combining well, and yeah, just haven't been able to find the clean out. I think that's the thing, you need at least 3 or 4 clean dead to get some decent time here. But ultimately, if you're Ultra Academy, it's working out because you've got the spawns for P1. You put a lot of stock in that. Super and Jenny will find kills at the right time, and you can see this push is coming in ticket.
They want this one. They want to try and get some distance between them at the moment. This has been the most contested Berlin I think I've ever seen. Journey going to go down eventually, and this might be a hold for Ultra. This could be their opportunity to actually make a difference in this game. So far, both these two teams have been holding it. Yakko going to try and push through, and he shoots the close corner, and somehow gets away with it. Nobody actually able to snap on him before he dips.
Looking like a good hold from Ultra so far. Super's momentarily the only one who can answer back. Stevo gets aggressive. Journey just trying to find something. Stevo's already off and running, thinking about P2. Journey on his way in. This is dominant so far from Ultra Academy. A 5 and a 4 spray. Make that a 1 for Gizmo as well. We're going to read the spawns. They're going to start rotating. 20 seconds left to hold here. Ultra Academy have been perfect to P1.
Stevo is here, and they're trying to cut them off. They know they're coming. Stevo playing his life. Trying to sit in P2, trying to deny the time. Make sure they lock down the steps. And last time around, Aim Esports got some good time on a P2 to bring this one back.
Oh, Stevo finds another. There's 5 spray for him, 5 spray for Curious, for Claws, I should say. Furious will find another. Can he find the 7th to finish it off with a glide? Yes, he can. That can be important for the side now of Ultra. Can help them on a rotation. Can help them maybe break a hill. Let's see how it's going to go, but it is actually going to be Aim Esports finding the kills inside the point. That would have been ridiculous from Furious if you could have found that one. 30 seconds left to play for here, and Aim Esports could do with every single one of them.
Aim Esports, though, are doing it. That is the difference. And oh my goodness, that cut down. They've got to be careful here, Ultra. Aim may try and stretch this one ready for the next spawns. Super and Furious going at it eventually, but he does find 2, and Beans finds the 3rd. This will be a hard break for Aim Esports. Can they find a way up this map as it gets a little bit of scrap time ripped away from him? Furious being incredibly aggressive. Now on a 4 streak, and he's trying to just stay alive, and he finds Super out towards the street. Doesn't get him, though. Player coming through. It is going to be Yakko. He is managed to get all the way towards the back, and this could be a flip. They don't flip them out yet, but they have got some control against them. They do. They push them out towards outside ticket. A couple kills for them here, and Aim Esports get the control.
Ultra will be asking questions. How has Yakko found a way through there? Furious going to call in this glide bomb. It's an important moment to maybe do so. It's not going to find anything, but it's going to just push Aim Esports inside the point. But they're starting to win the gunfights, and this may well have been wasted. Furious is going to find one of his own. 20 seconds to play for here, and it just feels like Aim Esports are clawing. They are gnawing their way back into this game. That is a fumble from Ultra. They had it locked in, and there was a big crack in that defense, and AIM Esports walked straight through it.
They're going to be a little bit worried here. They had the difference. They had the ability to put this maybe over the top. But Suba has come through. Look, a force to be reckoned with. 24 and 17. Struggling a little bit with Steve-O. I know he's on the flank. They're going to take him down towards P2, and it's a huge gunfight from Eric Boom. But he's going to try and cut this one down as well as Eric Boom again takes him down. He's just winning the gunfights against them and Journey round the back. And they've now pushed Ultra out of this hill.
It just feels like when there's a little bit of momentum behind AIM Esports, they start frying. Yakko is going to find 2. It's still Ultra with the lead. It's a very close game. Gizmo around the outside. He's going to find 1. Can he find the second onto Yakko as well? Yes, he can. He may well open things up here as the rest of his team just now filtering through Ticket. Beans will find 1 at the front. Super the only one left towards the back as the rest of the spawns now coming in here for the side of AIM over towards mid. Here's going to be that final few seconds, and honestly, Brycey, we are going to basically be all tied up. Big kills coming in from Steve-O. They're going to force their way out of this. You can keep an eye on Beans. He's the one who's going to release that pressure. He's going to head towards fire.
Oh, they're winning a few gunfights here, and they are getting time on the P5, something they didn't really do last rotation around, but if you're winning all the gunfights, it doesn't matter. Their last hurrah here, though, will be to try and flip this. Time on P5 is great. Time on P1 is usually better. And they are combining. They are just managed to find every bait and switch possible as the outside goes on as Steve-O goes berserk, and eventually Yakko will shut him down. Gizmo going to find him in the time, though, and they have flipped it. Somehow Ultra have done the impossible.
They've done so well. It looked like AIM Esports were coming straight back into this one, but Ultra have countered it. Journey should be dead and is. Gunfights, though, you need to keep an eye on. As you mentioned, this rotation towards P1 last time around was very fruitful for the side of Ultra Academy, and can they make it count here? That final little bit of scraps is going to go over towards AIM. It's a 20-point difference. Journey's got the beams, though, and is that going to be the thing that opens things up here for him?
Looking for him. He's going to see Steve-O as well, but Steve-O managed to hold the gunfire. Eric Boom's looking for him, and he has broken through, but Furious shuts him down. Yakko versus Furious going to be in the side as well, and Yakko gets that first gunfight.
4 in a row.
Both these two teams are just throwing everything at it. Gizmo trying to stay alive. Yakko breaks in, but eventually taken down. Players pouring in from both sides. I think AIM have it now, though, Ton.
They have got a hold of it. Fantastic stuff from AIM. It's just brute force through the front door. They make it work. Now, if you're AIM Esports, what are you thinking about? Locking down this final 20 would be a good start. It'll tie things up. Eric Boom now coming through the front door. Gizmo and Co still trying to fight for this one. Journey, Super, combining well. Is it going to be Beans to clean things up? Finds 2. But it's Yakko and Co who come through. They find the kills, but the rotation over towards P2 belongs to Ultra. The lead still will also belong to Ultra as we head over towards P2.
Well, it's got to end here, surely. Whoever grabs it, Steve-O finds one, Beans finds another. They need a soak this time as well. Ultra are in a good position. The pressure coming in from AIM, though. Steve-O going to try and hold this one down. He finds another, looking for one outside, and Super's going to take him down. It's trading left, right, and center, but Ultra still in the better position. One last push from AIM Esports for this one as Beans guns. Yakko guns Beans. And Yakko has to get into this one and try and stop it. He finds Gizmo. Somehow AIM are in. AIM have found their way through, and Steve-O goes down. Boom! Furious! Every single player and a 2-piece shuts it down in the end. Ultra Academy are your champions of Challengers Elite Season 3. And I had no idea what was going on there, Ton.
It was an absolute barn burner inside of P2 as just trade after trade after trade. But it's Furious, the one who does the damage in the end. What a game that was between those two. It was so back and forth. It never felt like there was anybody concrete until that final rotation. They started winning the gunfights over towards P2, did Ultra. They lock in a couple of important kills. And the time eventually goes over. My throat's gone, mate. It's done after these 2 nights. I'm done in.
I think I've covered my entire microphone in spittle. That was ridiculous. I was trying to figure out who was going to win those last rotations. And the truth is, even towards the end there, I didn't know. Steve-O, 35 and 28. Who tells this man he can't slay? But I'll be honest with you, at any second, it could have flipped both ways. AIM Esports almost had it. But it wasn't to be. 2 best of 5s for Ultra Academy EU.
What a pair of series that was. I said if Ultra want to do it, they had to be conscious of making it fairly quick in the first one. That was super important that they did that. And now heading into that second one, they still had the energy. They still had the fire. For AM Esports, they would have known. They would have been coming in cold to that first series. They would have maybe brushed that one to the side. And it felt like they had done. Especially with that map number 1 win. But it felt like that 6-5 search and destroy made the difference. For Ultra Academy EU, they find that round 11 thanks to Gizmo tucking himself in a nice little dark corner and Journey just not having enough time to find his prey. Control was just, I'm going to use a word I don't use very much, stupendous from the side of Ultra Academy. And what a word. It is an interesting one. And what a game number 4. So back and forth, but a 25-point game is what kills it for the side of AM Esports. They'll be kicking themselves, only winning 1 map out of the ones that we played there. 1 map out of 7
today.
1 out of 7 in the series.
Sorry, yeah, 1 out of 7. Yesterday they beat them 3-2. Technically, Ultra Academy slightly ahead on the entire map, so this is how it went, and this is a recap of our best of 5. AM Esports started off very good fashion, Tuscan Hardpoint. Then we went into Berlin S&D. It was decided by seconds and inches, literally a 1v1 for the win. Almost found it, but Gizmo held by hiding just a little bit too effectively. Then Ultra Academy came alive in the control, a 3-0. It was pretty spicy in that game. They do walk away by grabbing that attacking round. And then, of course, where we just were, Ultra Academy knocking out the park in the hard point, but it could have gone both ways. They had a great start and just a good enough finish.
That's crazy, crazy Berlin. I'm just checking the timeline. A lot of people enjoying that one. And honestly, aim was so good in map number 1 as well. So good. I said I think it was like a second rotation or just towards the end of the first one into the second. Like a 200 to 60 point swing. Phenomenal. That feels like a long time ago though. It really does. That round 11 is what does it for me. I think that's such a swing in the series. But the Berlin was pretty nutty, to be fair, Bryce. Enjoyed it a lot.
It is nutty. It is mad. It is insane. And I will say this. Ultra EU win the EU side of challenges. A lot of people will be wondering if the North Americans can match them, of course. But it's been an absolute monster of a game so far, and today was a very good day for Ultra EU. They only dropped 1 map out of all of the ones they played. They played a ridiculous amount. I think they played, what, 10 maps in the end? Maybe probably more than that.
So the 3, the 7, yeah,
10 maps.
You're right. 9 and 1 across the day. That's an effort.
Pretty good day for them.
Pretty
I would say
effort.
I think Beans was obviously a highlight for me on the Ultra squad, as well as Vortex.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. Vortex has not really felt like the slaying kind of player. But today,
he hasn't been for a while.
He was.
He hasn't been for a while. I think the last time I would have said that Steve was a bit of a slayer was maybe Black Ops 4. So that's quite some time ago. But really, I mean, showing up against the Spanish side here today, I don't know if it's maybe just the pacing. Gizmo's allowed him to be released a little bit because, I mean, we've always, and I think for us too personally as well, we've known him for a long time. We kind of know the ins and outs of his game to a certain degree. He's very much the captain of the team. He's very much the guy who comes up with the strategies. He's doing the VOD review. He's very much invested in it. But for him to then put up those sort of performances, tippable to him. We'll try and actually have a word with him in a second. I think he knows because I'm on,
yeah.
that he doesn't want to speak to me. I think that's what it is.
That makes a lot of sense, to be honest.
Yeah, well, it could be you as well, mind. I mean, there's a 50-50 chance.
Whoa! You've always been a Steve-O hater. Just for curious, any of those actually still watching and waiting for this interview to get underway, don't worry, there is more Call of Duty to come as well. The North American region kicks off basically about, I don't know if it's straight after this or 20 minutes after this stops.
It's shortly.
So you've got casters waiting in the wings, you've got players waiting in the wings for this one. I'm obsessed with Beans. It's gone all out the window here. It's been a very long night last night and a very long one for this one, but it's been kind of crazy.
I think we've got Steve already. I think we've got him.
Oh, okay.
Let's bring him in. Let's bring him in, Bryce.
From the championship squad, of course, we are joined by Steve-O. We're commentating you forever. It's been a long time for an interview. How are you feeling?
It's such a relief. I thought this game was just going to be the one that got me in the end, but I finally got a good one under my books. It's been a struggle, so it feels really good, this one, and I'm glad to have Joey back. Gizmo.
Yeah, is that maybe been a little bit of a catalyst here? I've got to be honest with you. Obviously, we talked a lot about the team change going through, but everybody was playing very well today, including yourself. Was it just something you looked away at after yesterday's defeat?
Yesterday's defeat, honestly, we got reverse swept. The first 2 maps were so comfy, and then we lost 3 maps on our host against a Spanish team. It's just such an anomaly. We knew that, so we just knew we needed to beat Rocco, and we'd have a really good chance in 2 best-of-5s versus them. And obviously, I think that's like the 12th time I've done it in my career, so I know what it takes to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I said on broadcast that, like, you know, that first one for you, Steve-O, was super important. Like, having that 3-0, is that something that's always in your mind? Because I know, like, if it goes to a map number 5 in that first best out of 5 series, even if you win it, it's a grueling day, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we've had the benefit today of only having to play 1 game beforehand rather than like 5 or 6. But yeah, it definitely. I think psychology-wise, it's harder for them to get 3-0'd in the first series and like bounce back from it. It has a massive effect. Whereas if you go to a map 5 grueler in the first one, it's like you got less chance. But yeah, it's a massive factor.
All right, awesome. One last one for this one, obviously. A little bit of a regain after everything that's happened in the last couple of months, the Pro-Am, the team changes, not being able to get that win into Challengers Elite. How much does this mean for you, and how does it help you kind of move forward into the future of this game?
Honestly, it's like brought my confidence back a lot. You know, I've always been the one to critique myself, but I wasn't even sure that myself this year what I was doing wrong. So to make a roster change like that we didn't even intend to do, and it just clicked straight away, it's like such a good feeling. It's so much easier when you know everyone's comfortable in their roles, the pacing's right to do all the little stuff that helps you win. When you don't have that composition, it's so hard, and we just didn't have that with Harry. I think he was too similar to Beans.
Fair enough. Well, it looks like it's clicking very, very well for you. And one last thing, just a shout out to anybody watching at home and supporting, and all the fans who have supported you on your journey.
Big shout out to Ultra and S&G. Obviously, they've supported us all year. It's been a tough start, but hopefully more to come from here. Shout out the team. There's listening to my moaning every day. It must be hard, but I'm glad it's worth it now. And shout out Josh and Roper, our 2 like coaches / analysts that do a lot of work for us behind the scenes and help us get better. And yeah, big thanks to the fans, anyone that's been watching. Appreciate you all.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and congratulations again on winning Season 3 of the Elite. It was glorious to watch your journey all the way through, but we'll let you go and jump on and talk to your teammates and probably celebrate a little bit with them. And just kind of top this one off. It's been a long journey for you this year, but I am glad to see you win.
Yeah, he's straight on the beers. I know exactly what he's like.
Awesome. All right. Well, that was Steve-O from Ultra Academy EU, a team that's been looking for a win all year. And it's great to speak to him, Ton. Truthfully, obviously, finding out what he thought about everything going through his mind.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, like as we mentioned so many times, like he's somebody I've travelled with to events for years, and we talk a lot. And for him to find that event, I know exactly how he would have been feeling, because for them, it's always been the first event's never really been great for them, but from there, it's sort of dominance. And there's always going to be those questions around yourself, and especially for him, a player who isn't necessarily that big slayer, can just take it game to game and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna fry. You know, he's the one that really puts that time in for the squad, and honestly, it pays off for them there massively, and that is going to be such a confidence booster heading into that Toronto event. They're going to be going in as one of the favourites, Pricey. It has to be said. Look, a lot of people will look towards the NA side. They'll look towards the Ultra Academy NA. Those two faced off against each other. But Ultra Academy EU didn't have Gizmo. Now they do. And they become a scary prospect.
Very scary prospect indeed. And you can see how they got to this position. A 3-0 and a 3-1 in the grand finals. A loss yesterday and a 3-2. They've played AIM Esports 3 times over 2 days. Their other game as well, by the way, it was a 3-0. So dropping very few maps on their move forward into this one. But It is going to be them that walk away the champions, Ton.
Yeah, phenomenal performance out of Ultra Academy, and they get the job done. And honestly, as he kind of alluded to, it's a surprise that we hadn't seen them here until now. It took stage 3 for them to find a win, but now for the rest of the season, they are going to be the team to beat in Europe.
They certainly are. Well, it's been glorious. It's been fun, but we are now winding our way to the end of this journey. Of course, Europe has found its champions. But how will North America get on? 3 teams do remain across the pond. They will all be vying for their own championship, their own opportunity for glory. And that game will be coming up. But in Europe, we have found Toronto Ultra Academy EU to be the very best of the best. They saw off all comers on their way through into the playoffs. What happens in North America? Is it a double for Ultra, or will there be an upset on the cards? You'll have to find out. We will see you right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pose. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that.
Welcome everybody to Call of Duty Challenges. It's time for North America here in Elite Season 3. 3 weeks worth of action has come down to this. Just 3 teams remain, and my name is Infinity. I'll be casting over all the action today, joined by the ever wonderful proper Andy, mate. We're all dressed up. We're ready to go. I think it's going to be a great day of Call of Duty ahead of us.
I don't know how it can't be, right? I mean, 4 teams entered to the double elimination bracket. We only got 3 teams remaining. We just saw Ultra EU be able to claim their prize as Season 3 champions. I'm sure that we're going to be in store for some great bunch of matches here for us, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, 3 teams remain now, and it's been a long road to get towards this point. As ever, you know, North America has just been absolutely crazy. I think that we've had a ton of storylines to talk about, but before we get there, I think a good idea will be to look at the bracket to show you guys exactly how we got down to these final 3 teams. Of course, 4 teams did enter in towards the playoffs week. One of them was removed yesterday. That was Destroy the Odds, who unfortunately lost 3-0 both to Whatever It Takes and then Electrify Steel in that lower round 1 matchup. So there we have it as well. Ultra Academy North America, they currently sit here in the grand final, Andy, with that 3-2 victory yesterday versus Whatever It Takes.
It kind of caught a lot of people by surprise. All of the Whatever It Takes camp, the players, us watching at home, the casters, both Bryce and Tun, watching it all unfold, is that Ultra Academy, NA, were able to reverse sweep Whatever It Takes. And to be able to beat them in 5 maps like what they did during round robin play is one thing. To be able to reverse sweep, to have such composure in winners finals and then put themselves in grand finals is another step. Now, you know Whatever It Takes and Electrify Steel, they want the run back to be able to go face Ultra Academy NA. Ultra Academy NA, of course, as you see on the bracket, is the team that sent them both down to this position.
Yeah, I think it is an interesting storyline, I think, overall, right, with this Ultra Academy North America roster that does currently find themselves situated in that grand final. You know, they placed, 7th during Season 2, but it has been a good road, I think, for Ultra Academy North America over the last few months. Minnesota Open, they're able to win the entire event, and then, of course, they had that incredible showing at the Pro-Am Classic that, yes, all right, it didn't end maybe as well as they would have liked, but nonetheless, I think they are 100%, I think, in the minds of people, a very positive roster, especially when you're looking at players like Scrappy and such. Everybody loves Scrappy at the moment, don't they? So, Toronto Ultra Academy North America, they are the team to beat. The team currently awaiting the result of that lower bracket final, but that lower bracket final that we get to talk about here is between Whatever It Takes and Electrify Steel. Both of these teams very, very good at what they do, and for very different reasons, I think. On the one hand, we've got Whatever It Takes, a roster that was effectively formed last minute, really, for Season 3 of Challengers Elite, and has been a huge surprise, I think, for pretty much everybody. And then, of course, on the Electrify Steel, on the other hand, a roster that had made a change, but nonetheless are pretty much still the same roster that you guys knew as Stallions from Season 2. Nonetheless, let's take a look at the map set then for this best of 5. Andy, you and I, we always get the privilege kind of looking at this one before we show it to everybody at home. And this is one of those situations where you and I have our kind of, we're scratching our heads a little bit here looking at this best of 5.
And it's not just the map picks itself, it's how the veto process ended up going, which the graphic doesn't end up showing all of this going down, but Electrify Steel getting rid of both the Tuscan Hardpoint and the Tuscan Search and Destroy would then kind of canter to that they are trying to play to their strengths. They want their best maps to be played, though it's very tough to be able to have a better hardpoint map when you are going up against Whatever It Takes, who throughout the entirety of Season 3 have won 80% of their hardpoint maps. So they're going to have to do it down here on the Bokosh hardpoint, which is the biggest head scratcher of them all, because we have seen time and time again, 3 times over, Whatever It Takes have won this map, have not had a loss on it all Season 3 long, where Neptune just goes rogue, just continuously completes the pinch on a multitude of instances, is always that thorn in the side for so many teams that have to combat it against them. Just always makes the pace so high and makes teams overcompensate to deal with Neptune, and that's when players like Too Real and Brack kind of press the issue that much further forward. The Berlin Search and Destroy, I guess you can kind of go ahead and look past a little bit. Yes, Whatever It Takes are 3 and 2 on it. Electrify Steel are 1 and 3. But even more so than that, Brody, going back to the best of 5 that they did play previously, yes, Whatever It Takes did win that Berlin Search and Destroy in around 11. Both these teams are 8 and 4 coming into this lower final matchup. They are tied up in Search and Destroy all together at 8 and 4. So Electrify Steel, through the practice that have been in between that best of 5 at the end of the round robin stage into this very moment of time, are going to be feeling pretty darn comfortable to allow that map mode combo to come through.
Yeah, it does feel like there's just so much to unpack here, I think, when you look at this best of 5, as you say, right? We've got a load of maps that are returning from the last best of 5 between these two teams. And, of course, as we said, there's a few suspect picks, I think, when looking at that Bacage, Hardpoint, even the Berlin Hardpoint and the Desert Siege Search and Astray, I think, from both sides, that we're kind of, again, we're scratching our heads as to why these maps got through the veto process. But you know what? You know, I think for a number of times across this season of Call of Duty and the last as well, when it comes down to Challengers Elite, for some reason, teams kind of like to change up their veto strategies when it comes to playoffs. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. I think probably the most prominent example would be in EU during Stage 1, where we saw Gavutu Control coming out from Rocker Academy, where it hadn't come out at all during the regular season. So stuff like that does happen. I wouldn't be surprised if that was coming into effect here today. But we talked about the map set. I think it's a good idea to talk about the teams here while we wait for game number 1 to get underway. I think we should probably start the conversation here overall with whatever it takes, right? Because this is, as I said, I kind of set it up earlier on, right, Andy? Whatever it takes as a roster, you know, they come in here, they had to deal with that massive change that they didn't, I think, quite expect to have to deal with. Of course, ProLoot moving up to Optic Texas, it caused quite the shuffle.
Yeah, it really did, right? Because then you're basically forcing whatever it takes hands to be able to find that last-minute fourth, and you're already going to go into Season 3 of the Elite with a lack of practice, and they were originally going to be going with Ramby, but then Major Maniac, I believe, hits up Brax, says, hey, I want to play. He's on the bench for Minnesota Rocker right now, so you might as well pick up Major Maniac, and that just makes your Search and Destroy so much more deadly when you're thinking of the grander scheme of things for this whatever-it-takes roster. And it goes even further than that as well. You can see it unfold here, I'm sure of it. If you missed the games yesterday or throughout the entirety of Season 3, then you're probably, one, living under a rock because you have missed whatever it takes, completely outpace, dictate the entire jurisdiction of how the map is played out. For no matter the hardpoint map that they've been playing, they outpace everybody, and that's thanks to that second player on that screen for the player listing. Neptune is a force to be reckoned with since they have joined the likes of this whatever-it-takes roster.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny in a way, right? Because I think it was Tun that mentioned it on broadcast yesterday. It's kind of like when you're talking about players like Neptune and Major Maniac that come down from the CDL. In a way, I think they're gifted quite a lot of space. They can kind of just do what they want because of just how talented they are. And that absolutely bears true, I think, for Neptune and Major Maniac with the effect that they've had here on this whatever-it-takes roster alongside Brack and Turiel. And they do have this scary factor that I know people probably do get fed up with me saying it, but I do say it very often because it always pretty much applies, which is, I think, a championship winning team here in Challengers, it has to have that factor. Any of the 4 players can go off at any point, and that definitely applies here to this whatever-it-takes roster. But you could also definitely say that it applies to Electrify Steel as well, the roster they have to go up against, of course, Kaiser, Cryptic, Yuli, and Mind there. Mind, the newest addition to this roster. I think the kind of big talking point for Electrify Steel here is how is Mind fitting in, replacing, of course, 2 Real on this team, which is a storyline in itself for this particular matchup. And I think our answer has been pretty much, I think, for Electrify Steel, they have seen improvements in places.
Obviously, there's something going on behind the scenes to want Mind to come in over 2 Real, because it wasn't that bad of a season when we first saw them back in Season 2 playing underneath the moniker of Stallions, right? But obviously, you want to play with whoever you are comfortable with, and Kaiser, Cryptic, Yuli ended up wanting to go with Mind, following from a very unfortunate result that they had coined themselves from away from that Minnesota Open. All of that said, yeah, Mind really does fit the mold when you're thinking about it, ever since, you know, not playing with 2 Real anymore, is that flex to the, I guess, the ice that is Yuli on so many different instances of turn. The AR presence that Cryptic and Kaiser have been putting up with continuously since we have been seeing them in the Vanguard season has been next to nil, just top notch. It's one of those things that this team really does play to a fundamental strength that a lot of teams have been struggling with. And then when they are pushed against the wall, obviously the X factors are there. I cannot gas up enough what Yuli has been able to do in a lot of those tight binds. When they have to go and they have to win 3 gunfights in a row, somehow Yuli walks away with it more often than not. Mind is right there to help things out in most instances.
Yeah, I think it is kind of crazy, right? Because we look at this Electrify Steel roster, and this does happen very often when it comes to North America. Again, there are countless times in over the course of not just this season, but the last as well, where a roster will just kind of come out of nowhere. And that can be said for Electrify Steel, of course. Again, they were formerly known as Stallions during Season 2 of Challengers Elite here this year. They did kind of just come out of nowhere, right? And I think they've definitely now cemented themselves as that kind of top 4 team, if you will. But they want to go further. So far, they've already guaranteed 3rd place. This match will be fighting for at least 2nd second. But again, Andy, that is what they got last season. So they want to make that improvement. They have to get past whatever it takes to get it done. But that's going to be the rosters. We've spoken about those teams now. I kind of want to speak to you very briefly here kind of about maybe the players to watch out for in this series. I know the answers are going to be pretty obvious for everybody at home for the most part, but if you kind of had to pick one from each team, who would you kind of go for here?
I mean, I would probably have to go ahead and say, obviously, we'll start with the easiest one of them all, is whatever it takes. You got to be watching out for Neptune. Neptune is going to be that route man. He's going to be the slayer for whatever it takes. He's pretty much going to try to do everything humanly possible that he possibly can with his 2 thumbs on that controller throughout the entirety of this best of 5 map set. Because if he continues to get away with highway robbery, this should be a pretty easy best of 5 map set for whatever it takes as a whole. We have seen that seamlessly through every single matchup that whatever it takes have played, barring those matches that they lost to Ultra Academy NA. On the other side of things, I'm going to have to say that you're going to be watching out for Yuli. If there's one player for this roster of Electrify Steel that has to keep up with pace, if not try to do it a little bit better, along with their other teammates, it's going to be Yuli. Again, like I was saying when we were looking at their team card, I have to take off my socks to count the amount of clutches that I have seen from Yuli throughout the entirety of Challengers this season of Vanguard. He really is that guy that you can never really count them out of any sort of instance that when they are in a requirement to get a crucial gunfight on a rotation for a hardpoint, to battle over spawns, or to be able to get a 2-piece when they commit towards a flank on Search and Destroy. Yuli is that guy that always steps up to the plate and more often than not does walk away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yuli is definitely the player that I would have pointed out here for the Electrify Steel roster. He is just so good at what he does, and absolutely, when you expect him to make a play, he is absolutely going to make that play. And of course, to the other side, I think it's kind of funny because when it gets to this point in the tournament, when you kind of ask that question of which players do you want to focus on, there are just so many players that we could talk about because everybody has at this point had their moment. It's crazy. It's going to be a great match. I can't wait for it. You guys, you are going to have to wait a little bit longer for it though. We've got a couple of issues to sort out. So while we get those sorted out for you folks at home, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we return, we've got to have game number 1 between these two teams. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's playoff time for North America, and it's about right time to get into game number 1 between Electrify Steel and Whatever It Takes. It's Bakaj Hardpoint. You know how these one goes, folks. It's always going to be nuts. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a good time. It's Electrify Steel. They're going to be the first team to touch the point.
Just to reframe it up, and in case you missed the top of the broadcast, Whatever It Takes 3-0 on this map mode combination through Season 3 of the Elite. Electrify Steel 2-2, so it will be interesting to see how Electrify Steel get on with it as well, as they are still on the favorite side of the map. Seeing just good presence galore through the middle of the map as well from Electrify Steel. Yuli just finessing in and out from the front side of Grandma's, just trying to hold the line, make sure that Whatever It Takes feel rather trapped behind Grandma's ahead of the ever-so-wanted P2 rotation.
Yeah, and that's the objective, I think, generally speaking, for teams here, and for Electrify Steel especially, considering they are currently the ones on that side of the map. Just make sure you hold strong. Unfortunately, though, it hasn't exactly gone well, as T-Real's able to pick up a couple of gunfights. Whatever It Takes, they break on through, and now this is the rotation that they desired. Now going to all be about the hold here. Electrify Steel should be able to find a route in from that riverbed side. Whatever It Takes will be conscious of the fact Material just going to be sitting up top there towards that barn side, but Neptune going to deal with that threat. Yulu will end up falling, and now for Electrify Steel, can they send any players through? Well, the initial gunfights do not go their way. Whatever It Takes doing a splendid job at the moment of holding strong, especially as T-Real now on a 5 spree does get shut down.
I think it's really funny that we have to talk about it, right? Because, I mean, we're seeing a very reserved Neptune through these opening first 2 hardpoints so far, and it's T-Real that's actually going rogue, and he's absolutely more than equipped to be able to do it, as Neptune does light up the kill feed, does find 2. Spawns were not broken up there towards the back 30 for Electrify Steel to get on in from the front side of the hardpoint will be unsuccessful. They're still holding on to the 24 seconds they were able to accrue off of the P1 hardpoint, so they're just going to concede it for now. Back 10 seconds will be soaked up for Whatever It Takes as they set themselves up to assault the Grandma's hardpoint.
Electrify Steel just going to be watching at the moment. Mine keeping an eye on this alley. And support from teammates in close proximity. Mine just going to get that first gunfight versus Major Maniac. Checking outside tools to make sure that nobody's got in from behind. But all of those doors are open at the moment inside the alley. The windows too. There will be an opening here for these players. But they both jump up at the same time. Excuse me, Brax says. That's my window. But nonetheless, it doesn't matter anyway. Whatever It Takes, they're going to get a wave of gunfights. And now they will find themselves in towards the Grandma's hardpoint for the last 40 seconds of time. Electrify Steel going to be spawning out over towards Barn. A chance now for Whatever It Takes. This will be a good chunk of time to get.
Yeah, it is, and they were able to flip out the spawns during that entire battle that starts to ensue. But sometimes you don't really want those spawns on the backside of the hedges, as Electrify Steel were able to break their way back in through Kitchen. They're able to come back in through the front side of the hardpoint. You also have Cryptic that is watching that very long angle. And Kaiser off the respawn was able to pick up the flank that was starting to manifest over by the tool side. So, wonderfully done for Electrify Steel to resurface themselves. Brack trying to make a big argument for this scrap of scrap time. Well, at least open up an avenue for Whatever It Takes to get out of their spawns. And Electrify Steel, smartly enough, not recontesting it for any scrap time. They're trying to set themselves up for a barn hardpoint.
Well, it's going to be Electrify Steel in for this one first. Yuli watching the outer side. But look at Whatever It Takes. You can see them regrouping on the mini-map, ready to hit the back, hit the side as well. Kaiser able to get that first gunfight versus T-Real. Checks in from behind, and that's a good stun check against Brack as well. Going to come around to pick up this gunfight. Would be a big one for the back spawns, and I won't actually find it there. Brack going to win that particular one-on-one engagement. It's a problem that I think Electrify Steel, they want to actively go and deal with, and good on mine for actively searching for that gunfight. And while all that's going down here, Andy, Electrify Steel, they are holding very strong. Kaiser watching the middle of the map as well. This is a lot of time going their way.
Yeah, I mean, mine has just been going rogue, was able to deal, completely hold on to the back 10 spawns. Whatever It Takes have had no answer for this P4 setup. I mean, it feels like that Yuli has just been in here kicking his feet up, having a laugh, while the rest of his teammates have just been revolving around the P4 hardpoint and been finding kills along the way. Since we saw mine be able to secure those back 10 spawns from any Brack silliness, now finds themselves on a 5 spree. Will be able to work their way into the backside of the hedges, but smartly enough, Whatever It Takes to not try to hold that angle. They're just going to be able to back all the way up inside of L, putting themselves against the wall. It's where mine just feels the ante to strike as they find kill number 7. They get themselves a glide bomb.
And those things very proficient here on Bakaj. Mind looking for some more kills, finds Neptune. There's still a ton more gunfights here to get, and I think that smartly just going to back away for the moment here is Mind as he waits for the rest of the team to come on and help out. He will finally fall there, but an 8 spree to talk about that is something very positive for the Electrify Steel roster, as it will benefit them greatly. Whatever It Takes removed from the hardpoint for all but a moment, though, as Neptune and Major Maniac, the problems for many teams going up against Whatever It Takes over the course of Season 3 of Challengers Elite. They're able to find their way on through, and it will be Whatever It Takes now scooping up the last 10 to 15 seconds of scrap time. And once the first set of rotations is all said and done here, Andy, things are pretty even between these two teams, although this is Bakaj, kind of expecting this to go that way.
Yeah, whatever it takes, able to get a healthy amount of points off of P2. Got Electrify Steel recontesting P3. Neptune's starting to go a little rogue. This is what you have to be afraid of if you are Electrify Steel. Going in towards the second set of hardpoints is Neptune starting to warm up on that 5 spree. Can't find any more. Just kind of runs in towards the P5 area into a crossfire from 3 members of Electrify Steel. But yeah, pretty darn even. Just 2 points is the lead so far for whatever it takes. It is how things typically do go when 2 teams are pretty darn competitive between the 2. But Electrify Steel, wisely enough, not trying to overinvest, pushing past the middle of the map. The same could be said for whatever it takes, though. They want to make sure that they hold on to those back 10 spawns. They find the early gunfights. They don't push too far forward, knowing that the spawn flip can come through if they do so.
You just need one player, don't you, if you're Electrify Steel, to kind of slip the net and cause some chaos. Haven't managed to do that just yet. Yuli was potentially the player to do that. Now maybe some more opportunities here as Cryptic's trying to find his way in towards P1. Keep an eye on Kaiser as well as he actually wins his 1v1 versus Mage Maniac. And that'll open up a lane for both him and Yuli to make their way over towards the new hardpoint. But Tyrell having absolutely none of it, only able to pick up 1 hit. The trades will come through from Kaiser. Is that enough? The answer, at least initially, will be no, as whatever it takes to regain control here of this rotation. But Electrify Steel, they don't have anybody to contend with towards that alley side. As those kills come through, they've got some breathing room to work with. And they have, at the very least, removed whatever it takes from the hardpoint. Nice nade coming in from mine. Cryptic with 2 as well. That's the kills necessary here for Electrify Steel to break on in.
Yeah, but look how Electrify Steel are setting themselves up. They're not trying to full flood to break the spawns on the backside of the tin. They're trying to win this from the front side of P2, and it's very difficult to make that setup happen for an abundance of time. But what they're trying to set themselves up continuously is for P3 spawns. But by doing so, they've allowed Neptune to come in through the alleyways, find themselves yet another spree is sitting on a 4, while the rest of their teammates just soak up more hardpoint time. They're on 2. Still 10 seconds of battle over, and Neptune's trying to create more space into the backside of 3.
This game could not be closer. At the moment, just 10 or 15 seconds separate them. Neptune trying to fight on for this rotation, and, well, he survives again. He's now on 5 in a row. A couple more kills. A glide bomb will be there, ready to go for whatever it takes. Can he get that streak to go? A number of players to contend with. Unfortunately, he gets shot down from the tower side. Kaiser peeks out from up top, taking down a couple of players, and that'll open up a lane here for whatever it takes to fight this one from the back line. But again, it's Major Maniac in for 2, whatever it takes, fighting this one from the tool side, able to pick up a wave of gunfights. Electrify Steel, can he find a way back on through? Yuli next up to bat here, he gets shut down. Rack still an annoyance in that hard point, while Electrify Steel have managed to find their way on through. Kaiser pushes all the way out towards the middle of the map, by the way, to make sure that whatever it takes do not touch. But even now, that's just not enough. There is still continually players from whatever it takes that find their way in time and time and time again. It is an annoyance for this Electrify Steel roster.
It really is. And now you start asking the question, when is mine going to dip in towards that resource pocket to call out that glide bomb? You would feel like if they keep getting put in the blender here on the backside of 3, that they might have to use it just to get out of their spawns. Brack now finds themselves on a 5, trying to contest with some streaks. Just needs 2 more. Finds mine outside the back door of Grandma's. Now just 1 away from getting themselves the glide bomb. The only player that's pushed up to try to deal with this is over on the north side of the map. The recontest up inside of the attic comes through, so at least you shut down Brack's potential for streaks. But it bought so much time, so much space, you would assume for whatever it takes to get comfortably set up on the backside of the barn. But it's not so much the case. Electrify Steel to find the crucial kills, and they get in for the initial time of 4.
It's going to be Electrify Steel in for now. This is one of the harder points to hold here on Bakaj. Can they get a wealth of time to close the gap between themselves and whatever it takes? Kaiser just going to be sitting pretty inside the hardpoint right now. It was at least initially uncontested, but here they come from whatever it takes. It's kills galore. It's blue in the kill feed. Tyrell getting very antsy, pushing all the way up towards the tool side. And it is just a matter of keeping Electrify Steel at arm's length at the moment, making sure that you do reinvigorate that scoreline, that 40-point advantage that he held over that Electrify Steel roster. And now for Electrify Steel, as we focus in on this rotation, they still have this streak ready to go, by the way. They will be the ones to touch first, and I think this might well be the point in the game where if they lose control, you might well use it.
Well, if they're losing control, Brody, so you might have to use that off the respawn if you are mine, because you are dealing with Tyrell just pushing through the backside of Willow Tree, finding a handful of kills. They will call on that glide bomb. Mine will convey this information towards your teammates that one player got inside of the sewers. That's going to be Tyrell, now trying to return from a different route, but Mine's going to pick them up themselves after calling that glide bomb. It will be successful. They will be able to get all of whatever it takes off of P5, and Electrify Steel, crucially, will be able to get in for more time until Major Maniac has anything to say about it. Comes in, breaks the hard point open for whatever it takes to recontest for the back 20.
How many times are we going to see this same event happen here for whatever it takes, where Major Maniac or be it Neptune just coming a complete annoyance here on Bakaj and getting 2 pieces like that? breaks whatever it takes back in the ward for time. And again, I think in the grand scheme of things at this hard point, it really is a damaging prospect, isn't it? The fact that Mind has already now utilized that glide bomb and doesn't really close the lead whatsoever. Whatever it takes, just 18 points shy of victory here, Andy. They could do it on P1. It might not be the hard point where they get it done, but still, they're so close to victory.
It could very much still happen. I mean, you can see Bracket in probably the biggest power position of them all here in top attic. You also have the trust that is coming through from Major Maniac on the backside of Barn to basically coordinate a pinch. This information is being conveyed to the SMGs down low. Neptune, 2 Real, completing the pinch in the middle of the map.
Yeah, 2 Real. How close can you get here towards the hard point? Going to take down Kaiser and Mind as well. The kills are in, whatever it takes. 7 seconds away from victory. Can anybody from Electric Steel touch on towards the hard point? Cryptic tries to make the route happen through top Grandmas, but doesn't want to jump in. Trying to play it a little bit safe, and it will not work out. Whatever it takes, taking map number 1 there. And, I really felt like towards the middle of the game, they gained like a 40-point advantage or so. And you and I kind of always discuss here, Andy, when it comes to Picage, you only need a 40-point differential and you start to run away with the game.
30 points to 40 points as far as a leader's advantage is concerned, that's massive on a Bocage because every single hardpoint, more often than not, is contested until you're dealing with whatever it takes, like what you saw on that Indomitable P2 hold throughout the second set of hardpoints, or how well they were able to contest on P3, also in the second set of hardpoints. And I want to go back to a point that you were talking about. I mean, how many times are like players like Major Maniac or Neptune going to get away with this? You really feel like that at any point in time, through any of these hardpoints that were played, all 5 on Bocage, either Neptune, Major Maniac, Brack, or 2 Real, we're finding these crucial double kills. We're finding these avenues of success to get behind the play of Electrify Steel. One of those avenues were being exploited continuously, and Electrify Steel's hold were absolutely blown up. They thought that they had the initial setup. They thought that they could play safe on the backside of 5. They lost the initial gunfights. Mind calls in the glide bomb. But you feel like it's just a little bit too passive when you have such an ace up your sleeve. Play aggressive if you're Electrify Steel. Try to break it with the gunfights up at the front. What you saw over by 4. Try to take those back tin spawns by force, knowing that you could spawn yourself out and use the glide bomb to then recontest, if not break P5. It's just a little bit too passive for my liking for Electrify Steel when they got when Mine got that glide bomb really early on in the game, keep in mind you. And whatever it takes, just continue to do, well, whatever it takes. It's been their moniker throughout the entirety of the year, specifically on Hardpoint. 80% win rate. They continuously push the envelope that much further. Their aggression pays dividends for them to take yet another Hardpoint here in Season 3.
Yeah, and we take a look at the stats there. Brack, the top performer alongside Neptune for whatever it takes. It's not really a surprise at this point. Of course, Brack, I think we've had a number of discussions really kind of about Brack's role in this whatever it takes roster and kind of how good he looks now that Neptune and Major Maniac and Turiel have joined him on the team. He has a lot of space to work with, and you can see him utilizing that there in that game. Neptune, as we said, 34 and 26. We kind of expect it. I don't know what happens, but when you put Neptune on Bacage, for whatever reason, he just goes nuts every single time without fail, and we see that once again there in that game. So whatever it takes, they come out on top in map number 1. We take a look at our Best of 5 series here to see how we look moving forward, and well, I think the first things first, whatever it takes, still have not lost a Bacage hardpoint here in Season 3 of Challengers Elite. Now next up we've got Berlin, Search and Destroy, and I think from a statistical perspective here, whatever it takes are still technically speaking better on paper here when it comes to Berlin, Search and Destroy.
Yeah, they absolutely are. 3-2 overall, comparatively to Electrify Steel's 1-3. And one of those losses for Electrify Steel was in round-robin play in their last matchup, which was against whatever it takes. They lost in round 11, and crucially at that, it was right down to the wire. And you really felt like the momentum could have shifted in those last 2 rounds, truly. But when it comes down to it, Electrify Steel, they wanted to get rid of the Tuscan Search and Destroy. And I'll be completely candid when I say this, you probably more or less helped out whatever it takes in their veto process. Again, I don't want to continue to harp on it. These players are a lot smarter than me. That is why they're competing, and I'm just sitting here casting. But it's one of those things, again, that for whatever it takes, more often than not, do typically kind of move away from the Tuscan Search and Destroy. They've only played it one time, and that was at the beginning of the season when they got 1-6 by Team Valor, your last place team here in Season 3 of the Elite. But nonetheless, you're looking at this that much further that the Berlin Search and Destroy needs to be picture perfect for Electrify Steel. Coming into this matchup 1-3 and losing the initial hardpoint, you're not going to be feeling pretty darn comfortable on it. But for Electrify Steel coming into the Berlin Search and Destroy, you have to go back, study that VOD when you did beat Team Valor here 6-2. and almost go back to those other 3 losses. Like I said, the round 11 loss to Whatever It Takes, the round 10 loss to Ultra Academy NA, and then the round 10 loss to Destroy the Odds as well, to really make sure that this is as tight-knit as possible, that the bag of tricks are absolutely there, because you're going up against some of the best Search and Destroy players that we currently have here in North America for Challengers Elite in both Major Maniac, Neptune, as well as 2 Real.
Yeah, I think it is a relatively interesting situation, I think, that we're currently facing down with this the map set as it stands, right? Because we kind of expect, to some extent, Whatever It Takes to take the Hardpoint. They are the best Hardpoint team in North American Challenges at the moment. They're coming into this one at 12-3, I think, is their record. And, I think the Hardpoint for Electrify Steel hasn't exactly been a boon of success. So, in a sense, I think on paper, it is expected, if any map is going to go Whatever It Takes way, it's going to be the Hardpoint. And, on the flip side of that, we've got Search and Destroy. Both of these teams coming into this one, they are 8-4. I think that is from a statistical perspective. They are currently tied 2nd, I think, in North America for the best Search and Destroy team, as it were. And I think for Electrify Steel, this is a very important map overall. We talk about how good at Search and Destroy that Stallions roster was during Season 2. Now, albeit, I'll put an asterisk on this by saying 2 Real was a massive part of that, and now, of course, he's on the other side. But, I think Electrify Steel here, they are still very good at Search and Destroy, and you have to feel that coming into this one, Andy, they really need to win this one, otherwise they will feel themselves in a world of pain.
Yeah, take everything I said about both Neptune, who is the instigator for this Whatever It Takes roster. I mean, you saw just how flow heavy they were on that Bokaj Hardpoint, trying to instigate these 2 pieces, try to get these streaks going. That'll be almost 1-for-1 on trying to find these first bloods. Both these teams being tied to 8-4 Search and Destroy. The number 1 Search and Destroy team is Ultra Academy NA, but they're not in this matchup, Brody. And when you're looking across the lobby for Whatever It Takes, this Electrify Steel roster, through history for many different Call of Duties, have almost made their names from a lot of different Search and Destroy instances, and you need that to be the backbone of Electrify Steel coming into this series, because you know that the Hardpoint, again, was probably going to be very difficult as it was. They did lose it. Now you need to bounce back. 2-3-5 need to be on the mind here for Electrify Steel. Maybe you can steal a Hardpoint away. It probably won't happen, but the Search and Destroy needs to be absolutely lights out for Electrify Steel to come into the series.
And that is, I think, just a scary thing on the whole, right, is that Hardpoint. It's just such a terrifying prospect to look at. And now it's out of the way, though. Map number 1 has gone the way of Whatever It Takes. In towards the Search and Destroy we go. And it is going to be Whatever It Takes here on the offense to kick things off. They initially decided that they might want to go to B, but I think they've changed their mind, Andy.
Well, their stuns, nades actually connected on those players' back docks. This is a really good read and rotation. Mine's the only player here that's on the backside of pillars. They're going to be stunned up. They should be fished out. They find 1. That's about all they're going to be able to find, but the job is done. You saw 3 players over there. That'll call for the rotation from the defensive players.
I was kind of curious here. I thought maybe we'll see kind of double fate coming out from Whatever It Takes. Maybe they wrap back towards B, but that definitely is not necessary anymore, as Cryptic does end up falling. So now just Yuli and Kaiser left up in the 2 versus 3. The call will now be made from Major Maniac. Hey, they're coming on the flank. Maybe I'll just deal with it myself. He's able to take down 1. Yuli in for the trade. Now the 1v2, but the information is definitely there, even more so now as he's now spotted out. They know what side of the map Yuli is on. Just trying to guess where he is coming from. And I think he actually might have slipped the net here. Good common surprise Brack from behind. But again, Call of Duty timing most certainly not on Yuli's side there.
Brack is so smart when it comes down to Search and Destroy. Again, process of elimination when that rotation does come through. Obviously, taking down Mine, going 1-for-1 in that situation, knowing that the rotation was going to come through, right? Brack gets inside of the train offices in that A bomb site. And then they recognize the doors are still closed. So obviously, there's not going to be any sort of nuances by nades coming through, a la to what Kismet was doing when they were playing on Texas Nation a few seasons ago, and also the fact that he needs to be able to look at that angle coming out from lobby and absolutely smokes the first player, and then also gets the read coming through from the concourse staircase. Wonderfully rotated from Whatever It Takes. Mine should have been able to see at least 1 player cross. Won't see them drop, though, as Electrify Steel are trying to commit towards this B lane with the bomb being carried by Yuli inside a mill.
Electrify Steel looking for something here. Any information to work off that how they want to work this round. But in come those instigators that we were talking about. Neptune and Major Maniac. Looking to cause some serious damage here, and I think they might be able to. Electrify Steel have not a clue that this is going to happen, but Neptune can't finish the gunfight. Has to walk away momentarily, and now they most certainly do. Electrify Steel, they've got that information to work off. What do they do with it? They haven't got control of the A-bomb site just yet. They've also kind of scared of the Phantom. That is Whatever It Takes. Cryptic hunting for Major Maniac. Does not find him. Major gets that kill. Trades are coming in as well. Neptune does end up falling, but the good news is for Electrify Steel, they're in sight.
They know Major Maniac's going to be behind them. So what's the play call here for the 3 players for Electrify Steel? Just go all the way through lobby. But Brack makes the read yet again. They're damaged up. They find one. They recontest for the second. You got to trade this, man. Sees Kaiser come over the wall. And I'm pretty sure Brack found that kill too. That's absurd. That Electrify Steel could not trade out Brack in that situation. Yeah, and they sure did. They found all 3 players from the long rotation. And Electrify Steel made the right call, keep in mind you, that they knew that Major Maniac was from behind. That was going to be the catalyst for the retake, so they have to try to rewrap around the entirety of the map. They thought that they had Brack's number, but lo and behold, Brack has the whole on phone book for Electrify Steel's numbers and everything else included. Man, that is absurd that Brack now finds themselves up on 5 in a row, all thanks to Major Maniac not showing presence after Neptune could not finish that initial gunfight. The potential to play for streaks is here if Brack finds 2 more kills.
A lot of information gained there as well for Brack. Doing a real good job at the moment for whatever it takes. They recognise now they've got the numbers over towards B. The bomb most certainly will go down, especially as Cryptic falls. So, numbers in favour for whatever it takes. The bomb will be down. Electrify Steel, you got to initiate this retake pretty quickly. It just doesn't work, does it? As Yuli does end up falling. Mind will find Neptune. So, every cloud at the moment for Electrify Steel. But another player goes down. Another one as well. Major Maniac towards the back line is just snapping on these guys at the moment. Whatever it takes. Vibrantly walking through this S&D.
You know as well as I do, Birdie, that bomb goes down over by the BS&D. Nobody's quick committing over towards the flank. You don't have a sniper to deal with the players that are trying to exit from the B hut, if not try to aggressively take them out from the dock building, if not on the top side of the warehouse. That is a checkmate situation that you know the defensive team is going to struggle to retake that bomb site. It has to come through very quickly. Once you are already able to find and get the information from the players inside of mail, and there was no pressure coming through against Brack on the very long flank, whatever it takes, cleanly walk away with that round. So Electrify Steel, frustrated within those past 2 rounds, are going to take the aggressive play, try to aggressively move their way over towards A, but they see the door open, so they got to check these corners.
I have one threat to deal with in close proximity. That will be Neptune, who has to make his way through secret. Now the information most certainly there for whatever it takes, but I do like the aggression coming out from Electrify Steel here in this round. Will it work out? They haven't dealt with Neptune, and, well, here's what happens when you don't. He picks up 2. And very quickly, this defense of the site has fallen apart, hasn't it, for Electrify Steel. Cryptic left up in a 1 versus 4. And he's got to work out how to finish this one. And he's going to get taken down by Major Maniac. How about that for a retake? Completely instigated by Neptune. And these guys at the moment, it's just such a pain in the backside when these guys, they are so confidently just waltzing into the sites.
Yeah, they are. Combined 12 and 1 are both Major Maniac and Neptune. Casually. Major puts himself 1 kill away from the glide bomb. All this conversation about Brack going 5 and 0 through the start has not found a gunfight because Neptune in that round makes the play happen. They get the COD timing off the rip there. They get down inside of Sneaky. And once the communication comes through from Major Maniac, who was across the way on the upper courtyard side, hey, they're all on the A bomb site, that immediately activates Neptune, who goes unnoticed to be able to find those 2 crucial gunfights for the Collapse student to follow. 4 rounds in, Electrify Steel have yet to find an answer.
Here we go again. Whatever it takes. They're feeling themselves at the moment, and why wouldn't you be? The trade's coming in. This time, though, not in favor of whatever it takes. The good news, though, of course, is the 2 players who are still alive are those 2 generating streaks at the moment, and I think they'll play this round, therefore, a little bit more passively. They are somewhat separated. Brack will have just spotted out that push, and will make the call towards his teammate. Can he catch these players off guard, though? That's the question. Cryptic's watching it. Brack's like, absolutely not. I will try and play my life here, but it is still a bit of a sticky situation, isn't it? These players will be hunting him. What can Brack do? Should I even really question Brack at this point? He does get shut down, so there's that for mind. Now Major Maniac 1v2.
Bomb still needs to get recovered here, keep in mind you, but, I mean, Major Maniac has ample timing. The question comes down to how many did Brack see. I would argue that they probably just saw 1, but arguments aside, Major has played a lot of Search and Destroy, knows that in a 2v1 situation, these players are going to be stacked up together, finds the first, that gets the glide bomb, makes this 1v1 possible, and if you are Mind, you just got to stay alive. It's very difficult to make this choice, maybe try to chase out the trade, but knowing that Major Maniac still needs to try to commit towards one of these bomb sites, he doesn't even have the bomb yet. This is a very difficult round to maybe try to close out, as Major Maniac might be able to get the timing, try to get that plant. Mind saw him. Major Maniac's trying to go for the chow, get some damage. Can't confirm the kill. Mind's just got to run away.
When Mind got aggressive there to check the site, I was like, yeah, they're about to hit head-to-head. But unfortunately, Mind will be able to Scarper and Electrify Steel find their first round. But I like the plays coming in there. I think the idea is just to try and grab the streak as quick as possible. And they do get it. Major Maniac now has the glide bomb ready to go. Electrify Steel, you've got the first round on the board here. That's a big confidence booster.
Oh, it absolutely is. I mean, that's an ace up your sleeve for a post plant, for a retake. And you can't kill through the rooftop of the B hut anymore, but that's a lot of information that could be gained from that streak alone. So 2 players aggressively pushing through the A site will be Neptune and Major Maniac defensively. Brack will find first blood across the B docks.
And once again, these first bloods just not going Electrify Steel's way, are they? Maybe they'll have a response. Mine's managed to get in from behind. But elsewhere, Major Maniac will take down Kaiser, and Mine, I think, has been sniffed out here, but it doesn't matter. He's able to take Brack out of the play. Now potential 1 versus 1 against 2 Real. If he could win this one, this is a very manageable situation, especially because he'll probably draw these players over towards the B site while the bomb is over towards A. But Mine trying to win this 1 versus 1. The shot's going to 2 Real, and there it is. The victory will come through from Mine. But the bomb is actually transferring over to B.
Yeah, I was about to say that Yuli still has to rotate with that bomb. Was watching the warehouse flank the entire time with an MP40. Major Maniac finds the counter timing. Still on the spree, by the way. And Yuli, not feeling the pressure, might have just saw him cross. Yes, shots already coming through. But the problem is still there, that Yuli needs to get towards this B hut where their teammate is waiting, probably exclaiming, "We gotta plant this bomb." The other 2 players, Major Maniac, Neptune, looking to collapse on the play.
Should be able to do it. Might get some good timing, but unfortunately not. Mine will pick up the gunfight, and the second as well coming through from Mine. So Electrify Steel going to win the round. And Mind, definitely the playmaker there.
I mean, he just found the entire ace of the round, Brody. Like, Mine absolutely made the play happen. Again, it's a very tight timing that Mine was able to find there. Again, the first blood comes through from Brack over by the B docks. And unbeknownst to Mine, only knew that there was 1 player over on the B docks, was Brack from that first blood. It really comes down to whether or not the teammate that did fall for Electrify Steel might have saw the second player of 2 Real over there. So Mine just hits the B lane, gets inside a fire, finds the return blood onto Brack, and then gets the 1v1 inside of the B hut. 2 players on donuts right now, Kaiser and Cryptic, but making this a 2-round deficit. Mine continuing to try to push the aggression forward ahead to try to get themselves that streak.
Here it comes, the streak coming down here from Major Maniac, and that's a lot of information gained, but it does now kind of put them into a position where you need to win this round. 3v3 we go, the bomb will be down. Electrify Steel all on that one side of it, the lobby side. How do you re-entry? 2 Real in the spot. Gonna gain some information as they cross over. These guys very deep set in towards the train station at the moment. Electrify Steel. They're going to come around outside, and there you go. The first engagement comes through for Yuli. Now you've got to start to pick up the pace, though. 20 seconds left in this round. Kaiser with another one, and now Major Maniac in the 1 versus 3. He's able to get 1, cannot get the second. Cryptic able to take him down. The defuse will come through, and you're starting to shake in your boots a little bit here. The streak is gone, and it's 3 rounds on the bounce for Electrify Steel.
Yeah, you know how to put a smile on my face, Brody. 3 rounds on the bounce, indeed. Electrify Steel coming through. Again, it's Mine that actually makes the play. Look, they went 1 for 1, but when that glide bomb is getting called in by Major Maniac, Mine needs to push forward. They were already in a very aggressive 1 for 1 potential position on the bottom side of pillars, and with that glide bomb was going to reveal their position. So they need to push inside of the train station, either to find refuge from the glide bomb to potentially kill them. They were able to find kill number 7 for first blood. So now the reverse Uno card is in effect. Electrify Steel, Mine 10 and 5, has themselves that glide bomb to play with. They're going to take their potential virtues over towards this B lane. There's a lot of focus over on this side of the map, but 2 Real in their aggressive position inside the A bomb will find Kaiser for first.
I feel like Kaiser there in that position, just trying to draw out some players. Major Maniac under the tank. Oh, there's just a little bit of clearance off the ground there where you can take out Yuli, and Major Maniac is going to exploit that perfectly. So this situation definitely in favor of whatever it takes here. It leaves Cryptic and Mind alone on an island, and the bullying will continue here as the nade throws out from Major Maniac. Lands right at the feet of Cryptic, sends him running away, and Cryptic will now fall as well. Mine left up in a 1 versus 4. This guy, he's pulled miracles out of nowhere so far this game. Now he's got to generate some bread and wine. 1v4.
Oh, the crossfire set up for him as well. Major Maniac finds that kill. He's just top warehouse. He's going to watch Mine just slow roll their way. I mean, I just saw 3 bullet tracers just completely eviscerate Mine when they tried to work inside that B hut. Yeah. A little chuckle from me personally as Major Maniac pelted that nade. Actually nailed Cryptic right in the head. And then tip your hat to Flakjack. He kept him alive somehow. It doesn't really matter after those kills that initially did come through from the beginning of the round. Not in a position for Mine to play coy on inside of Mail to maybe utilize that glide bomb. They were hoping for their teammates to maybe try to get that bomb planted. Map point here for whatever it takes to go up 2-0 in the series. Electrify Steel defensively, aggressively have players over towards the A, S, and D. They're just leaving Kaiser to watch that cross, but question comes down, how many did they see? Probably not many.
Tyro's going to get some shots put into him here. He will survive. Now Mine going to bring this glide bomb down, and it's been a while since it doesn't affect the roof. But if anything, there is some information being gained there from Mine. How do they utilize that? That's the question. Yuli will draw the first blood here against Neptune, but the bomb will be down here for whatever it takes. That is definitely an advantageous position to find yourselves in. And it puts a clock here on the round. Mine does take down Brack as well. So this very quickly has actually fallen apart. Major Maniac now left up in a 1 versus 4. This guy, he's done it. Definitely before in his career, but this is a real tough one to crack. Kaiser now the defuse. Major Maniac, you gotta do it. You gotta do it now. Able to get the kill onto Yuli. If he swings across very quickly, he could get it done. But 5 in a row, I don't think Major Maniac wants to risk it.
No, there's really no reason to. I mean, there's a potential that if these next few rounds and Major Maniac is able to play their life comfortably, considering that they're up near, 14 kills right now, they could potentially get themselves yet another glide bomb. He's on 5 and 15 and 3. The hell is going on? You look on the opposite side of the lobby. I mean, Mine is at 12 and 7. Has more kills than the rest of their teammates combined. I mean, the ace certainly helps, but Electrify Steel now making this within 1. Biggest issue has been their offensive rounds, trying to extend the round, trying to get that bomb planted. Got a lot of presence inside of Mail, but the difference is that they are not committing a player to try to deal with these players that are on the island inside of that AS&D site. All players for Electrify Steel are here.
Major Maniac, there's that 6th in a row. He gets another one here. It'll spell disaster. Not only would Electrify Steel be in the 2 versus 4, but the glide bomb would come out for short to gain the information as to where they are. Kaiser gonna fall. It isn't the Major Maniac, thankfully. But nonetheless, Electrify Steel find themselves stuck in a very sticky jar of jam. Cyril has some shots put into him. You've got to imagine the assistance will come through from Neptune sooner rather than later, though. Yuli left up 1 versus 3, gets the first kill, having some shots in the back, though. And, well, when you get shot in the back like that, you're going to find yourself bleeding pretty quickly. Whatever it takes, find that elusive 6th round. And they're now 2-0 up.
Just an absolute chef's kiss performance. Look, I mean, whatever it takes, they win the first 4. Got to tip it to Electrify Steel. Mine goes and finds themselves that ace. Gets 3 on the bounce. But then whatever it takes, quick adaptations as you like. They just immediately get back in the heads of Electrify Steel forward in aggressive positioning. And even more so than that, Electrify Steel were feeding into whatever it takes we're mostly playing for. That aggressive positioning, more often than not, Brody, was either over by the B docks or on the backside of P5. It was never aggressively really pushing past the AS&D site. Yeah, there was one round defensively. They did put 2 players down over in the hook spot on the bottom side of pillars over by the Concourse stairs, but other than that, they never really got aggressive over by A. It was just longer lines of sight for the ARs, just playing in close corners. Neptune was in a 1-for-1 position on the backside of the office, where we've seen more clutches happen, stopping the plant from coming through quite a bunch in Vanguard's history so far. But I mean, Major Maniac, 16 and 3, 2,000 damage. What more can I truly say? I mean, he goes on that 8 spree, almost laps, almost gets himself yet another glide bomb. If Electrify Steel brute force their way inside that B hut, it's just absurd how good this whatever it takes roster is. And it goes beyond just their individual gun skill. It's their overall adaptability and knowledge to be able to read the enemy team, know what they're looking for, and adapt mid-map to overcome any adversity that was being thrown their way.
Yeah, and, I think another thing we should probably take a look at here is the first blood column. We see those 4 first bloods coming through from Electrify Steel. I'm like 90% sure that pretty much all of them were coming from the 4 rounds we won. We saw Electrify Steel 1. Yeah, it really felt like early on, those first 4 rounds that we saw, it was just like whatever it takes, effectively running towards Electrify Steel, causing some serious problems, drawing that first blood, and it never really felt like Electrify Steel were able to recover, but you cannot take anything away from Major Maniac there. What a performance out of him. 16 kills, and that'll put a massive smile on his face, and of course, the fans of whatever it takes as well. 2-0 up right now in the series. One more map, and they booked themselves a ticket to that grand final matchup versus Toronto Ultra Academy North America. A rematch at that, the 3rd time these teams would face off. It would be epic, wouldn't it? Well, we should find out whether that happens right after this break. Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's Season 3 playoffs here in North America, and we're 2 maps deep into this series here between Whatever It Takes and Electrify Steel, the former of which now 2-0 up after a 4-0 blazing start on Berlin Search and Destroy. Andy, things are looking pretty good here for this Whatever It Takes roster.
It really is. And now you go in towards this Tuscan control, and you have an instance to rectify the issue that was in that previous best of 5. In the 4 maps that were played in round robin stage, Electrify Steel were only able to take 1 map. What was that map mode combination? Well, it was the Tuscan control, of which Electrify Steel were able to win by a blistering 3-0 victory. So you're really looking at this for Whatever It Takes to try to make the bounce back happen. Looking at the grander scheme of things, Whatever It Takes did not want to play the Gavutu control. Electrify Steel got the choice, and they decided to veto out the Berlin control, forcing out what gave them a good amount of success previously. So I guess that also has to be said for Whatever It Takes. You really want to close it out here because you don't want to start any instances of potential for another reverse sweep on the cards.
Indeed. Well, we shall see whether a reverse sweep will be on the cards, as you say. It's not something that Whatever It Takes will want to happen here. Certainly not because of the fact, obviously, the loser of this one will be going home. But it will be Electrify Steel to kick things off here on the offense. And they've got one player over towards B. That's going to be Yuli. He's looking to get himself very aggressive. Getting that first kill will be taken down. But it's all but a ruse, a distraction, so that they have some breathing room over towards A. Now Mind starting to get that progression in.
But it's not as strong as a Bay play as you would think, because you had numbers for Electrify Steel over by the A zone, so they're not tacking on this progression as fast as they would mostly hope for. But this is still okay, because Mind is going uncontested over by that A zone, and they're actually going to take this as an opportunity to completely give this up. I'm quite interested on this play call. Again, you could have added on an extra 60 seconds. They don't even get the second tick of progress over by A. They thought that they found the kills necessary because they got Yuli in towards the back. But Whatever It Takes off the respawns completely wipe Electrify Steel off the map base. So now they are going to go back over towards A and try to add 60 seconds. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a weird one, hasn't it, from Electrify Steel so far, but nonetheless, it's working out for them. They're about to capture A. They should do it. I think Whatever It Takes, they've brought themselves all the way back here. And already, Electrify Steel applying that pressure. Yuli, all by his lonesome, by the way, not at all aware that there is somebody up top on the patio. Goes straight for it and does get taken down. Nice response coming out from Brack as well, as he's now going to overextend himself through the rooftops area. That would be a good idea to make sure these guys do spawn out over towards Finds, but he does get shut down, fortunately, for Electrify Steel, and here they go. Mind on towards the point, able to draw that first blood. There is still both Turiel and Brack contested towards the back line. Major Maniac towards Maps, and he does get shut down. So Electrify Steel, they're still not done here. It's a bit of a dogged approach, but nonetheless, they're continuing to knock at the door.
Yeah, knocking at that door. Also look at the lives remaining column as well, Brody. It's 16 v 12, and ever since slow tacking on those segments over by A, Electrify Steel putting themselves continuous effort into making sure that they are going to constantly have numbers going forward. That's going to force out the respect for Whatever It Takes. They can't always go all in for these flanks, but 2Real doesn't care. It should be able to find 2, but that's a very crucial trade coming through from Yuli to at least extend this play that is manifesting over by top patio. Well, it was.
The one thing I will say here is, you know, with 55 seconds left on the clock, Tuscan control, it's just deep into me, by the way, that we haven't actually seen it much this season, but nonetheless, it plays very differently to a Blink control. 55 seconds, you can do a lot less with it, just given how closed off this map can be. So this needs to be perfect. You have to feel from Electrify Steel here, and it might well be as they get the first couple of kills through Yuli, able to get him through the church alley, and gets that first blood versus Brack as well, but Major Maniac comes through. He is in for a 1. 10 v 4 we go. Whatever It Takes down to their last set of lives here, and Kaiser removes Turiel from the situation. Neptune on the point does take some shots in from Kaiser, but he will not find a gunfight just yet. So now 25 seconds here for these last 3 players to try and defend the point. Brack will be down, Major Maniac down, Neptune down as well, and Electrify Steel, it's a bit of a weird one for an offense, but nonetheless it works.
Yeah, I mean, it still works. Again, you know, slowly tacking on those segments over by the A zone. Electrify Steel were still fishing out so many different kills because it was still slowly progressing. Whatever it takes, we're trying to constantly get players into power positions, whether that's top P5, whether it's inside a church, trying to look the middle of the map, maybe top radio. Electrify Steel were constantly doing a bang-up job at just cycling players out constantly to be able to go in these 1-for-1, 2-for-1 positions more often than not to make sure that they always had the life lead. But you're right to talk about the single point, is that you really can only feel that comfort if you're able to get a player on the zone to stall at that clock. It got very close, but an offensive round will be tacked on nonetheless.
Whatever it takes, going for the traditional approach, straight towards A they go, but First couple of gunfights not really going their way, and now they're going to have to rely on this play from Material, who's managed to make his way in from behind. Picks up that first kill versus Cryptic, and now wants to kind of draw these players out towards Church. He's definitely drawn the attention of one of those players in Mine. Now potentially going to draw some more attention over towards B. But he has to rely on the success of his teammates as well. He can't just do this and his teammates not win those gunfights. But fortunately, Major Maniac comes in clutch, picks up both kills, one with an aid, one with his auto. And Tyrael, by the way, still hasn't died. And he's going to get another one as well. How on earth is Tyrael still playing his life perfectly over here?
He's breaking cameras, he's breaking ankles, he's breaking mental. Everything that Tyrael is doing right now is just allowing Brack to kick their feet up and get that last tick of progress to add on 60 seconds to the board. And look what's also kind of developed from it as well. Major Maniac, they're in towards the back. And you know that Electrify Steel, they need to be able to clear away their spawns so that way they can have closer spawns. That gets conveyed to Tyrael. He finds two more. Knows that there's going to be one more player close, but they have some help, and their name is Brack, right behind the plate. They're trying to pinch this along with the other players trying to push through P5.
And Tyrael wants to try and play for the streets if he can, but he's got a couple of players to contest with and won't even get past square one. He gets shut down there by Mine. So nicely done here from Electrify Steel. They're able to recover and stabilize after what has been a brilliant start on the offense here from whatever it takes. But just like Electrify Steel in the last round, this time around, whatever it takes will continue to bang at the door. They have control of maps, and therefore they will not spawn that far away. Electrify Steel, they want to get control of it. Mine has to be a part of this push. Kaiser also here. Tyrael will end up falling. Now Brack and Neptune next up to bat. Kaiser just going to cook this nade. Mind with one of those kills on towards Brack, but nonetheless, they still can't push these guys out of maps. Neptune gets a second gunfight as well. Nicely done from Neptune there, just lay down and play patiently for the kill. Cryptic trying to enact this flanking from behind, but whatever it takes, they're on towards the point. Cryptic, I think he's actually just going to rely on his teammates here for a moment, checking out back up. Nobody else is coming on their way, but here we go for Cryptic. It's time to activate. He goes one, looking for the second versus Major Maniac, and will end up finding it. His teammates clear out the point as well. That is a successful defensive hold.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Cryptic needed to become activated there. Yes, you could probably trust your teammates maybe to clean up those kills, but Cryptic had such a beautiful pinch, and he will be able to rectify the issue that was starting to come through for whatever it takes, as they were starting to really have a strength in numbers over to the top patio side. 35 seconds remaining. Yuli going nuts. 17 and 11 now. Finds a nice two-piece. Will send whatever it takes packing to their spawn and try to reconvene themselves and maybe try to assault this one last time.
Neptune gets found out as well. Kaiser going to be the one to put shots into him. Call will be made so that Yuli can go deal. But Yuli actually loses the gunfight. Kaiser loses his as well. Actually, this last-ditch attempt coming out here from whatever it takes is more than plausible. Neptune now on the point. They could get some tick progression. It would be a nice thing to look at going into a potential round number 5. But maybe they can even capture the round here. Neptune loses the first fight. Tyrael in for another couple. No respawns remaining now for Electrify Steel. There's no way we see back-to-back offenses to kick off this Tuscan control. Is there? The stacking of the point comes through. Now down to the last two are Electrify Steel. Can Mine and Kaiser clutch up? Mine and Kaiser win individual 1v1s. Now it is just going to be Mine. 1v3, he's only able to get one, whatever it takes. What a response in kind. Electrify Steel, they win an offense or whatever it takes. Like, yeah, I don't care. I'm going to win an offense too.
And they did it with more tick progression as well. So if we continue going back and forth like this, I mean, maybe teams just would rather have offenses of what we saw from these previous two rounds, but you would assume that adaptations are going to come through from these 8 players in the lobby to make sure that those B zone pushes do not continue to come through as cleanly as what we have seen. The trades have been absolutely sublime when you're thinking about it, the grander scheme of things. While one player is tacking up the A zone progression, the other 3 players, no matter the team that you're talking about, are doing a fantastic job at finding rotational gunfights ahead of that B zone. Love this call from Electrify Steel. You're evened up one apiece, but it doesn't mean that you have to go for broke and go for that B zone off the rip. They're showing more presence through the middle of the map, trying to capture A first and foremost.
Now Tyrael on the defensive. Still gets that gunfight versus Mine, by the way. That's 7 in a row. The glide bomb has now been earned after the blazing finish in round number 2. And now you got to feel for whatever it takes. They'll be feeling pretty comfortable with the map positioning. They've got players out on rooftops. They've got players inside fire as well. But they actually need to do something. Tyrael does end up falling. Yuli gets Major Maniac as well. And now it is just Brack left to deal with. Yuli has spotted him out looking for the gunfight. And Brack will actually win it. Not just against Yuli, but against Mind as well. So whatever it takes. For a moment, it looked like they might be uprooted from these positions. They're actually not going to be. So Electrify Steel here. They might have to go for a plan B, C, D, E. Move your way forward through A. Try and grab it.
Biggest issue is that that second tick of progress finally comes through, and you've given whatever it takes so much time to get rooftops also come through the middle of the map and try to recontest this last tick of progression, but now comes the time for whatever it takes. You just completely chalk this now. You allow the 60 seconds to come through. You don't want to lose more lives going over towards this B zone defense, because you know that what Electrify Steel have been doing continuously, specifically from their previous offense, they've been putting a lot of focus in towards the top map's position. Neptune reads that along with their teammate as well. That was Too Real that was there with them. They're going to completely clear out any Electrify Steel members that are trying to clear away that side of the map. So now Electrify Steel have 2 players respawning up. The other 2 players are trying to set themselves up for a back charge position. Maybe try to coordinate a pinch to get in towards this B zone.
A lot of contest with Major Maniac towards the back line. Stuns and nades being thrown out for Major Maniac just to get a feel for where these players are. The belated nade will get the hit marker onto one player at least. Here they come. Yulia and Cryptic here got a contest with Neptune. Is about to come in from behind and spoil the party. Neptune gets one. Major Maniac gets the other. It's systematic, isn't it? The defense for whatever it takes it. 55 seconds left on the clock. Electrify Steel now have to go back towards plan 8. Make your way through maps and hit this one from the front. Crack with a nice nade will take down Kaiser in the play. Another set nade coming out from Too Real as well. And this becomes all the more desperate. You start to kind of fly 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, this is where things absolutely become more desperate, where you're just trying to fly out for these trades. You're walking into set nades from whatever it takes defensive respawns, and it just becomes less and less doable. 13v10. Forward position here for Major Maniac. Maybe try to find one more player trying to exit out from P5. Won't be able to find that gunfight, but you can just hold the line, wait for Electrify Steel to come to you.
Here they come, and they're coming in full force as well. Yuli's going to win that first gunfight. Too Real. How ready is he for this hit? Major Maniac able to pick up one. The kills all go, whatever it takes. Wait, they clear out perfectly. Now, for Electrify Steel, can you get close? What was 7 seconds left on the clock? I do not think so. It would be a miracle if they could sprint their way towards the point.
Gunfights were also coming through. I mean, Yuli was able to find 2 on the back end. You would hope that maybe that might be able to be the catalyst to make a play going forward, but the rest of the players for Electrify Steel just spawning all the way on the backside of Wine. They were just not going to be able to get there in time. Yuli would almost have to find a quad feed by themselves, which I'm not going to count them out. I've seen Yuli do it on this map mode combination a handful of times, but it just does not happen that time around, Brody. Only allowing 3 ticks of progress to come through, or whatever it takes on that previous defense. So it's 6v5 currently, after whatever it takes previous offensive win. So 2 different tasks. I mean, you can win it here off this very aggressive B push and be able to get the more difficult of the 2 zones, or you just win out in tick progression alone and get that defensive round 5.
Oh, everything's looking good here for whatever it takes, isn't it? Off the back of this push, Kaiser is going to provide some resistance as he now clears the point. Major Maniac now the last playing player, and well, I was saying that actually that push looked very good, but they don't actually get a single tick of progression off the back of it. Doesn't matter though. They draw the entirety of Electrify Steel over towards B. Means that they now have free range, spawn up in vines, and make their way on towards A. Maybe you can reposition here and try and go for at least one defensive hold. Got a couple of players to do it, especially as one of those gunfights is one towards that grass side. Cryptic and Mine. Mine gonna win one. Still a problem for whatever it takes from you, but Brack is ready for it. Stands resolute, wins that gunfight versus Mine. Kaiser's now really the last threat as he now tries to hold off for the rest of his team to spawn up. And to be fair, Kaiser wins one. Cryptic with another one as well. Electrify Steel refusing to lose A easily, not without a fight for sure. And now I think as those players go down, the question in the mind for Mind is, do I actually want to put any more resources into this, or do I kind of want to wait? And it will be the latter hit. Mind just going to do a little bit of damage from the swing from A to B.
Yeah, we'll find the damage in towards the back. Now, that needs to be conveyed off the respawn. Mind will probably watch the backside of Church, knowing that the pinch could come through. You can see the defensive setup right now for Electrify Steel. They know that for whatever it takes, they are trying to get players inside of top green. That is the biggest catalyst for any B-zone conversion I've ever seen. It's going to be watched by one player over by those sandbags. That's Kaiser, Too Real. How well is the nade cooked, my friend? Not well enough. Cryptic will be traded on out, but you would feel like numbers should still be sustained here for the defense to stop this B-zone push.
Brack going to get taken down. Major Maniac going to fall as well. And for whatever it takes, the first attempt is batted away. And I really like the repositioning coming out from Electrify Steel. But are they aware of the fact that Too Real is in from behind? No, they're not. Neptune going to take down Yuli as well. So for whatever it takes, they've gifted themselves a bit of breathing room. Too Real, yet another one. How about this for a momentum swing? Too Real has a lot left in the tank. He's just about to outplay these players in from behind. 1, 2 coming through from Neptune as well. These players do not give up, do they? Too Real is swinging from fence to fence at the moment, trying to find every single kill possible. Now Bracken Neptune on towards this point, and Too Real thinks, hey, it's go time. It's time to use the glide bomb. This will be so helpful to try and grab the point. You know when those players are going to be coming from as well. The call will be made towards his teammates, but can they get it done? Whatever it takes. They utilize the streak, but they haven't got it just yet.
Major Maniac's going to clean up one more on the backside. Gets a crucial 2-piece. They are here with Neptune, who is stopping that clock at 54 seconds. Second becomes through. Major Maniac's got a sub, trying to cause more ruckus in towards the back. That's going to be the call for Neptune to find these trades. And numbers are here, 10v5 for whatever it takes, but they got to stay on the zone.
Oh, Yuli almost comes through to take down Neptune. 4v8. This needs to be perfect from Electrify Steel. And really, one good hit is all this will take for whatever it takes, but you can't take too much time. 35 seconds left on the clock here, even if you've got stragglers to stop the clock. They've got a long distance to run, but Major Maniac explodes the play, literally and figuratively. The nades, the autos, it doesn't matter. Major Maniac can do it all. Full kills to close things out, and whatever it takes. The 3-1 victory here in Control certifies a 3-0 victory in the series.
Wow, what a grenade coming through. I mean, look, when you're thinking of the grander scheme of things, Major Maniac, he's been doing with the best all year long. Like, he may be the substitute player right now for the Minnesota Rocker, but those set nades have to absolutely be rehearsed on a map mode combination that has been being played out since the beginning of Vanguard's year. Just lobs the nade over, finds 2 players stacked on top of each other, trying to deal with what is inevitably going to be that B5 push, and then comes back in with the automaton and finds the last 2. It's absolutely crazy. Whatever it takes, we're able to do on that B zone conversion. It really felt like that they could do no wrong. I got a little scared when Too Real did call in that glide bomb, because you were right in your call there, Brody, that they should have known where all these players were coming through, but it might not have been communicated that Too Real did not see any more players coming through the backside of Church. Maybe there could have been one more player, but you were funneling them to come down that Church ramp, and then they lose the gunfight soon after. So Electrify Steel were able to almost reset the instance, but they did not have the lives, and those lives got dwindled down so darn quickly by set nades galore, specifically one of Major Maniac, 25 non-traded kills, damn near 4,000 damage as well. Whatever it takes, live up to their name. They do whatever it absolutely takes. They close out lower finals in a 3-0 fashion.
3-0. How about that for whatever it takes? That's a brilliant start, I think, here to, what do we call it, Championship Wednesday? Can we call it Championship Wednesday? Can we coin a new phrase here? I don't know. Regardless, whatever it takes there, feeling pretty hot. And I've got to say, we had the discussion at the beginning of the series, but to what extent, Andy, do you think the veto process played a part there? Because we kind of discussed it overall. We can show you guys the bracket as we see whatever it takes. That 3-0 versus Electrify Steel puts them into a grand final versus Ultra Academy NA. But to what extent do you kind of feel the veto process played a part in that there? Because I still do feel to a certain extent like allowing Bakaj Hardpoint through, maybe not the right play, I think, for Electrify Steel.
It's the same thing with the Berlin Search, right? I mean, when you're looking at the grander scheme of things for Electrify Steel coming in towards this best of 5 series, Tuscan Search and Destroy has been something that they never wanted to play. I'm pretty sure it's been a hard veto of theirs throughout the entirety of the Season 3 of the Elite. They did not want to take a chance here in lower finals to battle over against whatever it takes. But they still allow the Berlin Search and Destroy to come through. That is one of the better Search and Destroy maps next to the Bocage coming through for whatever it takes as it stands. But the veto process to allow the Bocage Hardpoint to come through, look, it was going to be an uphill battle nonetheless for going up against this whatever it takes roster. Considering the one simple fact is that coming into this, they won 80% of their hardpoints. So you need to try to steal away that map number 1. It just comes through in one of their best that we have seen them on, specifically where they can cause a ruckus. That ruckus did not stop by any means necessary throughout the rest of the series. They had a good glimpse of hope, maybe to take the Tuscan control again as they did in their last time played in that round-robin stage. It just simply wasn't there. Electrify Steel got to go back to the drawing board, but a top 3 finish ain't too bad here for Season 3 of the Elite.
Well, it matches what happened last season, right? Stallions, they finished 3rd. Now Electrify Steel, they finished 3rd as well. So I don't think they should be disappointed with that whatsoever. You know, we asked the question at the beginning of the season, how well is Mind going to fit in this team? Of course, you and I, we got a couple of previews of it. But nonetheless, they look so good, and they should be very happy with a 3rd place finish. So Electrify Steel in 3rd place, but now we have to decide who's going to get first. Toronto Ultra and North America, they have been sitting there waiting for the longest of times. Now they go head-to-head with whatever it takes. We're going to set up that match for you guys at home, but we're going to go to a break before we get there. Do not go anywhere, because on the other side of this break, it's going to be banger. It's the North American Grand Final. Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's time for the grand finals here in North America of Season 3 playoffs. If you're just joining us, Infinity, joined on the desk here by Proper. Andy, mate, we just had a 3-0 for whatever it takes. They've now booked their place to a rematch for the third time against Toronto Ultra North America.
Look, it's going to be the third time, maybe the charm, 3 times around. It's going to be weird because both the times that whatever it takes in Ultra Academy North America have faced each other in Season 3 of the Elite, it has gone to Map 5. Last night was a reverse sweep. The first time around in the first day of round robin play, it was not a reverse sweep, but you still had Ultra NA taking both Search and Destroys. Whatever it takes, continue to play what we just saw versus Electrify Steel. I think Ultra NA might have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I don't think whatever it takes is going to roll over. It's going to be a fight for sure. And again, that's kind of, I guess, expressed in the fact that both of the times, as you say, these two teams have faced off. It has been a Game 5. Yesterday, it went all the way to a Round 11, for heaven's sake. But it was ultimately Ultra Academy North America that were able to win that Round 11 in the reverse sweep. So they have an innate advantage coming into this grand final, as is always the case with these kind of situations. They only need to win the one best of 5, whatever it takes. They need a bracket reset versus this Ultra Academy squad. And of course, again, that would be the first victory. But I've got to say, I feel like they've got a modicum of momentum coming into this one. 3-0 versus Electrify Steel. That has to be a feels-good man moment.
Those executes, the adaptations that we ended up seeing through both the Berlin Search and Destroy and the Tuscan Control were absolutely sublime. And it will continue to speak the boon of success that whatever it takes have for themselves, not only walking away with that 3-0 win over Electrify Steel, but for the potential momentum head of steam that you're talking about versus this very juggernaut of a matchup versus Ultra Academy NA.
Alrighty, well, let's show you guys the maps then for this best of 5. And if you were here yesterday watching Ultra Academy NA versus whatever it takes, this should be a pretty familiar battleground, or set of battlegrounds, as it were. Only one map has changed here with this best of 5, and that is Desert Siege Search and Destroy coming in instead of Bocage Search and Destroy, Andy.
Yeah, the Desert Siege coming in lieu of the Bocage Search and Destroy is a very interesting pick when you're thinking about the grander scheme of things, just how the vetoes ended up playing out as a whole. I believe that Coach Mystic ended up vetoing out Bocage Search and Destroy. Yeah, they sure did. Charles did not want to see their boys play on that one yet again, as it ended up planning out yesterday in a 6-4 win for whatever it takes. So we love to see the adaptations coming through both those two teams, both these two teams, Ultra NA and whatever it takes, are 2-1 on the Desert Siege Search and Destroy. But the Berlin Hardpoint is going to be an interesting one because for whatever it takes, throughout all of their success of winning all of these hardpoints after the one that they won against Electrify Steel, are sitting at a resounding 80% win rate for the map mode combination or for the mode of Hardpoint itself. Berlin has been a boon of success for them continuously. They are 5-0 on it, but you do not bat an eyelash at what Ultra NA have looked at for this Berlin Hardpoint itself. The one thing that you have to be looking at, although they are 4-2 on the map mode combination of Berlin Hardpoint, the only 2 times that they lost it was to whatever it takes. 117 to 250 the first go around, 194 to 250 just last night. That you would have to assume that Ultra Academy NA are still feeling relatively comfortable, that they're getting all the more closer to being able to beat whatever it takes on this first map.
And it stinks of confidence, right? You know, you've already lost it twice to whatever it takes, as you say, both in that first series from the round robin stage and, of course, the series that we saw last night. So I think to allow it into the best of 5 map set again, I mean, they are very clearly good at this map, as you say. They've won it 4 times elsewhere outside of the matchups versus whatever it takes. They know they can win this. It just had to be third time's the charm, but the question is whether whatever it takes will let them win it. I think we should start the conversation in terms of teams, though, with the Toronto Ultra Academy NA roster, because what a 2 months it has been for this team. They've gone from strength to strength. You know, we talk about their Season 2 placement. They finished 7th, and I think at the time here, Andy, when we're talking about this Toronto Academy roster, I think that was a massive disappointment for those guys.
It was, especially when you're thinking about the 4 players that are represented on Ultra Academy North America, right? You put an asterisk on the side of what happened throughout Season 2. They have maybe been formed for maybe about a week and a half. Practice wasn't absolutely there, but then they turn it around, right? You know, you go to Minnesota Open, they won that tournament, they go to the Pro-Am, they almost qualify for the single elimination bracket, reverse sweeping the Boston Breach. Now, that within its own self is massive, with Mohawk having so many damn good clutches throughout Search and Destroy ever since this team has formulated, and also just in past as well. But it's one of those things that Ultra Academy NA, with their coaching staff on the back end of things, has constantly made this squad look better and better week in and week out. And you really feel like that this team truly has no skill ceiling. I mean, they haven't reached it yet, in my opinion. They're still upsetting teams. They're still making these comebacks happen in hardpoints as well. Who knows? It might end up being something that, whatever it takes, have to truly combat it against to outpace the opponents that is Ultra Academy NA.
Alrighty, well, they go head-to-head with whatever it takes here. On towards Berlin Hardpoint we go, observing this series, and it has been observing basically every series here over the last couple of days. Patrick and Shane, the Yard brothers, really wonderful guys, and they're great observers too. So shout out to those guys for observing our maps today. In towards Berlin Hardpoint we go again. We're looking for a third times the charm approach here for Toronto Ultra Academy North America. Both times they've faced up against whatever it takes here on this map mode combination. They have taken an L. Of course, whatever it takes, they'll want to stay consistent as ever. They haven't lost it so far in Challengers Elite Season 3. But into the battlefield we go. We're on board with 2Real to kick things off.
Will be whatever it takes starting off on that P2 side. So Ultra Academy NA, they will be able to get inside P1 first, and they're already dealing with the flank and the nuances that have been giving whatever it takes so much success as 2Real Neptune. They only find one kill coming through the statue staircase. Not allowed to scrap. Kick his feet up inside the hardpoint. Has some help to also deal with the pressure that's coming through from the front.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. We're on board with Scrap at the moment to see what he can do. He has just been that guy for Toronto Ultra Academy North America and for Toronto Ultra, it would seem, over the last few weeks. And will continue to have a good start to this game as he picks up that first kill and currently soaking up a ton of time for the team while the rest of his roster are getting the kills around the hardpoint. This has been a solid start from Ultra Academy NA. Going to get pretty much every single second they can off the back of P1, and now they might be in a chance at securing the early rotation towards P2 as well. Vickel's trying to stay quiet, but will be taken down by Brack there. Brack picks up a second as well. There is just one more player to deal with. It's going to be Mohawk, who will actually win the first engagement against Brack. That should give them a little bit of breathing room, and now the rest of the squad not that far away as well. So here they come. Scrap will fall to 2Real to kick things off. Neptune with a kill on towards Hixie as well. There's still a couple more players to deal with. Mohawk and Vickel, the former of which is able to pick up one, but that's all he is going to get. Ultra, they're cleared from the point.
Yeah, you're shy of 5 seconds of perfection for Ultra Academy NA off of P1, but whatever it takes are surely going to start making the argument that they can do maybe the same here on P2. The crossfires were set up wonderfully, but the moment that they leave mailroom, that's where the ARs are going to start lighting things up, specifically Mohawk watching that longer line of sight. It really comes down to the one SMG to get activated. That's Vickel inside the hardpoint, just drops down inside a corner, could not find any whatever it takes players, but contested time is still going to be good. It will be a very slight lead that whatever it takes will have to try to combat it against as they think about the rotation going in over towards 3. And you already had 2 SMGs try to find rotational gunfights, but 2Real Neptune could not lock it down as Ultra Academy NA are already sinking their teeth in towards this rotation of 3.
Indeed they are. Ultra Academy NA, they'll be the first ones here for whatever it takes. It's a long journey across that docks area. Brack going to draw that first blood versus Hixie, so it's a good start for them, but the problem is there's still more players to deal with. Brack trying to find his way up the dock side. 2Real also with him. So this mission from behind is not actually going all that badly, to be fair. Ultra Academy NA, they might want to be very wary of the fact they had one player watching it. It would be Hixie, who's only able to pick up one. Now it is just Scrap left up. 1v3 inside the hardpoint. He can only pick up one of those players. And for 25, 30 seconds left on the clock here, whatever it takes, they break on through.
Yeah, and they're going to be feeling pretty darn comfortable soaking up that back 20 seconds. A little bit of a head scratcher coming through from Ultra Academy NA when they ended up having one player spawn on the bottom side of pillars. That should have been immediately communicated. Hey, our crane spawns are under threat. And they absolutely were, as you had at least one player making that play happen. It's Brack on a 5 spree. They're going to soak up the back end of the scrap time. They're going to leave 2Real to maybe try to find rotational gunfights, maybe try to influence some little chaos to be able to kind of go into the side of Ultra Academy NA's initial setup here on 4. But it's a pretty solid setup at that. You just have to deal with 2Real inside of the mouth of this train station. They're able to do so, but the teammates are right behind them.
Yeah, 2Real did enough at least to waste some time, but now it's all on whatever it takes to follow it up with actually breaking in towards the hardpoint. Vickel did win that initial crucial gunfight, but here come the whatever it takes roster. Brack and Major Maniac able to pick up 3. Those players for Ultra Academy NA will continue to spawn in the backline, but job's a good one. If you're whatever it takes, you've done exactly what you needed to do. Brack now on 7 in a row. He's got the glide bomb, make it number 8. He recognizes that Mohawk and Scrap are going to spawn over towards that back dockhouse site. And Brack continuing to tear these players a new one at the moment. He will finally be shut down 9 in a row, but those 9 kills there, that absolutely helped over the last couple of hardpoints here, Andy.
Influential kill streak, to say the least, as Brack allows for the rest of their teammates to come through the train station, break on in towards P4. Spawns will flip. So ahead of the P5 rotation, I mean, Ultra Academy NA, they will be on the favorite side of the map. Hixie has one gunfight in the landing of the stairs of Mail. They're going to be able to lock things down. They're able to find themselves a handful of gunfights as well as Vickle finds the back two. So now you're going to try to look at, maybe deal with whatever it takes as they try to reconvene for this break attempt. Nobody was aware, though. Two Real's trying to make the play happen on the backside of Fire.
Hixie, top third at the moment. Looking to deal with these players. He'll able to take down one. Mohawk now looking for some more inside the hardpoint. Will find it, so nice kills to be done. As you say, though, I think the ultimate problem here with 30 seconds left here is that whatever it takes, they prioritize that rotation over towards P1. That is down to 2 Real heroics. So whatever it takes, we'll be happy to have that backstop to lean on if they need it. And they might well do so, as Mohawk at the moment just going to be sitting pretty inside P1. Has the support of teammates around him. Call out will be made there as T-Real tries to make his way over towards the mirror room side. Should be dealt with pretty quickly and will be from Hixie and Ultra Academy sitting pretty at the moment. That is a ton of time to give away if you whatever it takes. And I think if you whatever it takes in this position, you need to be very wary of the fact that Ultra Academy and A, they are not far away here. If you allow the swing to come through, it might well be game over pretty early on.
Yeah, but great call coming through from T-Real to resurface through P5, maybe find themselves a kill or two. They are only able to walk away with one, but conveys the information for the rest of the teammates for whatever it takes. And you're right to call out, look, whatever it takes, gave up a lot of time for Ultra Academy NA, who also were able to deal and recognize that the spawn out did occur once they did have teammates spawning into the backside of 4, but they're just as comfortable breaking back in towards P1 from that side of the map as much as you would like to say that you had the initial setup. Ultra Academy NA, they're doing a great job at least trying to contest this hardpoint time. Scrappy, double positive as you like it, 16 and 9, they'll be cut down, but it doesn't mean that teammates are not too far away to make sure that this hardpoint can remain contested for a very sizable lead that Ultra Academy NA have for themselves.
Yeah, this lead hasn't really shrunk all that much, has it? Especially as Vickle and Hixie now going to pick through. The last 10 seconds could well go their way, depending on whether or not Neptune can pull off some heroics. He will, to be fair, so that is a crucial 5 to 10 seconds that should go whatever it takes his way. But as we turn our attention over towards the rotation, it is going to be the boys in purple that are over here first. Ultra Academy North America. Can they hold on and really accentuate their lead moving forward? They've got the supporting cast ready to go. Vickle going to come and have to help out near towards the hard point. Hixie on his own for all but a moment, but it doesn't matter. Hixie, can he win out? No, he can't. Major Maniac comes through with 2 crucial engagements and will play his life as well. So important here. Wasting time so the rest of the team, the cavalry, can arrive Neptune in to be an annoyance, and he will be. And this is just time at the moment that is not going Ultra's way. Finally, they're able to clear things out. Bracken Neptune will fall, and now Ultra able to get back in towards the hard point.
It's not time that's going in Ultra NA's favor, but whatever it takes, even finding those gunfights around the B lane, they were hoping for a very clean break to come through for them to be able to get a handful of seconds off of P2. Finally, the break comes through as Major Maniac finds yet another double kill. That'll force Ultra Academy NA to spawn on the backside of the warehouse, meaning that the B lane will not be under threat. The rotation is also being secured, but the issue is still surrounding whatever it takes, and all of their players as well, is that they are down by 56 points going in towards P3. This needs to be one of the best holds we have seen this season so far.
Yeah, they need to do a better hold of it here. And Scrap and Hixie going to draw those first bloods. It's going pretty well. You've got to contest with Major Maniac. Major Maniac at the back, though. He's going to be an anchor for those spawns. Whatever it takes, continue to hold on at the moment. But here those players come from Fireside. Mohawk and Vickle actually going to pick up all of their gunfights right now. Brack in from behind. Can he come and spoil the party here for Ultra as they have broken their way through the front? And, well, Brack certainly has a part to play, but it is actually Major Maniac in for 2. Hixie, though, he has not given up. Gets 3 in a row. Maybe that opens the door now for Ultra to take more time away from whatever it takes, and it does. Those players will continue to spawn up over towards the dock side. And this is about as perfect of a position as you can get if you're Ultra.
Yeah, because you're going to get over 200 points, and you're also ensuing a spawn trap on whatever it takes. Major Maniac's going to take down a teammate of 2 Real, needs to find that trade, and they will take down Mohawk, but the hardpoint's still being contested. Scrappy's still in this corner, and they need to contest him to at least get themselves more time, but it's just 4 seconds that you're battling over, and it is not a short waltz across the map of Berlin from 3 to 4. You have to quite literally fly, sprout wings, if you will, and Neptune is that player, creates the route, gets a squad spawn there from Brack inside of Warehouse, but that doesn't mean that you're safe for the rotation going in over towards 4. A lot of isolated gunfights still ensuing. Neptune, Tom and Jerry, as you like it, a game of cat and mouse trying to find where Vickle has gone to. Will finally get that kill. Glide Bomb's going to get called in. Will buy some space provided. And this is just chaos erupting around this P4 hardpoint.
And that's one of those glide bomb calls that actually, you know, I'm relatively critical of glide bomb plays sometimes, Andy. You know what I'm like. And, you know, I actually kind of like that play. It's one that's kind of necessary at this point in the game, especially when you're down by about 60 seconds or so. But I think the ultimate problem here is, nonetheless, it doesn't really work all that well. It gets you a few seconds, but Ultra are right back in for some time here. Hixie just going to play his life while he has the overwatch from Mohawk and Vickle. And now Hixie will need to play a little bit more of an active part. Jumps up for a kill or 2, but not really going to find anything at all. But for Ultra, they'll be very happy with that. They've face that streak. They didn't really lose much off the back of it, and now the lead has widened even further. Whatever it takes, we'll need to play almost perfectly moving forward here. You are down by a ton of points, and you need to do what is very hard to do, get a ton of time off broken.
Yeah, and the setup isn't even there as well. I mean, you can even see on the minimap, even on screen, Scrappy is contesting inside of Mail. It's going to call for 2Real to maybe try to flank this play. They will take down Scrappy, but unbeknownst to them, top third of Mail is being held by Vickle with an Automaton. This is a position that needs to be contested, and whatever it takes are aware of it. They're able to get Vickle out from that position. Brack will pick it up. So when you're playing on the north side of this map, this is a pristine power position, but still, for whatever it takes going forward, they know that the rotation over towards 1 is still under threat. And even for the contested time over on 5 is as well. So you need to be able to lock away these kills if you are whatever it takes. But most importantly, you need to also win this rotation going over towards 1.
I'm relatively happy with that, to be honest, if I'm whatever it takes, right? I mean, you get a fair amount of time off the back of that hard point, but still, no mistakes from here on out. Ultra Academy just 30 points away from victory in this game. 2Real and Neptune, they need to hold strong against Scrap and Hixie, and well, that's not exactly what you wanted to see if you're a whatever it takes fan. Ultra able to break on through, just 20 seconds away from victory. That is one good hold. Can Brack break through? No, he cannot. He gets shut down. Scrap with 2 on the train side as well. Everything coming up top trumps for this Ultra roster. Neptune needs to play hero, and heroics are just not on the menu today for whatever it takes. Can anybody from the roster reach the hard point in time? They're shut at the front door. 2Real, you gotta jump on through. You don't even get a chance. Ultra, they looked comfortable towards the end of that game. It only took one break in a P1 and they get it done.
I mean, again, when you have such an emphatic leader's advantage of what Ultra Academy NA were able to manifest for themselves throughout the entirety of the first set of hardpoints, you can play like what you just saw. Contest for the scrap time. Try to send maybe 1 or 2 players to finesse for more scrap time, while you're also sending ARs to watch the longer lines of sight to win out the rotations ahead of the new hardpoint. They were continuously doing that, and that's going to force desperation plays out from whatever it takes players, specifically like Neptune and 2Real, with the SMGs to say, hey, we got to step it up a little bit here and maybe find these 2 pieces, 3 pieces, and when they don't find it, then it comes down to the ARs to then leave those longer lines of sight, get caught in attack sprint more often than not by a returning player of Ultra Academy NA, and that in turn will force all of whatever it takes to spawn further away from the hardpoint and allows Ultra Academy NA to still get themselves an abundance of hardpoint time and a setup that you just saw there continuously through a multitude of different hardpoints throughout that Berlin map 1.
Yeah, well, that sets up the storylines quite well, doesn't it, overall? We kind of framed it in towards this one. This is the 3rd time that we see Berlin Hardpoint come out between these 2 teams. The last 2 times, whatever it takes, took it away from Toronto both times around. As we look over towards the replays here, we can show you exactly how everything kind of went down. But the bottom line for me, Andy, is, you know, this is Ultra. They're breaking all of our storylines up. Whatever it takes are, statistically speaking, the better Hardpoint team. Ultra take the map. And, of course, they hadn't been beaten on this map mode combination before.
Yeah, again, you're saying it so wonderfully there, Brody, is that for Ultra Academy NA, for one, to beat the statistical #1 hardpoint team in Season 3 of the Elite, that is one big leap. But to also take map #1 versus whatever it takes is something that Ultra Academy NA have not done this entire season. Albeit they did beat whatever it takes in 2 best-of-5s in map 5, they never took map #1. And some of these stats are going to be quite revealing to be able to see how well this Ultra Academy NA team did play together. Look at even the assist column as well. 14, 9, 7, 6. Team shots were all over the place continuously for Ultra Academy NA. And there's no real one player that does stick out to me as far as, wow, they put in more work than the other. Yeah, Scrappy only had 6 non-traded kills. It's almost like what we expect from Scrappy at this point because he's so damn good. But even more so than that, they did a fantastic job of making sure that the SMG, specifically Neptune, didn't drop a bombshell of a game, and 2Real did not find further value on those flank plays. Ultra Academy NA, in a 24-hour period, had made their Berlin hardpoint look so much better than what it looked like last night after they lost that map 1 to this very whatever it takes roster.
Yeah, Ultra Academy NA, they look venomous, don't they? And it just defies every single storyline that we could possibly talk about, right? I mean, what, Ultra, they've been sitting waiting for whatever it takes, come into this series off a momentous 3-0 over Electrify Steel. Pretty much everything looks in their favor, but, you know, all the positivity that we talk about with Ultra Academy NA, or with whatever it takes, excuse me, you know, players like Neptune, Major Maniac, they get shut down there in game #1. Ultra Academy North America have put their stamp on this series already, and now we move into Desert Siege, Search and Destroy. The anomaly as it were, in this best of 5, because again, this is the map mode combination that is new between these two teams, or new to an extent, I guess. It was not in that upper bracket final that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday it was a Bocage Search and Destroy that was played out for map number 2, and well, if you're just joining us, you didn't watch last night, Toronto Ultra Academy, they lost the first 2 maps. They had to reverse sweep this whatever it takes roster, but in that Bocage Search and Destroy, for whatever it takes, they were able to outpace Ultra Academy NA, specifically from players like Neptune and Major Maniac, because of course it is. They've been gross as far as Search and Destroy is concerned, with all these angles being played out. But going in towards the Desert Siege, again, both these teams are 2-1 as it does currently stand. And this will be a map mode combination on Desert Siege that is going to force the respect to be very smart with your challenges and your timings if you're looking at players like Neptune and as well as Major Maniac, who love to get aggressive throughout the many different fixtures of these maps that we have here in Vanguard to be able to instigate these first bloods, get that numbers advantage in favor for whatever it takes. And you could just be waltzing on into a longer line of sight to either a triple AR setup. Maybe the sniper is going to come out to play as well for Desert Siege, as it does ceremoniously happen more often than not. You really have to be careful for this, because Toronto Ultra Academy NA have made a name for themselves when it comes down to Search and Destroy. They are, statistically, the #1 Search and Destroy team here in Season 3, being at 10-3.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing is, again, you know, it comes down to these storylines. And I know people probably do get bored somewhat of us talking about the storylines and maybe just relying on stats too much to a certain extent, because obviously, as we've just seen in map number 1, it does kind of bust those stats out the window, doesn't it? But, you know, nonetheless, I think it is really important to talk about. You're absolutely right to point out here that Ultra Academy North America are, statistically speaking, the #1 team in Search and Destroy in North America right now. And that, I think as well, we should probably say, Search and Destroy was their biggest strength in Season 2 as well. It has always been one of their biggest strengths, and it's because of the caliber of players that we have on this roster. You talk about kind of Vickle, right? I mean, you and I, we've got to cast a player like Vickle for, what, 2-3 years now? Of course, he made his Challengers debut last season in Europe, but Search and Destroy was always something that he was talented out. And I think you can't really have the Search and Destroy conversation without talking about Mohawk, right? I mean, Mohawk, of course, currently speaking, he is one of the reigning champions in the North American region for Challengers, and a massive part of that was just how instrumental he was to the Search and Destroy for the We Are Trying Now roster during the Challengers Championship. So, yeah, absolutely, I think, you know, this roster has such talent on side, but then you look at the other side, right? You look at whatever it takes and what they bring to the table, and you talk about kind of the veteranship of players such as Neptune and Major Maniac, and even Brack as well. He was always so understated. These guys, they know what they're doing, and they've brought Too Real on side as well. And Too Real, you know, statistically speaking, I think he was one of the top performing S&D players during Season 2, albeit on a different roster, but nonetheless, he was a massive reason why that Stallions roster was so good at S&D. So I honestly feel like it's going to be a great match between these two teams. Obviously, this would be, what, the 5th time that we've seen Search and Destroy between these two rosters. So, yeah, it's going to be a great matchup for sure, Andy.
Yeah, it really should be. I mean, when you're looking at it the grander scheme of things, just to kind of summarize everything that you just said, all 8 players in this lobby are discussing at Search and Destroy. I think that much could be said, because you and I have also seen it from Hixie in their time spent for EU Challengers. Vickle playing that OBJ role, going back to that Mavericks roster last year during Cold War, was also integral to the success for their team at that time. And you talked about Mohawk, and I can already just, I can hear Vision's words in the back of my head that if we're going to talk about Mohawk, yeah, the 1v3 is there. But you got to talk about the time and experience that not only Mohawk has in Search and Destroy, but a long AR duo of Scrappy. The amount of Search and Destroy that both of those two guys have played together, it's tough to be able to put it on one sheet of paper. They have that trust that is obviously there to know what each other is more or less going to be looking at constantly throughout the entirety of the map. And the comfort for Search and Destroy for this entire team of Toronto Ultra Academy NA is going to continuously be a boon of their success. Look, it's something to be said. You can be one of the best hardpoint teams to ever touch the game, but if you're not closing out Search and Destroys, that is what causes a little bit of a ruckus to close out championship matches of what we have right here. Ultra Academy NA defining themselves as a very, very good Search and Destroy team is why you're seeing them close out series, which is why you're seeing them win championships, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. I think while we're kind of waiting here for game number 2 to get underway, we should probably talk about the kind of the wider aspect, the wider context, as it were, of kind of how season 3, has actually been kind of set up, as it were. If you kind of cast your mind back to season 1 and season 2, right, it was Texas Nation, right? It was like Texas Nation. They won both season 1 and season 2, and it's almost this interesting changing context, as it were, that we move into season 3 now. We are, regardless, I think we knew that anyway coming into season 3, that we're going to have a new champion, and Ultra Academy North America, they've been at the top of that conversation to replace Texas Nation as kings of the North American Hill, as it were, for quite some time, with the performances that they had in Minnesota, of course, winning that open event, and then at the Pro-Am Classic, upsetting a fair few pro teams, even with that loss versus Paris Legion that will always sting, and I probably shouldn't even mention it, for if not for the potential.
You already brought it up, Brody.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I've already messed Ultra up once today. I'm not going to do it again. But regardless, we talk about them. They've definitely been in the conversation for replacing them. But it's kind of interesting in a way, right? Because while they've been at the top of the conversation, you've now also got this whatever it takes roster that I think coming into season 3, I don't think either you or I particularly thought, yeah, this is going to be the roster that would challenge Ultra Academy.
No, I mean, surely not. I mean, both you and I were kind of blown away with what we even saw in the qualifiers from this whatever it takes roster, right? I mean, we literally learned last minute Neptune stepping in to play with this team. They were still playing with Prelude, who of course got the call up to play with Optic. Byron, you're absolutely killing it up there, but it's one of those things again that this team has had to get these last minute replacements continuously, and yet they're still finding success with it as well. It's one of those things that you can never really count these players out for the amount of history that they do have, going back to the point that you were talking about, Brody, that makes them such a good team going forward as we are finally ready to go in towards this map number 2, Desert Sea Search and Destroy. This needs to be a bounce back for whatever it takes. All of that veteranship needs to come through in spades if they want to take down Ultra Academy NA on this map mode combination, which, by the way, was a map that was played in their first best of 5. I believe it was map number 5. If not, it doesn't really matter at this point. I mean, Ultra Academy NA. Well, they won in round number 10. They won 6-4.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny, right? Because coming into yesterday, I maybe put an asterisk on the whole conversation of how we expected yesterday to go, just because that day number 1 was a very weird one for Ultra, generally speaking, wasn't it? So, nonetheless, we are definitely solidified in the conversation now. In towards the first round of Search and Destroy we go, and Neptune starting very fast, going to get that first blood on towards Vickle. The bomb will now go down. There is some trades coming on through, but Tyrael having absolutely none of it. Picks up the trade on towards Tixie. Major Maniac with another one as well. This is a very fast round the way this is played out.
And Mohawk's just back here in the offensive spawn like, well, guess I might as well try to find a timing. We'll catch down Major Maniac, but it gives away their positioning. Brax holding the cross the entire time. Mohawk can't land the shots. You'd have to find these kills within the next 10 seconds and then full-on sprint over towards the B-bomb site where, hey, spoiler alert, 2 Real's been there the entire time. Yeah, it's a fantastic offensive take when you're looking at for whatever it takes. Again, the moniker of this team throughout the entirety of the Season 3 of the Elite for Search and Destroy is to get into a bomb site quickly, fish out those first bloods aggressively, and get that bomb planted. And the post-plant situation comes at a snap of a finger, and it's wonderfully played out there, being able to get inside that B-bomb as quick as they did, just being able to find Ultra Academy NA players trying to rotate in to be able to get the trades.
Alrighty, well, whatever it takes, going to start very strong here with that offensive push. How do Ultra Academy North America respond? Well, they respond like that, apparently getting first blooded. Mohawk going to get taken down. Brack going to go for a reposition here. Bomb will still go down nonetheless. Hixie confidently takes Brack out of the round as well. So 2v3 we go, but it is now the veterans left up here. Neptune and Major Maniac in the 2 versus 3. These guys, they thrive on aggression. Pickle on the site. Trying to play his life, will take down Neptune, Major Maniac, 1v3. He's going to get 1. This is still possible.
I don't think it's possible.
I'm trying to be positive, Andy, for heaven's sake.
And normally I'm the optimistic one. I'm normally the glass half full. It's like, well, he can absolutely do it. I mean, if it's a map like Bocage where maybe you might be able to isolate these 1v1s, it would be something. But, I mean, Major Maniac throwing those shots onto the backside of the Dune lane is one thing. They were able to deal with Vickle inside of the site itself, but I mean that just gives away your positioning. And even if Major Maniac tries to rotate out, I mean he's going to get scouted by one of these ARs that we're just watching that longer line of sight continuously. So offense for offense we go. We saw this yesterday, by the way. Major Maniac, I mean he is just a Parkour legend, trying to get up on top of that sign for the longer line of sight. Won't be able to get it, so they're going to give it up for now. On the bomb, being carried by 2 Reals, trying to move down towards B. But they lost Neptune in the middle of the map, so this isn't a comfortable spot to be planning.
Yeah, definitely not. Tiro going to try and bounce a nade off the
Nice
tree.
nade.
Oh, it worked perfectly. It's actually Brack's nade that takes out Vickle. But nonetheless, the nades are through. And the bomb will go down. Major Maniac elsewhere going to take Mohawk, so that potential flank has been shut down. For a scrap and Hixie here. Relying on, I think, on Hixie basically making the play, and he's going to catch 2 Real off guard. So now 2v2 we go. Time starting to dwindle down in this round, though. 30 seconds left. Brack and Major Maniac pushed all the way back. Hixie going to spot out the latter, but not going to get anything off it. And I think now if you're a scrap, you're going to get the kill against Brack. So Major Maniac 1v2. Hixie wins the 1v1. What a play there from Hixie. Pushing all the way up. It's a 2v3.
Yeah. Beautiful 2v3 coming through. Again, you know, you lost Neptune. Neptune off the rip there was the player that had to get inside of University, maybe not even try to get all the way inside of the building itself, but just wait for the exits, right? Just lock down that middle lane while you have Major Maniac watching the A lane itself, being that island player, allowing Brack to be the overwatch to 2 Reals play inside the bomb site itself. And the bomb did go down, but again, once you do find that 1 kill into Neptune, the middle of the map gets absolutely opened up. And Hixie makes that play forward to couple that along with Scrappy, who is slowly encroaching on the B bomb itself, be able to get that defuse. Scrap on a 4, coming in towards this round number 4 itself. Will be an A committal so far coming through from Toronto Ultra Academy NA. Scrappy needs to be careful here. Eats a lot of damage out of 24 HP. Gives up the space for now.
Hixie in from behind. The secret weapon, if you will, for Ultra Academy. It's going to explode and take down Major Maniac. Gives them a lot of breathing room, a lot of space to work with here in this position. And Hixie's just going to keep on drawing fire at the moment. Backs away. The bomb now down. For whatever it takes. I've got to imagine that Brack has to do something here. But it's actually going to be too real to take down Hixie. This is still possible, this retake. Flank might not work, given the fact that Scrap is currently watching it. So it's going to have to be a long one coming in from T-Real. And that gunfight will be imperative to the retake. Scrap going to get challenged. 2 Real actually going to win that 1v1. So now 2v3 we go. Neptune and 2 Real kit. Got to defend this site. Neptune going to lose his fight though. 2 Real 1v2 now. To try get this one done. 2 Real going to win the engagement. It doesn't matter though. Ultra going to defend the site.
Yeah, it's just so tough to try to retake that site again. You know, I'm going to go back and rewatch that one. I mean, Hixie. How the hell has he just gone ahead and done that? I mean, he just completely finds the timing to go across the A lane. Nobody from whatever it takes was watching it, scouted it out, gets behind enemy lines, finds first blood, and just posts up on the backside of the train car. And as you were saying, it's buying so much time. Because you know that whatever it takes needs to put resources in to deal with Hixie in that position on the broken down train car. And from there on out, with the bomb being played in such an indomitable position, although 2 Real finds a big gunfight win, not going to be enough for the retake to come through. Down by 2 rounds, aggressive hit coming through the middle of the University.
Aggressive hit coming through from Ultra as well, by the way. Look at them. They've swarmed on towards B, so if whatever it takes choose to go for that site, probably wouldn't be the right choice in this particular choose your own adventure. They will choose correctly here. Towards A they go, but Brack has fallen out of the round now, so they don't really have the numbers. They've got to do this. Man down. Ultra. Going to retake University, but Major Maniac going to outplay Hixie. From behind he comes. Going to take him down, but Scrap going to win one gunfight on towards the site. That's 2 Real down for the count. So Ultra Academy now, they've got rid of that presence on that particular side of the site. But Neptune and Major Maniac, they come through. They win their ones. Mohawk now left up in a 1 versus 2. Doesn't really have much time to work with here to make a retake happen, and he doesn't have any information to work with either.
Yeah, riding the high off of that ace that came through from the round prior. Although it wasn't garnering a round win, 2 Real still was on that forward spree. Toronto Ultra Academy NA, they are able to take down 2 Real, so won't be able to build closer towards those streaks. But Neptune, Major Maniac, there's a reason why we talk about them continuously here in Challengers from what they've been able to do across many different instances and leagues. Keep in mind, you for Search and Destroy as a whole find themselves in isolated ones. They get the angles provided for them. They walk away with a gunfight wins, getting themselves back on towards the board, bringing the deficit just down to 1.
Mohawk drawing first blood in this round. Ultra Academy NA now have quite a lot of choice here as how they want to play this one. Still haven't dedicated themselves to a bomb site just yet, but they've got quite a lot of presence onto A. You have to imagine that as the site of attack for these guys. Whatever it takes, though. Do in this position. Tyrael just trying to get any aim assist through the walls. Now going to spot out Scrap. So the gunfight will be through now. 35 seconds left on the clock. Tyrael going for that one particular engagement. Brack going to lose his against Hixie. Tyrael did actually lose that 1v1 against Vickle as well. So Neptune now in the 1 versus 3. We're going to make this retake happen. I thought for a second there he might get that kill against Mohawk. Mohawk, by the way, has just escaped. He's off. He doesn't want to be here anymore.
It's just like so funny from the X-ray. Yeah, it really is. And I mean, I wish the final kill was just a little bit longer, because we would just seen him just drop all the way down into the cliff of Desert CJ lane, but will not be the case. Wonderful push coming through from Ultra Academy and it mostly comes down to just that presence that is aggressively coming through on that A lane. You would assume that whatever it takes, need to start getting some stuns to stop Hixie from getting themselves in those line of sights. I digress. Whatever it takes, down by 2 rounds. They're taking a very passive approach into this. They're waiting outside University to see if anybody from Ultra NA poke out.
Trade's coming in straight away, though. Bomb has been retrieved from Neptune, so what could have been a bad situation is now somewhat okay. That's where Hixie's going to take Major Maniac down. Brack going to fall as well. It's just systematic, isn't it? Neptune going to survive momentarily, but it is all but a brief moment. Ultra Academy and 8 find themselves here on map point.
I think systematic is the right word. Absolutely used when we're talking about this Ultra Academy NA squad. I mean, specifically on Search and Destroy, man. I mean, they're understanding adaptations, reading tendencies, not to mention their trade game is just so damn good. They know when that one trade comes through across the A lane after Mohawk falls, that's going to be the immediate call for a player to lead the B bomb site, come up the staircase. Vickle presses the issue, finds that kill. It's just orchestral. Is their Search and Destroy. Ultra Academy NA now aggressively coming through. They know they have rounds to play with. 3 players strong, running through University.
The aggression have feeling themselves at the moment. Hixie picks up that first blood on towards Brack. There is the trade coming on through now, but nonetheless, Ultra Academy, job's done. They've got themselves through towards the other side of the map. And now going to look to get the bomb down on towards A. Tyrael, can he play spoiler here in this position? Sees the player through the rocks, but isn't able to get the gunfight. And now going to catch Hixie off, but doesn't get the kill just yet. You need to finish the gunfight if you're Tyrael. You do. Major wins his gunfight as well. So now the 1v3 here for Vickle.
Where's the bomb playing for? Oh, and Vickle's got an MP40. This is so tough to try to defend this site. He needs to get closer, find some damage onto one. Neptune hits it, leaves Vickle 58 HP. And Major Maniac with the Automaton is going to be able to lock away that kill. Yeah, really nice retake of this A bomb site, and mostly just dealing with Hixie, who has just been a nuisance to whatever it takes through a lot of the beginning parts of these rounds, hasn't he, Brody? Where he's just fishing out these timings, getting through, finding first bloods, and just playing in those positions. And to be fair, I don't think that whatever it takes player, when they were poking through the broken rocks or that wall that could be destroyed, did see them through the cracks of the crevice, but still knew that Hixie was going to be back there somewhere, just trying to deal with the players on the rotation. Just caught some bad timing, did Hixie on that one. Whatever it takes, though, catching the good timings. Slowly keeping their heads above water here in the Search and Destroy, still down by 2. Need to make these adaptations occur here on the offense to keep it rolling.
You can definitely see they're putting emphasis on towards A. Tyrael getting up close and personal here with Ultra. If they can get the bomb down, completely uncontested, this would be an advantageous position to be in. They will do. They have to be careful, though. You can see Vickle and Scrap positioning themselves for the retake around the back line. Brack has to stand resolute.
Oh, he knows that someone's going to be coming from behind. Maybe saw a barrel. Vickle poking through. He's going to get the gunfight. Neptune finds one on the opposite side. 2v4 for the retake. Brack locking it down towards the back. Going to leave Mohawk in a 1v4. Good luck. Have fun. Does find a consolation kill, but whatever it takes. They roll their way over towards A. They dissuade with some stuns, some nades from any sort of positional advantage that Ultra Academy NA were once having for themselves to stop that plant from coming through, as well as the middle of the map antics that Ultra Academy NA were constantly getting with. You can see what it exactly means for them in a post-plant situation. Just locked it down. 2 rounds in a row. Still 1 round behind.
Ultra looking for that elusive 6th round to close things out here. Quite position and winning it 2-0 up in the series. This time around, though, it's whatever it takes. They're getting aggressive. Not too aggressive, though. They thought about it, maybe going up those steps, but they're like, nope, we don't need to do this. We're playing defense at the moment.
I mean, the stun came through from Hixie. They didn't get any information, so Ultra Academy NA just stop and immediately look over towards the B bomb site. But no, whatever it takes, take their virtues. 3 players over towards this AS and D lane now.
Pickle cooking up something special. Undercooks it. It's not going to go far enough for a kill just yet, and still time starting to sift through their fingers in the round. Just 50 seconds left here for Ultra to make that move. They might have the secret weapon in Hixie, who is currently sitting inside University. He could definitely be the playmaker here. Just has to be careful, and now Major Maniac going to draw that first blood. Turiel with another one as well. It's all falling apart for Ultra on the offense here. Hixie, he has activated though, comes in for the first gunfight. This is still possible. 2 versus 3, 30 seconds left on the clock here. Major and Turiel, they're still on the site, but Ultra, they're going to retrieve the bomb at least.
Oh, and they find Turiel trying to get back inside University as well, 2v2. Major Maniac up top should see this one player cross down low. The cross is held by Brack. Vickle is going to try to at least plant the bomb. Won't be able to do so. Whatever it takes again. I mean, whew. Boy, did they call the bluff coming through from Ultra Academy NA. They really thought that they had the player. Hixie was trying to plant the bomb, trying to at least bring that round back from the depths of Desert Siege. But they just hold the line. Again, they thought that it was going to be a full-on B assault coming through from Ultra Academy NA, something they haven't done a few rounds. And they just kind of play coy over by the A bomb site, thinking that they force whatever it takes to maybe rewrap, split their defensive numbers to go look at that B lane, knowing that the rotation could absolutely come through. The Ultra on NA for this round, or on offense for this round 11.
Oh, jeez, look at these fast gunfights coming through. Whatever it takes, they've got the source at the moment, haven't they? It's Major Maniac, now on 5 in a row. Not sure it really matters. It's Mohawk for 1 versus 3. He gets taken down, whatever it takes. What a response. 4 rounds on the bounce. I know you love me using that phrase, Andy, and I will use it well here. Whatever it takes. They do whatever it takes to tie up the series at 1-1. And what an epic last 4 rounds from them. I mean, they had their backs well and truly against the wall. They were feeling the cold wall behind them. And nonetheless, they're able to win out.
They were, yeah, and that last round was something special. The last 2 rounds, really, when you're thinking about it, right? Because initially in that round 10, 3 players, for whatever it takes, think that it's going to be a B push. They get nothing. No stuns, no nades, nada. So they re-wrap over towards A, and they stop that A assault from coming through as well. That time around, I can almost hear it in whatever it takes comms, right? It's like, surely this time they're going to come back over towards B, and they absolutely check that book out from University. They catch all of Ultra Academy NA up the stairs. The 2-for-1 trade was there. The angles were being held across the B and Dune lane. Players like Major Maniac, because of course it is, went absolutely massive for whatever it takes on that 4-round stint. Double positive as you like it, about 1,500 damage to boot. Only had 3 traded kills. But you really got to tip your hat to Turiel, to what Neptune normally provides for this team of whatever it takes, getting Mixie through the middle of the map. Turiel, the OBJ player for this team, steps up in a big way, even in those offensive rounds of the bomb being planted, goes completely aloof, unnoticed, and continuously finds more and more pressure away from Ultra Academy NA, where they thought that they had the positional advantage.
It's Turiel again, right? I mean, we had that discussion coming into this. We had a lot of discussions, to be fair, coming into the Search and Destroy. But one of those discussions was absolutely who do we look out for this whatever it takes roster. And Turiel was one of the names that we brought up again. You know, he had that performance on Stallions during Season 2. And he was absolutely one of the standout players for Search and Destroy in North America during Season 2. He comes up top trumps here in the Search and Destroy, as does Major Maniac, although that's not really a surprise at this point after his 16 kills in the last series. So it's just another day in the office for Major Maniac, and for this whatever it takes roster, they are able to tie the series up now at 1-1. That certainly adds some spice to this particular chef recipe. We're going to go to a break, though. When we return, we're going to have the map number 3. This series, Andy, has just got spicy. Welcome back, one and all, to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. It's Season 3 playoffs time. We're about to jump into map number 3 between these two teams. It's going to be a Berlin Control. Toronto Ultra Academy North America here just lost the Search and Destroy to Whatever It Takes, who just won 4 rounds in a row in what was an incredible clutch to force that round 11.
Yeah, and they're immediately able to turn around what hurt them going back towards that first time that these two teams faced off against each other, with Ultra Academy NA taking the Desert Sea Search and Destroy 6-4. This time, Whatever It Takes, they win a multitude of rounds in a row, and they win it in a round 11. But this is where things will get weird, because if you remember, not only just 24 hours ago, into this Berlin Control, this is where the nightmare for Whatever It Takes did start. This is where the reverse sweep started, with Ultra Academy NA taking the Berlin Control 3-2.
I think this is, generally speaking, kind of a nightmare situation, isn't it? I know that these guys, they're cool, calm, collected. They're probably not going to let these kind of situations get to their head. But still, you look at the back 3 maps, and it's exactly the same from what we saw in that last best of 5 that you're referencing, right? Again, just to bring it back to everybody at home, Desert Siege, Search and Destroy is the only difference between that best of 5 and this one in this set. So yeah, Berlin Control, that is up next. Whatever It Takes, I think they'll have probably learned from their mistakes yesterday. They'll kind of have adapted quite a bit from Ultra Academy North America, and you kind of get that vibe again. The fact that this was allowed even into the series, the fact that they didn't GA it, I think speaks volumes to probably how confident they will be feeling coming into this one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you should still feel some semblance of comfort when you are looking at this for Whatever It Takes, right? Because both times that these two teams faced off against each other, the control was Berlin. Whatever It Takes, we're able to take it the first time around in a round 5. And then, of course, last night I was talking about Ultra Academy NA. We're able to win in a round 5. So Berlin Control is very much so still a comfort zone when you're thinking about it for Whatever It Takes. Their only loss was just yesterday. They were previously 2-0 on it. Ultra Academy NA, though, through all of the controls that they've played, all 9 of them, 6 of them have been played on Berlin Control itself. They have a 1-3 loss to the Louisville Red Wolves, which is still an anomaly, to say the least, as far as that 0-3 loss that happened in their first matchup of Season 3 of the Elite, and then losing it to Whatever It Takes in their second matchup on day number 1. Swiftly able to turn it around with a 3-0 win over 705 Esports, and round 5 wins galore versus both Valor and Ironblood. This team has absolutely kept their nose to the grindstone to understand what it takes to win out a Berlin Control. And that mostly just comes through with their tampered aggression at the foot of the door. Of course, you're going to be talking about Scrappy, always making those very egregious plays turn into 3-4 sprees at certain moments of time. Hixie is clearly feeling themselves walking away with a lot of challenges and timings away from that Desert Sea Search and Destroy. You just have to be worried about one player specifically on the opposite side, Brody, and you know who I'm going to talk about. It's going to be Neptune, baby. That man is going to be flying through this map, going to be looking for a lot of these kills.
Yeah, the one thing I will say is, the very beginning of Season 3, because obviously for anybody who doesn't know, Berlin Control was basically newly added here for Season 3. We were kind of intrigued to see how everything would go for these teams, who's going to figure it out first. And it really did feel like Toronto were one of the first teams to very clearly have an idea of how to play this one. Their timings were very well put together by the beginning of Season 3, loss versus the Louisville Red Wolves or not, but nonetheless, they definitely have been a very good team here on this map mode combination. That is a threat you have to be very cautious about if you're Whatever It Takes, but absolutely you're right to talk about the fact that Neptune is a force on this map mode combo. He's going to be a serious threat that Ultra Academy North America have to bring down here in this one, and it is going to be Ultra Academy here starting on the offense, but straight towards A they go. They do get shut down.
Yeah, 3 players strong defensively over here for Whatever It Takes. Keep in mind, their one island player was Neptune, met a swift demise on that side of the map over by the B zone. But the way that Ultra are currently set up is that they want to maybe recontest this A zone. They thought that it was going to be a bait play, did Whatever It Takes, so they immediately sent Neptune back over to defend that B zone. Unbeknownst to them, 3 players from Ultra NA off the respawn are trying to assault this A zone again.
Yeah, this is a bit of a gamble coming out here, and this is exactly why. T-Real comes in from behind, looking for number 3. He's going to get it versus Vickle. Nicely done. And that's a massive gamble there. You've wasted quite a lot of time, or wasted, we'll say, in air quotes, on that A hit. So back towards B they go now. And now this needs to be pretty much perfect from here on out. You can't really afford to let Whatever It Takes back in towards this point. Neptune is going to be waiting patiently inside Broken, but will not find anything. Just gets shut down there by Vickle. But the presence for Whatever It Takes hasn't exactly been diminished just yet. There are still players over here. T-Real able to pick up 1. 20 seconds now left on the clock here. Not much progression has been made up the point whatsoever, but T-Real finally gets shut down, and now we can see these players. They're going to hop on the point.
Yeah, the way that Brack's position on the mini-map is going to constantly force all of Ultra to spawn on the northeast side of the map, and previous to this little stint of tick progression, Intermaniac was actually setting themselves up to get a handful of spawn kills, but gave up that positioning, but doesn't mean the contest won't soon to follow as Too Real comes through the side window, does find one, does find a second as well. That'll set up Brack nicely to commit towards that flank play to stop any more progression from coming through.
Yeah, Brack imperative there in stopping that one, and will continue to do so as now just 8 seconds left on the clock. Can anybody from Toronto touch this one? You've got to contest with the fact that Major Maniac is over towards that train yard side as well. They have managed to get on through, but the kills are just frankly not going their way. Scrap and Mohawk, the players to do something about this. There's just 0.5 seconds left on the clock here, so these players need to do something. And Scrap will pick up the kill, and the point will be secured.
Oh, Scrap finds a third in a row as well. Their first 3 kills in this entire map number 3 comes through in a crucial way, only to add 60 seconds on towards support. But that's not the only win condition we got to talk about. A whole whopping 1 respawn remaining, and Scrap will eat it up. This is the last attempt that Ultra will have to try to assault this A-zone.
Mohawk. Can he pull off something special? You've also got Hixie in from behind. Those are the players that need to do something in this position. They get shut down. So Scrap, you need a miracle. You're not going to get one.
Yeah, Scrap's a good player, but a 1v, what was that, like 10? I mean, that would surely make you the best player in the world, you would think. But, yeah, it's just one of those things, again, where you're thinking about the grander scheme of things for Ultra Academy NA. You know, they try to assault that A-zone continuously. They get caught up trying to re-assault it a second time by Too Real's flank, who has themselves a bombshell of a round 1. 11-6 for them. Going in towards this offense, though, they know that Ultra Academy NA only found 3 ticks of progression. You have to meet that, if not do it better for whatever it takes on your offense.
Well, Too Real just trying to make his way through the middle of the map. Guess a kill versus Mohawk, so nicely done here, I would say, for whatever it takes. Too Real continuing on this early spree as well, 4 in a row. This is a flawless start coming out from whatever it takes at the moment, but Too Real does get shut down, and Ultra, they make the call that these guys probably going to push straight over towards A. It would be the right one, and now they have a few more gunfights to win here. Brack, the last player left alive here, taking some shots in. Scrap choosing actually not to go immediately for the trade, finally takes him down, and that is nicely done for Ultra. Despite that thrilling start for whatever it takes there, Ultra, they don't give up any progression on A.
It was a thrilling start, and yeah, they do deny that A antic that was starting to manifest itself, but you would really feel like from such a blistering start that whatever it takes, we're able to get more presence on the map. It just simply wasn't going to be there, but wise decision coming through from Ultra Academy NA. You allow these 2 ticks of progress to come through so that way you can reacquire more positional advantages as you slowly traverse your way back over towards B. Maybe looking to deplete this 3rd tick of progress over at B, but you got to be careful. You still have respawns to worry about here for whatever it takes. They are in. Neptune will secure that last segment of progression. 60 seconds added on towards the board. Lives knotted up. 19 apiece. What a turnaround for Mohawk. Brack was not weak by any stretch of the imagination, but Mohawk wins a big one in the back.
Just Mohawk things. I don't know. We're not surprised at this point, are we? Let's be honest. But nonetheless, Ultra will be settled in at the moment for the defensive halt inside train station. Mohawk does end up falling here, so there will be an opening now for whatever it takes. Gotta make sure you take down Scrap, though. He's on 5 in a row over towards the other side. A little bit of progression made now inside train station. Neptune gets that opening kill. Needs the assistance to come in, but keep an eye on Scrap. He goes for a very long flank, does get shut down, so any potential streaks have now been taken out of the round here. And for Too Real and Neptune, now in comes the hit. 65 seconds left on the clock here. There's quite a lot of time to work with, but you still don't have much control whatsoever.
Mohawk runs out of bullets there. Brack will take them down, but it just kind of sets up Fickle for this little pinch play. And so long as you're constantly going 2 for 1, you're always going to force whatever it takes to spawn so far out. But nobody's necessarily watching the flank. You might find the timing in towards the back. It's starting to piece itself together. Major finds 2 from the front. Too Real gets activated in towards the back. They will be traded out, but whatever it takes, are constantly trying to cycle players to commit towards this flank. And it's being snuffed out continuously. That it just allows Ultra NA to take a keen focus in towards the front to deny more train station presence from whatever it takes.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to break for sure, isn't it? Needs some kind of secret weapon. Neptune maybe is that. He still has time to make this flank work. I don't know if Hixie saw him, though. I think the call might be made at least that someone's probably coming on the flank. Mohawk is watching it. 3 players for whatever it takes from the front. They're kind of relying on Neptune to do something crazy. The first kill versus Hixie would probably do it. Scrap has already fallen out of the play. Hixie is dealt with by Too Real, so this play is still possible. Time to winding down and make it happen, though. You need to win the gunfights. Fickle and Scrap combined for 3. Fickle with number 4 as well. This round's done.
Oh, it's all over. It is completely over. And again, what Ultra Academy NA did such a good job with. So when that initial zone, when that B zone did get tacked over for whatever it takes, Ultra Academy NA were always aware, okay, maybe we commit a player towards the flank, Scrappy over egregiously trying to get inside the train yard, but they always made sure that they had presence over by the stairs on the south side of the train station. But most importantly, the players coming off of the respawn were always doing two things. Make sure that that B lane was secured, but most importantly, always understanding that Turiel or Neptune at a moment's notice could come through that statue staircase. Ultra Academy NA for this offense, finding further value, better value, I would say, than their previous offense. They win the initial 2 to try to assault this A zone first.
Still players here for Ultra, but they get shot down. Neptune comes in for 2. Coming to save the day is Neptune. Major Maniac gets one over towards the rotation as well. So this is not actually a bad hold, I think, for whatever it takes. They've already got players inside the mailroom, and, well, this is Major Maniac doing Major Maniac things, picks up a couple of gunfights, and now for Ultra Academy North America, you have to make a choice. Do you want to still send players through the train station, or do you go back towards B? I don't even know if both options are open at the moment, to be honest with you. The way that whatever it takes is positive, this is going to be tough to break out of.
Yeah, those options aren't even available for you, because first you got to get out of your damn spawn, and when you thought that you just had to deal with Brack, you also have to deal with one more player over here. It will be Neptune. Mohawk will rip their head clean off. You also have Vickle committing towards the play over by B. So no one's immediately watching this line of sight, but I mean, Vickle might be able to see a glimpse come through from Turiel on towards the flank, but that would be a very tough line of sight for Vickle to be able to see in that positioning. But here comes the push now. Ultra Academy NA just absolutely relentless as far as what is a zone committal is concerned. Instead of trying to go for the easier of the 2 zones, they find an avenue, get inside the train station, and they're currently trying to stack for the second tick here today.
And Mohawk got a fall. Vickle goes as well. If I'm Ultra now, if I fall, I would run straight towards B. Scrap's still going to try and put some pressure on A to try and maybe keep these players at bay while they make their way towards B. But this feels very reminiscent of what we saw in round number 1, where Ultra Academy, they don't really have much room to breathe. Much chances left on the board here to try and grab B. This needs to be perfect. Major Maniac trying to put some pressure in from behind, but every single gunfight is actually going to go Ultra's way. There is just one player left to deal with, and that's going to be Brack, who is able to take down Scrappy, but Vickle quickly dispatches with him. And now for Ultra, they should be able to grab B, but they alleviate some of that pressure as Mohawk going to push all the way forward towards Courtyard. It will give whatever it takes a chance to stop this one. They are just a segment away from putting an extra 60 seconds on the clock. Can they get it done? Neptune jumps in, but he will not be able to stop it.
Yeah, and most importantly than that, while Ultra Academy NA were still relentlessly striking over towards A, they didn't lose a lot of lives as well. They actually have a 3-life lead because whatever it takes, egregiously try to get that zone back in their favor, knowing that there's a lot of tick progression that is going over for Ultra Academy NA in this offense, a total of 4. Now they're able to find presence inside the train station, but they got to deal with Brack in towards the back of their spawn, starting to put themselves a little bit of a spree, 22 and 16 on a 3, and they know with this positioning coming through here for whatever it takes, they know exactly where they have to look at. All of Ultra are spawning in on the northeast side of the map.
Yeah, that's the key thing, isn't it? You know these guys are going to be over towards the boathouse. You know they're probably going to want to put together a flank. Are they going to be aware of the player pushing through secret, though? That's going to be Hixie. The secret weapon has been activated. There's one. Looking for number 2. It forces Turiel on towards the outside, but Hixie does enough, but Vickle takes him down. There still needs to be some heroics here in this 5 versus 4 for whatever it takes. Neptune is the closest player to do something about this, but look at this capture starting to come through. 4v3 now. 3v3 now we go. Is Brack going to take down Mohawk, but these players still at the point. It's all on Neptune. 1 versus 2 against Scrap and Hixie. The shots now coming through. Neptune trying to slide on out, but he gets taken down. Ultra, it's an offensive round.
An offensive round with 5 ticks of progression to boot. So now whatever it takes, they need to win this offensive round, obviously, to stay in the Berlin control. But they would love to be able to do it off a tick progression alone, to be able to get themselves potentially around 5 defense. It's going to be tough, to say the least. I mean, whatever it takes gave themselves so many good opportunities to deny Ultra Academy and A, the original A assault that came through, and then the re-A assault that came through soon after from Ultra Academy and A. They held them in the spawn trap, what felt like maybe about 30 seconds or so, Brody. But then they made the mistake on trying to get inside the B zone when they should have just chalked it and allowed the map position to be there for Ultra Academy and A. Gave away way too many lives and allowed Ultra NA to resurface themselves. Here comes whatever it takes, though. Off the rip, they want this A zone. Scrap, though, is going to find a timing in towards the back. He will stop this push damn near single-handedly. Finds 2 on the back end. Currently working on a 4.
He will get shut down now, Brack, so that's good for Ultra. Now it's about clearing themselves over towards B. It certainly helps that the Turiel, who had pushed up towards the middle of the street, does get taken down. Neptune surely start to push out here to try and gain some space. But as Bracken, Major Maniac will pick up their engagements, Neptune will lose his. Toronto never feel like they're far away from the action, do they? Have to be careful as Mohawk's starting to implement a flank as well. But for Ultra, I think it's going to become more of an immediate issue here. You want to try and win the gunfights inside the point, and you're only able to win one. Hixie taking down Turiel, whatever it takes now, should be able to kind of stack the point, get this one done. Ultra, they're aware of the fact. Look where they're positioned.
Yeah, you got Mohawk positioning themselves on the backside of P4. Gonna force out that boathouse spawn. You got Hixie watching the crossover by the B lane. Stun does not connect on the 2-reel, so well, they were unaware. Scratch through the window, and then recontests over by P5, finds a second. So there will be no sequence of events coming through from whatever it takes after they get 60 seconds added on towards the board for further map positioning. And although those 3 ticks did come through Ultra Academy and A, they just play it so smart. They hold the line. They don't over-aggress, Brody, and they can just watch all these players for whatever it takes, try to work their way out from the spawn.
Well, it's not too bad, to be fair, for whatever it takes. As long as you do a Mohawk, they should be able to make their way onto towards A for the first time. They haven't dealt with Mohawk just yet. He's a secret weapon ready to go. Scrap gonna fall. Hixie goes as well. Mohawk, I think, probably needs to be a little more active in the play at the moment. He's been waiting for a very long time to do something. He gets spotted out by Brack, and now for whatever it takes, you still got to deal with Vickle inside the point, but you have an opportunity here to find your way on towards A, and Vickle does end up falling. So now for Ultra, 3 players inside the courtyard. One of them will end up falling, and you have the crossfire being watched by Neptune, but Neptune wants to have a more active role in the engagement. He's going to play his life. Will get shut down. They're short of a glide bomb, but nonetheless, these players now really starting to apply the pressure here. They can get on towards A.
And they diminished the life lead as well. It was Ultra Academy and A that were up by a handful, like maybe like 3 or 4 at one point in time. But whatever it takes, they find the trades, they find the kills required to bring themselves in a comfortable spot. 45 seconds remaining. They maybe try to push over here. Neptune checks the corner. Hixie, where's the trigger? Where's the trigger finger at? Neptune, Major Maniac, they find 2. It will be Vickle's nade that at least diminishes this push for the time being. But Mohawk committed towards this pinch. Whatever it takes, they're still in. They're going to be stopping that clock with a 2-player stack. They're going to get that first tick.
Yeah, this is a crazy one from Mohawk. He will end up falling. The kills coming in for Ultra, but not enough here. There are still players on towards A. Can Hixie do anything? It's yet another flank that has been initiated in from behind. He picks up 1. Vickle for the second as well. 2-reel needs to play his life here in this situation. Whatever it takes, they technically speaking have the advantage in terms of lives. And they might be putting a flank together as well, as Major Maniac going the long way around here. Scrap, though, also initiating a flank of his own, and he will take down Neptune. This push will become all the harder here. 4 versus 5. Needs to be perfect from Ultra, but whatever it takes, not that far on the advantage. And those players now going to start to put the hit together. 2-reel inside the window. Going to jump in. He will fall. Hixie and Vickle combine for 3. Brack's the last player that can do anything here. He gets shut down. Major Maniac sent back to the respawn point, and I think these players know there's not a chance in heaven or hell or any kind of afterlife that Major Maniac gets anywhere near that point.
No, there wasn't. And again, as you were calling it, as Major Maniac tried to commit over towards the flank, but then when the knowledge comes through, once the information is there that Scrappy also committed towards the flank in the middle of the map to find players trying to reconvene inside of the train station itself, that flank play becomes a little bit more treacherous. So Major Maniac has to recommit through ticket, and they immediately get snuffed out. That push gets completely stuffed continuously by Ultra NA, who were hyper-aggressive, keep in mind you, on that A defense, Brody. They were constantly setting players, specifically Hixie, on the flank, or Scrappy just doing Scrappy things is what we know and love them for. If it's not the trash talk, it's the flank plays with an AR, coming through the middle of the map, just belittling whatever it takes off the respawn. But you really got to tip it for Ultra Academy NA. I mean, what they do so well on Berlin Control is what a lot of teams still struggle with, and that even goes across on the opposite side of the lobby. They knew when that B zone was chalked, they knew that they couldn't throw more lives away of it because it was going to be map positional loss, and they were almost going to have to battle out from their spawn defensively while also the stack was going to come through on that A zone inevitably. They leave Mohawk behind on the train station, who was, again, wasn't fighting all the kills, but was keeping whatever it takes busy in towards the backside of P4, and allowed Ultra NA to constantly get set up over by statue, top fire inside the office itself, to continuously deny, find these trades required to send whatever it takes back towards the respawn screen.
Alrighty, well, we can take a look over at our stats then at the end of the game to show you guys what went right, really, for Ultra Academy North America. And I think we could probably pinpoint a lot of it down to that round number 3, generally speaking. But when we're talking about players, Hixie and Scrappy had a great game there. 30 kills for Hixie, 31 for Scrappy. But to be fair, I think when we're talking about the kills department, I would say, actually, that things are pretty even between both of those teams. It really does feel like it was just the finest margins there in that game, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, Two Real also started that initial round at double positive, 12-6. And then they immediately get shut down. I mean, 50 non-traded kills is still a nice stat line, but did not find continuous value from that first round. And why was the reasoning? It's because Mohawk was playing much more of an anchor role. They were watching a lot those longer lines of sights, and that is very clear with the assist column. 15 assists for Mohawk, 14 assists for Scrappy, and then 10 for Vickle. You would really feel like it's just constantly setting up for these hyper aggressive flanks that Hixie was always manifesting for themselves at 30 and 29 with 3,200 damage. The AR's triple AR at some points in time when Vickle picks up that third automaton over by that A defense was setting up so much success for Ultra Academy NA to deny any of those aggressive antics. We know whatever it takes, love to put their favor in when it comes down to their A-zone conversions on Berlin Control. The SMGs were not a non-benefactor to any success to be able to get that A-zone tacked over for them. We saw some shining moments from Neptune. That was an insane two-piece that they were able to get on the upper courtyard, but the numbers just weren't there because the damage was constantly flowing from Ultra Academy NA's guns.
Alrighty, well, Ultra Academy NA, they take the control, an important map in this best of 5, because now we can take a look over at our map set, Tuscan Hardpoint. That is up next between these two teams. Again, we saw this yesterday, and I know we've kind of covered this time and time again, Andy, but this was part of that reverse sweep that we saw from Ultra Academy North America, although it was a very, very close one, and much closer than we will say, comparatively to maybe the Berlin Hardpoint in that best of 5.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Ultra NA coming in towards this map number 4. They are 1-2. What is that one win again? Just to hit it one more time, because I love watching paint dry, is that they were able to get that map 4 win amidst the reverse sweep last night in Winners Finals versus Whatever It Takes roster. Albeit, again, close. They only won it by 12 points. It's still a map win nonetheless. And if you're Whatever It Takes, you just, again, you have to come into this map, wipe the slate clean, knowing that you are the better hardpoint team. And that's going to be tough, again, knowing what is looming over their heads, right? Because they got 100-point clubbed on this map mode combination in their very first best of 5 versus Team Valor in the round robin play. They bounced back with a 251-59 win versus Electrify Steel, and then we saw them win it yesterday versus Destroy the Odds, 250-199. For Ultra Academy NA, they're almost just going to have to continue to play to the strengths of the fundamentals of what we saw on that Berlin Hardpoint, Brody. Everything was a long laundry list of success for Ultra Academy NA. They were winning rotations, they were contesting for scrap time, they were winning battles early. It just almost has to be a reoccurrence if they want to close it out in 4. But whatever it takes, again, you just have to let it fly, man. Neptune needs to have a standout of a performance here. Two Real was right there with them at the same point in time, but they cannot over-aggress themselves against a very strong fundamental team that is Ultra Academy NA. No over-aggressive antics will find you a map win here on Tuscan, but you need to find those entry points. You need to find those entry frags to be able to get yourself some very crucial hardpoint time when you're thinking about your money hills.
Yeah, and you've got to see everybody, I think, step up onto the plate here for whatever it takes. And we've seen them, they're definitely capable of it. Again, we talk about kind of why Hardpoint has been so good for all this whatever it takes roster, why they have been the #1 Hardpoint team this season in North America. And a massive part of that is down to the fact that you let players like Neptune and Major Maniac just run around and do their thing. You've also got the supporting kills coming in from Brack and T-Real. We need to see that again here. I feel like to some extent that was kind of missing in map number 1, right? They got shut down by the aggression coming up from Ultra Academy North America. We need to see that coming back up again here for whatever it takes. And I know that sounds super basic, but ultimately that has been why these guys have been so successful. Again, it comes back to what Tun said yesterday on the broadcast when discussing this whatever it takes roster. You have players like Neptune and Major Maniac that just have such raw skill. You can just let them fly, right, and do their own thing. If they can, find their way back in a form here versus Ultra Academy North America, if they can shut Ultra down early on, they should be in the good. And they can do that on a map such as Tuscan, right? We've always discussed when it comes down to Tuscan, fundamentally speaking, it is very easy to get a massive leader's advantage right out the gate from P1 to P2.
Yeah, you can win the rotation outright from starting off on the favorite side, which is actually over on the P3 side. You win those gunfights, you get top fire, you shut down middle of the map, and then you can hit all the way into the backside of Church. It's just very tough to say, how do you start off so flawlessly on P1? Well, you were able to do it from that side of the map if you're Ultra Academy NA, able to get inside P1, push all the way through, get that B-lane control. It's one of those things that you have to, again, have as a reoccurrence for Ultra Academy NA. But the same thing has to be there for whatever it takes, because just to hit it one more time, you need the presence on the map that was certainly lacking on that Berlin hardpoint from players like Neptune. When you think about a lot of the success that has come their way of whatever it takes to be, unarguably, because the stats don't lie, baby, they are the #1 hardpoint team in Season 3 of the Elite for North America. A lot of that is coming through from Neptune in that SMG presence on a roll. On a map like Tuscan, they should feel right at home to be able to cause chaos from any sort of setup that Ultra NA are going to be looking for.
Alrighty, well, could well be the final map here in Challengers Elite Season 3, full stop. I'm not going to jinx it. I'm not even going to... I probably shouldn't even say this. Do I say it?
No. You've
risk
had this
the
problem
wrath?
all season long. You stop right now.
Do I say
I'm
it?
shutting it
Alright,
down.
I'm not gonna say it. Alright? I'm not gonna say it. It has something to do with the fact that Ultra have another team that just won today. But you know, nonetheless,
He said it.
in towards this one, I said it. I know. I'm sorry, guys. Ultra, they're gonna be starting on that favored side of the map that you talked about. Fickle, currently sitting inside the hardpoint, wants to soak up some of this early time, but it will not be long before whatever it takes find their way back on third.
Long-range gunfight from Mohawk will get that trade on towards Brack, but it's not enough presence for Ultra Academy NA to dip their toes back inside this hardpoint. This is a lot of numbers that are about to be full flooding out from Vines, which is why you saw Vickle just for a short time there on the minimap, just kind of throw a shoulder inside of L, make sure that nobody is coming through the middle of the map. So now they're going to try to recontest here through P1, but the gunfights are just not going their way, Brody. Middle of the map will be contested by Scrappy, but they will be cut down. This is a great recontest coming through from whatever it takes on the P2 side of the map. By soaking up the back end of the scrap time, they're going to be somewhere near about 40 points or so and already locking down the rotation over towards P2.
And this is what we were talking about, right? You know, they've got this lead now for whatever it takes. Now you need to have a good hold on P2. They've got to set up to make this one work. Scrap is shut down as he just runs headfirst into a gunfight versus 2Real. That rarely works out for you, even if you're a player such as Scrap. So whatever it takes, they're going to get the first few seconds hit. Now it's about holding a little bit further on through this hard point, and here comes the Ultra squad. Hixie and Scrappy already picking up a couple of gunfights. They're going to force whatever it takes out towards that back line. And they're going to take this one quite patiently for the moment. They want to hit this one as a full force fort. But the stuns will come through. It's going to catch 2Real and Brack off guard, slow them right the hell down. The Major Maniac comes through with 2. Brack with one of his own. Neptune to clean house as well. And whatever it takes them a bit of time. But they will now get that hard point. And, as you say, your makes it perfect, doesn't it, Andy? Ultra Academy North America, they're now spawning out.
Yeah, they're spawning essentially on the backside of Church here for 2. And 2Real is still finessing for scrap time, keep in mind you. This is buying so much time. And as Ultra Academy NA were still trying to contest from the front, there was nobody top radio, nobody top patio. What a nice little process of elimination coming through from whatever it takes over towards the backside of column 2. Then get top patio in their possession. They get the break, again going in towards P2, and they'll get those close rooftop spawns. But that doesn't mean that you're going to be in a comfort spot to try to deal with these players towards the front. Brack on a 6 is playing one of the best head glitches that we have here in Vanguard. It is the best head glitch. I don't even know why I'm saying it's one of the best. Trying to deal with some of these players that are going to be coming through from Vines. They do have some help from those close spawns. That will be Major Maniac. Brack will find kill number 7. Can't find 8, but a glide bomb has been accrued nonetheless.
Yeah, to be fair, there is that head glitch that's on the other side of the map, you know.
No, it's not as good as that half wall, I promise you.
Yeah? Alright.
Oh,
All right.
yeah.
I'll take your word for it, for sure. But regardless, that streak has now been earned as well. But I think Ultra Academy care, at least for the moment. They're pushing the front of the hard point. They're getting some time off the back of it as well. And whatever it takes will spawn out here. They are no longer bothered by it. But this is a really nice position coming in from Hixie. Going to get some lovely timing on towards Brack as well. The question is, can he catch 2Real off guard? No, he cannot. It would have been nice, I think, for the Toronto Ultra Academy North America side if he could have actually not just got that first kill, got the second, and completely disrupted this rotation from whatever it takes. But that's still, to be fair, might be on the cards here. You can see Ultra, they're positing themselves over towards the grass side. Whatever it takes, they need to weather this particular storm, and it's a tough one. It's a windy one coming their way. As Ultra, they've managed to break on through. Mohawk and Hixie combine for 3, and Mohawk, well, he was on 5 in a row, but he gets shut down.
Yeah, it was impressive when you're looking at it from Ultra NA's perspective, right? You know, they get that initial kill on a 2Real. They know that they have a 4v3 for the hard point, whatever it takes. Try to concede the space. They try to back up to the middle of the map, but again, trying to resurface yourself through these very narrow choke points, these doorways, is very easier said than done. You're hoping for a lot of electricity to come through the veins of whatever it takes to be able to take this hard point back. And to be fair, they have been able to recontest this. The back 10 will be fought over. Neptune does find 2. 1v1 for the scrap time will be fought over from Scrappy, who has an MP40 up top. They will find that kill. So Ultra Academy NA will be able to get the scrap of scrap time. It will be a very small lead, but they don't have the rotation ahead of 5.
Whatever it takes, they're going to be the first ones to touch here in maps. Ultra Academy. They've got 3 players on radio side. Hixie down low, but, well, Hixie's going to fall, so now this becomes one-dimensional for this Ultra side. Can they find their way through? Vickle, he's able to get one. Mohawk now left, last man standing for Ultra, and he is eliminated. So whatever it takes, they brave that first set of kills coming through. And now they're going to push from the fire side. Ultra, can they find their way through? Scrap, the Lone Ranger, will, well, not do all that much, to be honest. He does end up falling, but Hixie, maybe he can play spoiler. He picks up 2 kills. Ultra, they've managed to find their way through. Hixie now needs to do more, though. He's on 3 in a row, does get shut down. Can Vickle pick up where he left off for this scrap time? The 1v1 versus Major Maniac is just an arse too far, isn't it? Whatever it takes, they should now grab this time.
And it was an impressive setup when you're thinking about for whatever it takes. They constantly were setting players on the bottom side of maps, making sure that the staircase was in their favor, while also making sure that the stuns, the nades, and everything else in between were coming through on the top patio side to deny any sort of presence from Ultra Academy NA to come flying on in. Brack's going to call in this glide bomb, double positive, 16 and 7. Wants the pressure to be felt on the back side of Ultra Academy NA. Will find 1. The presence needs to be cleaned up. Scrappy answers back with 2. The gunfight's not clean enough, but Major Maniac still surviving on the backside of the monument.
Major Maniac going to get that 2-piece there. Going to clear away Scrap at the moment. So whatever it takes, able to find their way back on through. Ultra, though, they're never far away from the action. They'll be able to find their way through the grass side. And they also have Hixie to be caring about through the middle of the map. But he will end up falling. So now they're going to rely more on this full frontal approach as Scrap able to pick up 1, but the kill's now coming through from Major Maniac and 2 real as well. And that is a ton of time now going whatever it takes way. It's going to blow this game wide open. They'll be about 60 points in the lead now going in towards this rotation. If whatever it takes can break this one early on, it would spell serious trouble for Ultra, and the kills are starting to come through as well.
Yeah, hey, they're finding these rotational gunfights. You're already Maniac in towards the back on a 4, was able to find themselves a handful of kills on the backside of Church. That forces Spawn out to come through. That immediately gets conveyed to the rest of the players here for whatever it takes. Neptune can't stay alive inside that hardpoint because, well, it's pretty damn difficult when you got nades flying your way. Mohawk does find 2. The recontest comes through the bottom side of patio, now towards the staircase. The Ultra Academy NA, they're very aware that the close spawns are still here for whatever it takes, but Ultra NA are quite adept and aware that they can hold this from the front.
To be fair, if I'm whatever it takes in this position, I just try and take as much time away from Toronto as humanly possible, but Vickle doesn't care. Picked up 3 in a row, removing whatever it takes from the situation, but they're right back at it again. These close spawns are so annoying to deal with. But Ultra, I mean, nonetheless, they still consistently have 1 player in the point. They're gaining quite a lot of time off the back of this hill, and now the Overwatch coming in from Mohawk as well. This is actually not a terrible position, you know, for Ultra Academy in this position. You know, we look at the spawns moving forward. They're watching over towards Ruins. Vickle has an important part to play. Now going to have support coming in from Scrappy. But as I was saying, Ultra, they get a lot of time off P2. And now they've got the rotation for P3 as well.
Yeah, stark differences in between P2 for the first set when Ultra Academy and A were trying to contest it through the front of the hardpoint. They make sure that they get players top radio, top patio, and they deal with whatever it takes trying to resurface themselves inside that hardpoint. Scrappy over by the rooftops will go 1 for 1. The spawns will end up flipping out, you would assume. Where do you even spawn if you're Scrappy? Spawns all the way in the backside of Church, just right behind where 2 real just spawned in. But the numbers will be here for whatever it takes to break back in from those close rooftop spawns, in from Vines. 35 seconds still left to play over, and you know Ultra NA do not want whatever it takes to get all of it.
Back towards this backline again. We saw what damage he could do on the last set of rotations in this head glitch that you so love so much, Andy. He will now push up towards Vines as the rest of the team starting to soak up time off the back of this hard point. And this is actually a really nice play from Brack. I really like this forward-thinking positioning to try and regain control of the hard point. Hixie gets dealt with. Brack now on 4 in a row. He wants another glide bomb to work with. Whatever it takes. That would be very, very grateful for that, wouldn't they? But he will get shut down from Mohawk now as Ultra are going to focus in on this rotation. They are down by about 40 points or so, but they've been in this position before in this hardpoint. And of course, off the back of this hardpoint last time around, they got a ton of time.
Yeah, 30 point is the deficit currently. But they're mixing it alive here in the chaos. Brack up top inside of Bungs will catch the better of Vickle, trying to come up through that ladder. Scrap will find the trade. So, again, these close spawns are still absolutely under threat. As you see, Vickle spawns all the way out over by the fountain. So the numbers are here. Again, whatever it takes, methodical break comes through. They allow the initial time to come in for Ultra NA. They have that leader's advantage. They can play it smart. The push of the field, absolutely sublime to break the spawns up.
Ultra still don't want to give this time away to whatever it takes. They're looking to push this one once again. Vickle from up top. He's already picked up 1 gunfight, looking for the second versus Neptune, and will end up finding it, but there's more to deal with. It's too real. He's able to find his way in the backline. Now Major Maniac next up to bat for this team. He will fall. So now Brack looking to soak up this scrap time. This is still important time in the grand scheme of things. 10 seconds in this close of a game could well make the difference between Ultra closing the series and the championship out here, and whatever it takes, forcing us towards that game number 5. But it will be the whatever it takes roster. Once again, in control of maps first. They got quite a lot of time off this last time around. Can they repeat the same process here? Neptune has an important gunfight versus Fickle to win. Backs away for the moment, goes to deal with Hixie, but cannot win that fight. And Hixie wins a second one as well. It's actually Scrap to come through to pick up that gunfight, but Hixie still playing his life. Ultra, they're in.
Yeah, they're in this time around. They win the gunfights down low, and this time around, they're hitting it from the rooftop side rather than over by the patio. So whatever it takes, they don't deal with it initially. Number's still over here by the patio. Hixie stunned up, still finds 2. Coming away from that spot, knows that there's player number 3 would be a 5 streak that is starting to manifest here for Hixie, getting themselves closer towards streaks. Brack will try to army crawl their way through the doorway, will be gunned ablaze. Hixie now on a 5 is just going to take their virtues inside the hardpoint. What an emphatic break as Ultra Academy. They cut the lead down to just about 6 points.
Hixie does get shut down, as does Mohawk. Big shutdowns there coming in from whatever it takes. They want to grab that last 5 seconds, but I think this rotation over towards Ruins will be all the more important. Neptune going to win the first engagement. There's a couple more players to contest with here as Vickle and Hixie do find their way on through. Sir Ultra will be the first team to touch, but this one's going to be a super chaotic hardpoint as players from both teams coming in from all sides. Major Maniac wants to overextend himself through the middle of the map. He is shut down in that process. Neptune able to pick up 2, and every single time one of these teams thinks they've got a good hold, they just fall apart.
Lead swap's going to be coming through Ultra Academy NA. They have the numbers. They have middle of the map presence as well. Off screen, big gunfight comes through. Hixie's able to clean it up. The gunfight's going their way inside the hardpoint. It's Brack, the last line of defense for whatever it takes to try to contest this hardpoint.
And he gets 3! Brack with 3 in a row. That will just leave Scrap on his own momentarily here. Whatever it takes, they have an opportunity to get back into the hill. Major Maniac with a team kill. That is unfortunate in the position. Whatever it takes, they need the next rotation, as do now Ultra Academy North America. That'll be at the back of both teams' minds here, but whatever it takes, still need a lot of time off the back of this Scrap. They will now get it. Ultra putting all their eggs into the basket that is this rotation. 2Real. What can he do about this one? Has to come in from behind it. It would be a perfect flank if he can get it done. They've got a tiny bit of breathing room to make this one happen, and here we go. 3 players on the flank. Hixie, he is here though. He picks up 2. Now just Major Maniac and Brack. The spawns, they have been influenced. Whatever it takes now going to be in the back line here, but Ultra Academy North America, they're in for the time. The kills are coming in their way as well. Mohawk with another one. Somebody from whatever it takes. You need to find your way on in. You can't just sit there. Ultra Academy North America with a flurry of kills will be your Challengers Elite Season 3 champions. They win Minnesota. They do amazingly well at the Pro-Am Classic, and now to cap it off, the trifecta, they're able to come out here and get their first Challengers Elite Championship.
That's crazy. What just transpired there at the absolute final moments. Candy, I mean, everything was coming up flawlessly for whatever it takes. They recontest P1. They get the gunfights. Neptune off screen finds a massive, and I mean massive gunfight up on top church, and that completely opens up the flank that you saw developing for 2Real. They get in towards the back. Scrappy immediately, I can just already picture Scrappy just comms coming through, just like, I spawned out, I spawned out. And they immediately knew, and something clicked for Ultra Academy NA. You remember through the first 2 sets of hardpoints, Brody, how did they almost hold all of the line for whatever it takes on P2? It was from the front, where they got the majority of their time. Once they knew that whatever it takes were spawning in towards the back, they got the setup. They had players zoning away top church. They then had Scrappy off the respawn, zoning away the top side of patio. The SMGs down low, pushed up towards the backside of the church staircase. And everything could absolutely go so right for this Ultra Academy NA roster. They were seemingly not losing gunfights, catching all of whatever it takes in a flurry of desperation to try to get inside that hard point to try to recontest it. What an insane P5 break in towards P1 for the contest. Not to mention how they were able to win the initial 2v3 for P2 for the initial time, and then the respawns come all the way through the middle of the map, and they reassert their dominance that was that hold from the front. Whatever it takes, they have themselves, what, like a 60, almost 70-point lead at one point, and it goes away that Ultra Academy NA, they are just resilient as all get out. You can never count these guys out. It is never chalk, Brody.
I'm speechless. I honestly am. This time around, Ultra not going to let this one go to Game 5. We take a look at our final stat board of Season 3, and Well, I think from actually a stat perspective, if we're talking about KDs alone, we're talking about the kill department, to be fair, it's not like Ultra, we even outslayed whatever it takes. I think we're talking about the majority of that map there, right? And you kind of hit the nail on the head there, that whatever it takes, they had that massive advantage, but Ultra just kept on chipping away at it. You know, they held strong on a P2 on that second set of rotations, that whatever it takes, just couldn't get any time whatsoever in a position where maybe they could close it out. And I think that probably is one of the more gutting moments for that whatever it takes roster. But yeah, what a closer for Ultra Academy North America. You know, I'm going to say it. I know I should probably be focusing in on the stat lines here, but I've got to say it. The thing I wanted to say, by the way, folks, I'm sure everybody knew it as well, going into that map. And now I can't say it. The Toronto Ultra social media manager can't come from my neck anymore, right? The one thing I was going to say is that Toronto Ultra, if they win this one, they just had a hell of a day, man. They just won 2 Challengers Championships, both in Europe and North America.
That's crazy.
The smiles on their faces. They're going to be so happy.
That's crazy. I mean, for one, both you and I, we were exchanging just a lot of DMs, conversations about just like how hyped we were about the CDL teams getting involved with the Challenger circuit. We saw Rocker do it with the initial pickup there in EU, and then Ultra soon to follow with the double pickup. They got both a European squad and North America, and now they're double champions coming through the back-to-back best of fives that were won by the EU lads this morning, and then comes through again for this Ultra NA squad, as you were saying, Brody, from the depths, from a 7th place finish in Season 2. They win Minnesota, they almost qualify for the single limb bracket at the Pro-Am, and then they only lose a single best of 5 throughout the entirety of Season 3 of the Elite. It is just absurd, the amount of turnaround that does come through. Again, I will say it again, because I feel like when we talk about this Ultra NA squad, the coaches for this squad don't get enough credit when you're thinking about it. Mayhem, by the way, this is their three-peat. Mayhem, the former coach of Texas Nation, is joining the likes of Coach Mystic for the squad of Ultra Academy NA. Got these boys looking real nice on the map.
Yeah, maybe Mayhem's like the secret sauce, right? It's like the massive improvements these guys make. I mean, and I think we should definitely make a point out of that as well. You know, these guys, they did make major improvements moving forward. And I think one of the biggest improvements they made coming from Season 2 to Season 3, and that bores out in the stat lines, is their hardpoint. Their hardpoint in Season 2 was abysmal. It was not good, and it's obviously been a very long time since that hardpoint, since we saw that hardpoint performance, since we saw that Season 2 performance for Ultra Academy North America, and they have gone from strength to strength. And you're absolutely right to point out, I think this is kind of an understated part of many teams and challenges, even maybe teams in the CDL to a certain extent. Coaching staff do a hell of a lot for their rosters, and I think the thing is, when you've got a player like Mayhem, or a coach like Mayhem, I should say, who obviously has extensive playing experience, that certainly helps, right? So yeah, absolutely, you're absolutely right to point out that, you know, he is a major part of this team. But you know, I've got to say, for Ultra, it has just been such a journey for them. I think this absolutely was something that eluded them. Obviously, as we said, in Season 2, I just don't think they impressed in the way that they expected to. But they finally realized their potential in Minnesota. They realized their potential at the Pro-Am Classic, and now, of course, as we said, they finally get that Challengers Elite Championship.
It just felt like it was escaping them. Look, when you go back to Season 2 of the Elite for Ultra Academy NA, they were, what, 1 series away. They actually held the head-to-head required to get themselves in, but Destiny was out of their hands from a very unfortunate start through the round-robin stage, that they didn't actually qualify for the double elimination bracket for playoffs of Season 2 of the Elite. And if you're new to Call of Duty Challengers, if you're unaware, the 4 players that are represented for this Ultra Academy NA roster, they do not like defeat. They always pride themselves after grind after grind. If they fall short, they hit the books that much harder. They grind through the game as much as possible. The trust is there, the understanding of the maps, the adaptations make me nerd out. It's absolutely absurd to see the turnaround of the past, what is it, like 2 months now for this Ultra NA squad since the Minnesota Open. Nobody expected them to make the run that they did. Nobody expected them to even hold up against the other teams at the Pro-Am as well. The reverse sweep versus Boston Breach kept them on the map. And then coming in towards this Season 3 of the Elite, they lost 0-3 to Louisville Red Wolves. And then they get themselves in Grand Finals from the winner's bracket side. You could not ask for the continuance of a Cinderella story. This squad is insane.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, actually. You bring up the start of the season, as it were, for Ultra Academy North America, because you and I were like, it's happening again, isn't it? When we saw the beginning of the season for Ultra Academy, when they lost to Red Wolves, it was at 3-0. And then, of course, they went to Game 5 versus Whatever It Takes, which obviously now we know isn't an anomaly. But nonetheless, that day number 1 was not a positive one for Ultra Academy North America. I think they knew that as well, but they made marked improvements moving into day number 2, moving into week number 2, and they look so good at the moment. You know, I think for all these players, you know, they have a variety of different storylines to talk about, obviously, and everybody kind of talks about Scrappy, you know, we talk about Vickle. I think just all the different storylines. For Mohawk as well, like Mohawk is a player that I want to discuss as well, because I think prior to this Ultra Academy NA squad, he had a rather muted season. I think it's fair to say that, right? And I think that was going for the whole that we are trying now roster that, you know, move forward out of Challengers Championships, able to win in North America. And for Mohawk now with this roster, it seems like continued success. Obviously, Vickle, you know, as I said, coming over to North America this season, wanted to prove his worth, because we knew what he could do. We've seen him in the European squads, Mavericks last season in European challenges. He's proved himself in this roster. Obviously, Hixie as well, also on Elevate last season in Europe, and of course Scrappy. You can't talk about this roster without talking about Scrappy. Just what a monumental player he has been this season, and also one of the most consistent players in North America this season. Because you've got to remember, he started out the season on UIU season 1.
Dude comes away from second place, losing to Texas Nation season 1, gets picked up by Ultra Academy NA, plays top 7. He then gets the sub in for Insight on a CDL game, wins that series, and then just continues just to... You almost feel like the ice cream scoop just has no end here for Scrappy with the amount that they are eating this month, man. Because they are just living lavish when it comes down to the amount of success that is coming their way. And it's backed up. Look, a lot of people have mixed feelings when it comes down to how vocal and how passionate Scrappy truly is as a player. But it's just one of those things, again, that it gets backed up by their overall gun skill. He's such a genuine fella. He understands what is necessary, what to do on the map. Obviously, a very good teammate to what is required for this team to continuously find so much success throughout the entirety of a multitude of instances through all the map mode combinations that we've seen them play.
Yeah, and we can take a look at our playoff bracket here to show you guys exactly how Ultra Academy won the championship. Again, you know, they started off with that 3-1 win versus Electrify Steel. You and I, unfortunately, didn't get a chance to look over at that one. That one was played off stream. But that Game 5 victory versus Whatever It Takes yesterday, it was just such a momentous victory, wasn't it? You know, the reverse sweep for them. It was an awesome moment, I think, to see for all the Ultra fans out there, and, of course, for the fans of the players themselves. But looks a lot better, doesn't it? The 3-1 victory over it, Whatever It Takes. But one thing I will say is, you know, this wasn't necessarily like a dominant victory. I think for Whatever It Takes, because maybe you and I haven't had a chance to talk about them here post second place finish. For Whatever It Takes, I mean, this has been an epic season, an awesome season. I just, you know, they've looked so good. They've come out of the gates and they've proved a lot of people wrong, I think, you know, with very little practice whatsoever. So Whatever It Takes will be happy, but Ultra Academy North America will probably be a little bit happier. And I think it's probably time for you and I to gauge just how happy they would be. So I know that everybody loves their post-match interviews, and everybody loves their post-match interviews with Scrappy. So why don't we bring Scrappy in to see how happy he is. Scrappy, mate, how you doing? You guys just won Season 3 of Challengers Elite.
Feeling amazing. Absolutely amazing. Guys, are, like, I'm sorry, but there are a bunch of breakers over there at Whatever It Takes, so I know, feeling good over here.
There's really only just one true reason why we wanted to get Scrappy, and we knew that there was going to be some election of trash talk for sure. But Sir Thomas, I gotta ask you, man. I mean, this has been an electric few months for you. You would truly feel like, you know, you get second place playing with UIU at the beginning of Season 1 of the Elite. You get 7th place when Ultra Academy NA formed. You win Minnesota Open. You almost qualify for the single elimination bracket on Pro-Am. Then you get the sub in for Toronto Ultra in a CDL matchup. You make your debut, you win. And now you are a Season 3 Elite Champion for Challengers. Man, I mean, I gotta ask, how does this road through the entirety of the year truly felt? It's almost gotta feel exhausting, but certainly rewarding at certain moments of time, like right now.
Yeah, it's been insane, to be honest. Last year didn't really go my way, but this year kind of did a complete 180. And I'm happy I get to do it with all my best friends, and which I call my brothers. And yeah, it's been nice.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you guys, you look really comfortable at the moment. You know, it hasn't exactly gone perfectly. We will say that much. You guys have made market improvements from Season 2 to Season 3. And I do want to kind of focus in on those improvements momentarily, because as Andy kind of pointed towards there, you guys have gone from strength to strength, from Season 2 through to Minnesota, through to the Pro-Am Classic, through to this point in time. You kind of, what did you guys focus on moving from Season 2 to Season 3?
I'm probably just making sure that we take online as serious as we can compared to LAN, because once we won Minnesota, we kind of had like a slacking off period where we really just didn't really play well, but we kind of went into Season 3 Elite like really focusing on like becoming the best we can again and getting ready for, because we knew right after Elite Toronto's coming up, so we just tried to become the best we can.
It's just impressive to be able to see the immediate turnaround that is obviously showcasing in the game as well. I mean, you guys got me nerding out over here watching some of the adaptations that you guys have been able to showcase throughout the entirety of the year thus far, Scrappy. But I mean, just one last thing that we got to do, and we got to roll the red carpet out for you, man. I mean, anything that you got to say, anybody that you want to specifically shout out, any thanks required coming away from your Season 3 championship win?
This guy, get over here. Yo, get over here. Hurry up, come on. Shout out to this guy. Guy's a beast. Guy's an absolute tank, an absolute world star in the last hill. That's the shout out right there.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much, Scrappy, for joining us on the interview, mate. It's been awesome having you, and congratulations once again on the victory.
Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, so Season 3 of Challengers Elite is, you know the phrase, Andy, it's done and dusted. We're out of here. What an awesome season it has been. Ultra Academy North America, from not the best of starts, they're able to turn it all into diamonds, aren't they? A victory at the end of the day, a victory at the end of Season 3 of Challengers Elite, and they now walk out in moving towards the Toronto Open as the #1 team in North America. The question is, can they control that crown? Andy, any final words here at the end of Season 3?
You took the words right out of my mouth. You got Toronto Ultra EU, Toronto Ultra Academy NA, going to their own open for a pit in a gauntlet of a challengers tournament. Dude, it's going to be absolutely insane. You know, everybody's going to be pinning a target to be able to see if they can take down one of these juggernauts of a rosters. It's going to be absolutely insane to be able to see how much does get translated as your current champions here for the Elite, and to be able to see what they can do once Lance does strike.
Alrighty, well, we have one more season of Challengers Elite to go this year. Before we get there, though, as we said, Toronto Open, that is going to be taking place on June 3rd, that weekend. Trust me, you guys do not want to miss it. Congratulations once again to our champions in Toronto Ultra Academy North America. And, of course, shout out to their brothers across the pond in EU, both champions of Challengers Elite Season 3. Join us again for that Toronto Ultra on June 3rd.
Tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits respect you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrow, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now.